That's time for Team Choco. Let's go, Team Choco! Damn! Let's go, Dessa! GG, Dessa. Let's go, Team Choco. There we go. Let's go, Team Choco. In the lead.
That's
in the lead.
248. That was a
start. At the start, Team Choco was in last place, but TCA turned around with Team Choco in lead.
Maybe.
Let's go.
That was just a casual
GG to
marathon.
GG. Let's go.
248.
Let's go.
That is huge, even for Dessa standards. 248, just like that in a marathon, huge.
Yeah, Dessa says that was a PB. Wow.
By what?
Incredible.
Wow, let's go.
Incredible.
Definitely. Oh, and Lena actually got how's it named? Tower. Lena actually got Tower. Which is also a rare game that has like a small chance to spawn right outside of Hashmal's boss room. Big props to Dessa. That he just pulled it off like that.
Outdid himself.
I mean, as we said it at the start, Dessa is in a league of its own what this game confronts. The only one who currently has the skills to challenge him would be the one who beat him, would be the current world record holder. That name I always keep forgetting.
Tachibana.
There we go.
To be fair, it's a pretty difficult name to say sometimes. Oh, unfortunately, Pinello for Luna ended up getting diseased, so this is gonna hurt.
Nah,
really hurt.
Did she have float mode?
No problem.
She had float mode, nothing damage, no damage at all.
I was thinking Ashmel was gonna target her, so. Ooh, Ash down to 1 HP. Oh, baby.
Everything bigger than 0 is good. The number one rule of healing.
We need 1 HP to win.
WoadyB, please, because this is not looking good. WoadyB, you can survive this. Come on, I believe in you.
Hit Gabrons. Just hit Gabrons.
There's
Worst
days
target.
worth of relay left.
Oh wait, this is the first attack. This one usually doesn't deal that much damage. Yeah.
It can end up very badly, though.
He also took the safe route and he used the bubble mode on Penelo, which I also started using if I have one extra. It's a really good strat. Like, it's for extra safety, and you can never be safe enough for Vaynovas.
Never, yeah.
It's instant inviolable will. Ooh, not good. Not good.
Well, that happened with,
Jessa.
Jessa.
2, 3.
Yeah, he usually does it instantly.
Hey, I got a game to play.
But
Avoidable will is always...
the annoying part was WoadyB only just queued the Elixir for Pinello. Pinello is out of MP, just queued the Elixir. This could hurt. But, yeah, no, looks good. Looks fine. Now's the question.
Oh my god, please. Inviolable will, and Tree of Sephiroth skip. Yes, Tree of Sephiroth skip, let's go. Okay, Team Tonberry, be ready whenever.
Didn't even show up on the bar.
Right, it should be less than a minute for Tonberry. I think he has a pretty good setup here. I'm confident in WoadyB.
Again, this fight usually is just, if you go in it decently, it's fine. It's just a question of actually getting the buffs down quick, and then it's just, basically from there, it's, yeah. It's just a question of how fast can you get the setup going, all the buffs up. Once the buffs are up, everything's fine. Seeing what he's doing there right now kind of frightens me, as he has...
Why is he starting with casting? Especially with katakana. With katana, not katakana. I'm not talking about the Japanese alphabet here.
He probably wanted to buff with Ash, but then forgot to. Or, like, got distracted. This is not a clean
setup. He is using
setup.
a Baku spine on Ash. He has Berserker Bracers.
This was not a clean start. This could get close.
Well, especially if they get stuck like that, that's not good. That's not
then again,
good.
he's red. Even with the Ascension here, that will be fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
Team Tonberry, be ready any second now.
He already switching to Steph. Oh, well. This could get close now.
Yeah, that's bad. Woody, what are you doing? Your berserk is running out.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
Time, let's go! Team Tonberry, let's go!
It was a very, very scary moment. To maybe explain what was going on there, actually. So after he does Ascension, he has a magic invulnerability. He's immune to magic. After that, he will just cast one more buff and then go to a physical immunity, which Woody tried to counter by going attacking with magic. Due to him, though, using a Bacchus Wine on Ash, he couldn't just get rid of the buff anymore, so he would just wonk him with the staff. Luckily, he wasn't in invulnerability there anymore, and he still had enough time to kill him. That could have been really bad. That was a close call, but GG's to Woody. And at this point, I'd say, while Luna is making her way to the Bahamut on the last cutscene, do the Final Fantasy X commentators already want to introduce themselves? If they're even unmuted yet.
We are indeed unmuted. Hello everybody, we're the Final Fantasy X commentators, very briefly introducing ourselves before the FF12 excitement picks back up. My name is ChrisTenarium.
And I'm CrimsonInferno.
By all means, that you guys can have the floor for as long as you want it. This is Final Fantasy X for the first hour.
You have a minute or two before we actually have to pick up again.
Quick, WoadyB did PB by 24 seconds.
Wow, 2 PBs!
Applause.
That's also PB by 6 seconds RTA. Can Lena get a PB? That would be 3 PBs for the same game.
I don't think so.
Awesome.
I don't think so, because Lena's PB is only a few seconds behind Woady. She had an atrocious run. Some areas just really weren't kind to her.
And off to the Bahamut with Lena. Also on the final stretch of the game.
Oh god. And we have an age-old question. We have another age-old question in chat. How do you spell Tidus? Is it Tidus or Titus?
You pronounce it Titus. You spell it Tidus. Enough said.
Yes. It is actually canon if you were to watch World of Final Fantasy, which will be run Sunday morning. There his name is voiced, and it is indeed Titus, sadly. It is sadly that way canon.
Titus is already a real name, and that's spelled with a T, not a D. Thank you.
Alright, enough about that
really
topic.
Good, you could just say it's Tita. You can go with the Japanese name.
Alright, enough of that. Luna about to get into Gabronth 1. And actually there's one thing about Gabronth 2 that we haven't even touched on. We mentioned the cutscene that also gets longer in this fight if Barsh is in, but there is one thing that happens right after the cutscene that we didn't even touch upon. After the cutscene, he will do his Innocence attack, which is his cinematic attack, and after that he will cast Renew on himself, which is a white magic that will fully heal him. What we do, though, is right after the cutscene, we throw a Reflector mode at him, so instead of hitting us, instead of healing himself, it will reflect onto our party and heal us instead, which makes this fight so much better, because right after the heal he casts Enrage, which basically means he doesn't have charge times on attacks and he will just go whack, 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 and decimating our party. So him not having full HP after that is just huge.
Get out of some.
That looks like a decent start. There's the Innocence. There can be a little something that could happen here, that he now would go for Penelo and immediately kill her, but Lena has the reverse mode in protection of Penelo there to easily save the maneuver.
Okay, Lena doing the same strat that I do, taking both party members away and then taking them out again for Vayne. A very good idea, I think, because that does keep your Berserk for a little longer. And it runs out right around the start of Vayne Novus, which is really, really, really useful, because you do want Barsh to be able to cast stuff at the beginning of Vayne Novus. So in this case, you can deal a ton of damage in a very short amount of time
Yeah,
And
having
be able to skip Force of Will if you're doing it well.
these attack ups here at the start of the fight can be huge, as the fight may go down from a minute to like 30 seconds if the buffs last long enough and rolls work out, etc, etc. Is personally also the strategy I use, since
Okay,
it just
come on. Can
seems
you
better.
skip? Maybe? Nice, we got the Force of Will skip, let's go.
Very nice, very nice.
And now
That
for
looked
Novus.
clean. That looked clean.
We are missing a bubble mode though on Ash. I hope she's still using that on Ash. Yeah, would be good. Yeah, no bubble mode on Ash. Okay. Yeah, she's doing it. Okay, very
Yep.
good. We're safe.
Mobilize
Okay, good start, good start.
bit
Buffed
annoying.
everyone that is needed.
A little slow start because this cinematic attack is usually skippable. It skips them when you hit phase 2 soon enough. It's a little bit annoying to deal with as it's a quite lengthy attack and quite annoying one. Can hit Gabronth though. Will it hit Gabronth? It hits boss. Whatever.
It's not that bad.
It's
Tree of
not that
Zephyr is worse if it hits you.
Oh, definitely. Because especially around the time Tree of Sephiroth hits, your buffs have run out. So all your protection is gone, your double HP is gone, and at this point it's just devastating. It can just be devastating.
And now for phase 2, where all the bad stuff can happen if it wants to.
Good few of the swords are down by now. Few are still flying around, but that shouldn't be a problem here. There they're gone.
Azor Vortis. And let's see how we fare after this attack. Shouldn't be too bad. But let's hope we can also skip Tree of Sephiroth for the 3rd time.
Is
That'd be
always
good.
so hyped. Especially the attack is not just powerful, but also takes like 40 seconds? 30 seconds?
Okay, please
It's
80
long.
reset, please 80 reset, and then Phoenix down like right away. There we go. Yes, very good, very good, very good.
That was clean.
That was clean. Okay, Team Mog, be ready whenever. Because we're about to beat the final boss.
Just setting up the last couple buffs. See how quickly we can get all the buffs on. There's the domain, there's the Hastegar. Going for the Barkers right away. All buffs on, healed full.
Hey,
Domain for Ash, yes. And with that is just hoping that the NPCs don't mess up.
My old man.
Pushing is always good, because
safe.
pushing makes
Barrier.
sure that the characters don't get stuck.
Barrier still not red. Ascension comes, there it's red.
Okay, in a couple of seconds for Team Mog.
Yes.
Not that far
Thought
off.
about a lot of
Just
things.
again, the cutscene through, and then it's just should
Where
just
I
be a handful of
was,
hits.
What I got myself
And
into,
time!
And that's
I
time
started to
for Team
feel-
Mog. Let's go, FF10!
and then
Shoutouts for Elena for finishing this run, and let's go to all the FF10 runners!
Definitely.
Let's go!
It was lovely. I hope we somehow got you to something in this run. And yeah, we're out. Could have fun with Final Fantasy X and enjoy the amazing relay.
Have fun with the rest, everyone, and good luck to all the FF10 runners.
Alright, thank you very much to the FF12 runners and FF12 commentators for that awesome run. So we've got Camper on the first boss now, Sinspawn Armies. So this is just sort of like a tutorial boss that introduces you to overdrives. So ideally we want to see crits here because the boss can't kill us. It only has the Demi ability, which does HP percentage based damage. So we just want to kill this as fast as possible.
And hello everybody again. I'm we're ChrisTenarium and CrimsonInferno 9. cheekily introduce ourselves. Roll in. You've missed a crazy amount. This is the FF10 early game for you. You've missed some cutscenes and some attacks. Do we want to get into tracking already?
I think probably cover that a bit later.
Okay, we can cover it a bit later. I guess we're already past the first 6 attacks anyway, so.
I mean, we could talk about the first 6 attacks once Camper gets there, because he'll get there in a few minutes.
Yeah, alright, brilliant. Yeah, that works too. And also, massive shout outs to 12. It was Dessa. I mean, they all did, but yeah, I mean, 2 of them PBing. They've really been grinding the runs recently, like running a lot. So to hear them PBing in the relay of all places is pretty exciting.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Looks like Grayfox had a nice quick arm ace. Saw a few crits in there. And Koinu's just coming up to Geos, which is another boss which can't really kill you.
Sorry, what did you say the boss's name was?
I called him Geos.
Oh, okay. Okay. Does it have like some kind of longer name?
Yes, it's Geos Gano.
Yes, Gano.
Unless you have a different pronunciation, Chris.
I thought I did, but I thought it was Geano, and it appears to not be that way round. You might be right. I always thought it was a soft G. Oh no, this is a disaster. Geos JN?
I mean, it's a whole new world now, Chris.
Yeah, I think the way I said it is definitely wrong. It can't be Geos JNO. That would be awful. Right, we'll go with your one, Geos Gano. That's probably correct. That's why we should go with it.
Glad we settled that very important matter. How would we go on?
Oh, you wait till later on till we get to Titus versus Tebas. Anyway, so this is Geos for Team Choco right now. In your bottom left, Sahagin's come out. You only ever have to kill 2, and then you can just defend on Geos. Geos will deal half of your HP, but then round up 1. So no matter what you do, you'll always be left with at least 1 HP. So you can't die, but don't bother fighting it. It has the best part of 40,000, 50,000 health or something.
Yeah. So this boss attacks you twice, and then on its 3rd turn, it transitions into the cutscene. So we just defend because it's the fastest action, and once he's taken his 3rd turn, just move on. Nothing special.
Yeah, and sometimes you attack to get more favourable rolls for click, but again, we'll get into tracking later, and why one might attack, or why one might just defend and take what they've got. I went to look at what the other teams were doing, and there was an immediate flash of white light. I had no idea where they were. Wonderful. Anyway, Kunifu Team Choco is now in Barge Temple. There is a lot of things to do here, and you can do them in any order you want. And by a lot of things, I mean 2. Would you want to explain what they are?
We have to pick up some flint and a withered bouquet, and we actually have to do a 3rd thing, Chris. We have to make fire.
Oh, that is true.
With some burnt out logs. Questionable with the materials, but
it's like he manages it, because like you can get sparks from like I'm going to try and use the right word here, and I'm going to show that I grew up in middling cities and I've never started a fire in my life. But like skimming 2 rocks together quickly, or like grazing them together quickly, I think that creates some type of spark, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we should probably talk about what's going on campus screen. So he's coming up to an FMV now. So a lot of the FMVs in the PC version of this game you can skip. But do you want to talk about how the skip storage works and how we use it here, Chris?
Yes, so there are two different ways of doing it. You can either watch the entirety of the FMV and then you press start, and you'll see a little prompt in the bottom right come up that says skip. Now, for some FMVs, we can use that prompt, skip it, and then immediately press start to bring one up later. However, this one, it's just too fast, it's gone immediately, so you press start right at the end, and the prompt is there. That prompt will still be there for the next FMV. And then you can just skip the next one. Because for some reason in this game, some FMVs are skippable and some are unskippable.
Yeah, so we forego skipping a cutscene which takes about 10 seconds, and it allows us to buffer that skip and carry it over to the cutscene after the tanker fight, which skips about, I think it's about 2 minutes maybe. So it's quite a significant save that we get from being able to do that, and there'll be a few more opportunities to do that later on.
Yeah, I think it's a little shorter than 2 minutes, but admittedly I've not seen the FMV since 2017, whenever FMV skipping was found, a while.
Yeah, so on this fight the camper's doing now, the sin scales, this is the very first fight in the game. So what we do here is we defend on the first turn, and this allows us to fix the turn order. So in this game, every action has a speed rank associated with it. So the normal attack is a 3 and the defend action is 2. So by doing that defend, we go slightly faster, and this allows us to skip one of the enemy actions in the second phase of the fight. So it's just a small little time save. But later in the run, using faster actions to fix the turn order will become quite important.
Yeah, very important. All that one does, it's not like the hugest time save or anything like that. You just defend so a skin scale can't get off a spine's attack. After your third action, I believe it's either the third or the fourth action. You can just defend and skip it.
Yeah. So
Before you, we have Click coming up. That's Team Mog in the bottom left. Mog, Team Choco. That's the one.
Yeah.
Would
so
you
in
like to explain what we're doing in Click? Yeah.
So in this first phase, it's just Tidus versus Click. So all we do is we keep hitting him until we deal at least 750 damage, which takes 6 attacks, or if we crit, fewer. Currently getting slightly unlucky that the last one was a crit. I think that was a wasted crit.
Yep.
Ooh, Camper just got a crit spiral cut on Armes, followed by an aura and crit. That's going to be a fast Armes.
Quick run.
But yeah, sorry. So now on the Click fight.
Did you see that, Team Mog?
Yes.
That was another Tidus crit into another Auron crit, and Ames is just dead.
I think that must have been a 3 demi. I wasn't counting, but that's a very fast Armes fight. That's as fast as you can.
That is
go.
the Armes of dreams.
So we're just being, yeah.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I was just a little taken back by that. Go explain Click again.
Yeah, so we're introduced now to our to our second character. We don't know her name yet, but spoiler alert, it's Riku. So she has the ability to steal and use, and those are the only 2 abilities that will ever get this game on her, because this is the no spare good category. But it turns out that those 2 abilities are very powerful. So in this early portion of the run, the only thing we can meaningfully steal are grenades. So we just steal enough grenades off of this fight and then the next few fights to help us with the next main boss after Click, and then we just move on. But her grenades deal, I think, around 350 damage on average, so significantly more than Tidus or Riku's physical attacks.
And on that note, because Crimson just said the name, we're going to have to get this out early, chat, okay? I'm going to say Tidus, and Crimson is going to say Tidus. and you're all going to have to accept that. Okay.
At least we're being fair.
Yeah, we're being fair. We're being impartial. You're just going to have to be adults about this. I believe in you all.
I think we just missed the tanker fire on campus screen, but the strategy we use in that fight is we just keep switching weapon with Tidus, because the tanker doesn't become an active target until it either Tidus gets his 4th turn or Auron gets his 2nd turn, and so the fastest way that we can do that is to keep using switch weapon, which is a speed rank 1 ability. So it's 3 times as fast as a normal attack, and we just try to make it active as soon as possible, and then just attack it down. It takes 3 attacks to kill.
Yeah, exactly. There's very little you can do on boosters. I think you might fire gem the tanker or something.
I need food.
Yeah, I think so, but I think you still need to wait those turns to make it active.
What do you want?
Yeah, you still need to do the other ones.
It was a bad call.
And if you
Your team lost.
if you wait until Auron gets his 2nd turn,
You can't
so we
say
could just
that.
attack with Tidus, and let Auron get his 2nd turn.
It's been
But the reason
10
we don't do
years.
that is because in that variation you actually have to hit the tanker 5 times, so it ends up being a lot slower.
Me?
Yeah, and Auron's line as well when he finds it out is 2 or 3 compared to the silent one that Tidus says. It's a whole thing. Coming up on Team Choco screen in the bottom left, Brother is doing interpretive dance. Ignore that, it's the bit afterwards that I'm interested in. We're going to run down and speak to Riku. Sorry. Spoiler, question mark, question mark, question mark. And she's going to explain what the sphere grid is.
What is the sphere grid, Chris?
What is the sphere grid? Well, it's something we won't be touching for this entire run. And I'm slightly lying when I say that, but you're gonna have to trust me. We kind of don't use it for all of the run. I guess I'll touch on this now. Let's get
it out of the way.
Out of the room. Let's get the elephant out of the room. This is no sphere grid, but we grid one thing, and that is flee. The reason we grid flee is because without it, this run would be awful. It would be terrible. Just, words. I wouldn't run it. I know that much. So, what flee does, it gives you a guaranteed escape. So your whole party can just run away from any random encounter that you get yourself into. Without it, you have to manually escape. You can only do that one character at a time. And your chances of escaping is 75%, I believe.
Yes, although if you actually play the game, it's like 75% chance to fail, or at least that's what it feels like.
Yeah, exactly. So there's this thing in Pokemon, like I'm sure we're a lot of RPG people here. It's called a Gen 1 miss. It's a 1 in 256. However, if you run Pokemon enough, you'll find that 1 in 256 isn't actually that common, and you're going to see a whole bunch of Gen 1 misses. Imagine that, but with 75% every time you try and run. There's a lot of encounters in this run. There's a lot. How many encounters do we normally have at the end of a no sphere grid run?
Somewhere around about 330.
Yeah, that 75% chance is going to miss quite frequently over the course of that 300 odd encounters that you try and escape from. So, instead of just grinding out good escape RNG or hoping that you never fail, hoping that you never miss, hoping that you don't get to the end of Gagazet through manually escaping and then one random encounter slaughters you and then you cry, we allow flee. So the official name of this category is actually no sphere grid with flee.
Yeah, so it just becomes an an RNG fest to try and not die to ambushes, basically. So for everyone's sanity,
That was close.
everybody who runs this game just agrees that we use Flea, and nobody's complained so far.
Yeah, nobody's complained so far, and I'm sure chat will very much agree. You'll understand us, and this is what you all came for anyway. It's fine.
The truth is, we just don't hate ourselves enough to put ourselves through that.
It. Yeah, I like catch us running Nemesis %, and maybe we'll start doing no Sphere Grid without Flea. But until that day, we're gonna use Flea. So on Team Choco's screen right now, you can see a forced double Piranha encounter. I will kind of assume that they've been at these steals so they know what's happening, but it's very, very simple. Most of the time you just steal from each Piranha and then kill. Oh, even a rare steal. I haven't been counting how many grenades Koinu has until now, but I'm assuming 3 grenade steals from this double Piranha encounter is going to be enough. Like,
yeah, normally that would be enough. So we basically have 3 opportunities to steal grenades before this upcoming boss fight. The first time is click. The second time is most of the time we get an encounter underwater when we're on our way to these ruins, and then that forced Piranha fight is the last opportunity. So ideally we want 6 grenades going into the Tross fight, which is coming up next. If we don't, then we can steal them off Tross, but that's not ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And as Team Choco comes up to Tross, would you like to try and explain what happens with Tross?
Right.
Yeah, so we start by throwing a grenade. We hope that it's below 350, which it was. It looks like Koinu decided to attack.
Yep, that was RNG manipulation. So that will actually get Tidus a crit on Piranha, and we can get an early flee and flee from Kimari. Koinu also has 8 grenades.
Yes, so she's got more than enough for this fight. So yeah, Tross basically just swims around and then charges on you. So all we do is throw grenades. We can throw them from afar, so it's not an issue. We need 6 grenades plus 1 or 2 Tidus attacks to get the damage done. And then Tross will fall. And if we're... I guess it doesn't matter in this run actually about the crit overkill, but sometimes if you get very lucky, you can get a crit on the final hit and you'll get an overkill.
Yeah, something tells me that AP is not going to matter. Although saying that, we already did the RNG manipulation, so we can get early flee, which is why there was an attack on Tross. So maybe the overkill would have mattered.
Maybe.
There's a wonderful quirk in cutscene remover coming around here. That massive energy generator in the bottom left. In cutscene remover doesn't have any collisions, you just swim straight through it. It looks very dangerous, but don't worry, Tidus isn't affected by electricity.
Yeah, so it's actually an interesting bug because I think the whole area loses collisions, so you can actually accidentally swim around the trigger zone for the next area as well, which a few people have run afoul of.
Yeah. Yeah, when you miss the actual exit, very ever so slightly stop paying attention, and then suddenly you're like, oh, I'm out of bounds by quite some way. Whoops.
Yeah. So Grayfox is currently swimming down to the underwater ruins, so he'll be on that Tross fight soon enough.
And a preempted right, very nice.
Very nice.
Hope for one of these to be a rare steal, but it's a preemptive, so it's not going to get a chance.
Nice and fast though, double steal, preemptive.
Yeah,
very
preemptive
efficient.
is the dream there. The one Piranha can outspeed Tidus, but killed it with the preemptive and it never got a chance. Wonderful, wonderful.
Looks like Camper's just coming up to click as well, so see how his click goes. See if his click's as good as his armies.
Something makes me think it's probably not. So there are 256 seeds that we can use on PC, and Camper got the absolute gold start. You couldn't ask for almost couldn't ask for a better Ammers if you tried. That was the kind of Ammers that you dream of. However, if the rest of the seed was that good, I think we'd all be running it. So I'm intrigued to see how bad the rest of it is. Because something makes you think that... I don't know. How many second Riku failed steals do you reckon there'll be? 2 or 3?
I'm going with normal steel, rare steel.
Normal steel, rare steel. Okay. Did you explain this?
That's a pure guess, by the way.
Yeah, we have no idea. We're not trying.
But I guess we should start. Now is probably a good time to talk about the tracking.
Okay.
So as Chris said, there's 256 seeds in this game. So that effectively means there's 256 starting states for the game. And if you get a specific one and you take the same actions, it basically means you'll always get the same RNG for most things. And so, and by the way, on Coin Your Screen, Titus just got the only food he's ever going to get given in this game, even though he's promised it multiple times.
Yeah. He has maybe a few handfuls, and that's pretty much it, because he gets up and just it basically, I think it disappears in his hands, doesn't it? Like, he goes to get up with the tray in his hands, and then suddenly it's gone.
It just clips through him. But anyway, yeah. So a number of things are deterministic in this game, and over the course of the past, I don't know, probably 12 months, a lot of work's been done by the community to look into which elements of the run we can control. So Grayfox himself actually created a tracker which allows us to follow a number of these things as we go through the run. And the main things that we can manipulate are steals, equipment drops, and item drops. So sort of rare drops, rare steals. Those are the 3 big ones. And then we can also do stuff like see what upcoming encounters we're going to get, and that can allow us to make decisions on how we act in certain parts of the game. For example, we might see that we're getting very few ambushes, so that will allow you to be a bit riskier in terms of healing. Or you might see that you've got a lot of ambushes, so you might decide to take some safety healing.
Yeah, there aren't too many seats on PC that are like really egregious in terms of like so many comical amount of ambushes. Although we have seen a few screenshots on PS2 where there are 4.2 billion seeds or something like that. We've seen a few egregious ones in there, like 7 ambushes and 9 encounters, and 3 of them could potentially kill you, and you kind of scroll down a little bit, see that encounter there, and go, you know what? I'm not fancying this seed. I think I'll go to the next one. Oh, every runner is on the boat. Brilliant. But touching on what Crimson said beforehand, being able to see what encounters are coming up is it's pretty nice in any percent. It can save you, but in no sphere grid it saves you so much time. There is a whole bunch of different things that you need to steal from. And without tracking, a lot of the time you're just going to be running around in circles at the end of a few areas until a certain encounter spawns with something that you desperately need in order to get through a boss, or you die. And tracking prevents that quite a lot, which is very nice.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know if we'll see it in this run. Bit of a foreshadowing of the future, but the main thing that we can do with the tracking, and it has the biggest impact on the any percent run, is the ability to manipulate an equipment drop late in the game, which is a no encounter armor. So if we get that, we can skip basically all of the random encounters for the rest of the game. And that saves about 6 minutes on PC, I think it is, around about that.
Yeah, there's no like agreed on figure. Depending on who you ask, some people will give a higher estimate, some people will give a lower estimate, but I think 6 or 7 is probably about right. On any percent, it saves a lot more in time because you don't need to get any more random encounters once you've already got the no encounter armor. You can just waltz your way through the rest of the game and, you know, suddenly Gagazet goes from encounter hell to a lovely snowy stroll across winter. No sphere grid, you still have to take some encounters, you still need to fill overdrives, you still need to potentially farm a few things, so it doesn't save as much time, but you can still get it and it does save a bit of time. I know one of our runners, I won't say who, is potentially going to go for it. But in no sphere grid, you have a lot less control over what you do. So in any percent, after Evray, everything is determined by you. So I guess other than 2 or 3 lavas, but that can also be avoided. So you can just control the RNG, and it's a lot easier to do because you can map it out a lot earlier. On no sphere grid, there's a lot of RNG, a lot of characters can get killed without you really having much of a say, so they're going to try and get it. But if they don't, that's okay, because it's probably out of their hands. Another thing we haven't touched on as well is just how insane it is to try and take RNG tracking and do everything well and track as many things as no sphere grid needs for, best part of 8 hours?
Yeah, it's in any percent as well. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not. That doesn't mean it's difficult. It's just, it requires a lot of concentration. I think is the biggest burden it puts on you. You need to be very vigilant in making sure you're tracking everything that happens, and missing one little thing can just send you down a downward spiral of trying to solve a problem, which
you're not an Al-Bhed hater, are you?
You just can't.
I don't even know what an Al-Bhed is.
Yeah, and when this was new to us, we did try like tracking runs, taking runs quite in. It was like a foreign magic.
Did you?
At that point,
There
were many iterations of tracking. There were many science-based lost runs trying to turn lead into gold and get that that no encounter armor.
And there were definitely also very early on some ideas where Crimson or Grayfox would come along, who were basically the two, I would say, main theorizers, and then I think you made a spreadsheet, Grayfox made the tracker, which is a program that we all now use. But early on it was just, I think this works this way, so try this and see how it goes. There is a Sinfin fight later on, and normally you lance it with Kimari. And Crimson shows up one day, I believe this is in a Loftus run, and goes, okay,
don't worry.
I think I've tracked it.
They say your head gets
Don't
heavy
lance
when
it with Kimari.
Maybe you just had some kind
Trust me on this one. Just use Lulu Magic twice and blind Energy Blast with Belfour, and if it's right, it should do this amount of damage, and it'll kill it. It works, and it blew our minds. Like, it was so hard.
That was the day that I felt I had a bit too much power.
Yeah, and make no mistake, Grayfox and Crimson had so much power that they could have told us to do anything, and we'd have been like, yeah, go on then. Like, why not? If you say so. I trust you.
Looks like Camper's coming up to Tross, and he got a low roll, so I'm expecting him to now.
You said.
Yep. So what happened there was, if it's a low roll, Tross will not swim away. Tross won't swim away until he's taken at least 350 points of damage.
You might find someone you recognize.
So Camper's first grenade did 348. So then Tross attacked Tidus, and that allows us to get another grenade off and an attack off before Tross swims around to the other side. And the effect this has is that we'll actually kill him before he swims around for a second time.
I'll get you
and
the
because
Luca.
that swimming action
Promise.
is quite slow, much
You'd
slower than
rather
his
stay
attack
here?
animation, it'll actually save us
Okay,
about
I'll go
5
tell the
seconds, I
others.
think,
Wait here.
just by getting
Oh.
that low roll.
And one thing.
So that's a
Don't tell
small
anyone
little
you're from
time
Xanarhead,
save
okay?
there.
Yevon says it's a holy
Yeah,
place.
so
You might
it
upset
saves
someone.
It's kind of what you hope,
Uh-huh.
and every time your first grenade throw does more than 350 or more damage, you do kind of clench your fist a little bit. It's like, okay, this isn't enough to get angry over, but I'm a little
My
miffed.
Xanarton? Some kind of holy place?
Yeah.
Yeah, right, I
So
thought. Since when?
it looks like Koinu's going to be coming up to
Yevon?
every
Sin?
Final
Luca?
Fantasy X runner's
I thought Sin just took me
most
to a faraway
joyous
place
part of the run,
that I could go back in a day or two.
the wonderful lagoon.
But 1,000
so,
years into the future?
Nowadays, we're not for the relay, but a lot of runners do set seeds. So we try and get onto a seed that we know is favourable in advance, and then it has to encounter lagoon normally with 2 piranhas. However, this is random seed, so this lagoon could be 3 encounters and all of them could be 4 piranha ambushes, which loses you, frankly, minutes of time, potentially, on how long it takes you to escape.
And we've also now met our third-party member, Walker. So his special power is that he has a teleporting Blitzball that, regardless of where he throws it, it always comes back to him.
Yeah, you'll see it a lot over the course of the run, that Walker's problem when one arises is to throw a Blitzball at it and hope for the best. Okay, anyway, so if you're a runner and you're doing random seed, during Lagoon you will normally hold your breath a little bit. Corey's gone a while without a first encounter. Ooh, quite a while. This looks like a 2 encounter Lagoon. Unfortunately, it's 4 piranhas. Though all of the single fish will always outspeed Walker, and I think if you fell escape 3 times, they will get to attack again, and it's kind of tragic. Oh, there's one.
That's unfortunate. So
So now
hopefully the second or third one.
Oh, here's the second. Is it the commentator's curse? I've acknowledged it now, so hopefully not. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, we
Walker
got out
escaped easily. Okay.
So that was almost a not fun time loss for Team Choco there.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
I'll accept that one. That was nearly me jinxing it pretty heavily, and then I just had to acknowledge the jinx, and it was okay. Like, I'll apologise to Team Choco on that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that was a late first encounter, and it looks like it's going to be quite a late second encounter as well. So this could be a 2 encounter Lagoon, and with the 2 piranha fight there, nice and quick. That's actually not a bad Lagoon.
If it indeed does end up being 2 encounters,
well,
I mean, they're so far along. Yeah, never mind. They're a lot further along than I thought.
One more time.
I've seen someone go to the bottom of the lagoon before. They did. Okay, there is a little invisible wall there that I think they briefly touched. It's like if you keep a nice straight line once you turn the corner, you will go straight into an invisible wall. So you have to turn the corner, go straight, and then ever so slightly move to either the left or the right. And you'll end up missing it barely.
Yep, so it looks like Team Mog is now celebrating with Riku on the boat.
Forget that.
And
I
looks
got
like
close to Sin,
Team
and
Tonberry
my
will
head's
be
all
having their own
foggy
lagoon
like.
soon.
So,
And
Tonberry will be having their own lagoon soon. And well, let me tell you, Gamer Fox has said something in a channel I can see. I don't think he believes that this is going to be a good one. I don't.
Do any of us believe him anymore, though?
Yeah, good point. This is Grayfox. When we were less knowledgeable, he would just come into any run and go, "Oh God, I hope you like ambushes," and then leave. He would say that almost no matter what.
I just had to
It would.
ask.
You can have 0 ambushes, 6 ambushes. Doesn't matter. He'll come in and say that.
Right? 1,000 years ago. So
Yep,
it's just
that's
a big pile of
that's
rubble
the
now,
fun
isn't
of
it?
Grayfox
Long time
96.
ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira.
1996.
Big cities with máquinas.
He has done a lot of
machines
work
to
for the
run 'em.
community, and yet he
People
still
played
finds the
all
time
day
to come
let the
around and
máquina
troll
do
a
the
little
work.
bit.
And then, well, take a look. Sin
I
came.
am just kind of
Xanax,
hoping that he doesn't get like
yeah, that was about a
3
if you
encounters
ask
and
me,
2 of them are ambushes or
what gets
something
me is we gotta suffer.
terrible. I'm hoping
Course,
it's
we
like a
must
2
always-
piranha,
It's
2
just that-
encounter. Something nice and quick, just sail the way
Waka and
through.
Riku.
Not the double 4 piranha ambush then.
But you from the Xanax
Oh no,
days,
and
that
definitely
was
not
a
the
good one,
triple
huh?
4 piranha ambush.
Hey, I'm
That would
not
be
saying
awful.
the
We
team
wouldn't want
never
that.
existed, yeah? But
That
you
would
gotta figure,
actually
a
be
team living in
tragic.
luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
Something we also haven't
appreciated
touched on,
that time,
particularly as well,
everything
in a
that
lot of
happened.
these games you can buffer movement, and there's
Maybe
going
if
to
I
about
could
to be a
find-
transition
For
here
now,
off,
I just
for
live.
Grayfox in the top
Sure, it was
right.
hard not to think of home a little.
If you hold down here, Titus will go up. So you have... Yep, just like that. It's fine. He can hear me, and he did it deliberately to show it off. And there's very subtle things you can do with movement. It's been a while since I've ran with cutscenes. I think on that particular one, you have to hold up and right, and then Titus will move down. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's up and right. There's just a load of different areas where you have to remember the specific direction to hold when transitioning out of the cutscene. Because for whatever reason, the directions aren't what you think they should be.
Yeah, you'll also see it when you go into the temple in Besaid. You will invariably just hold up for a while, and that will go straight left. Okay, right. I'm holding my...
Yeah,
go on.
so Team Tonberry is about to get their first encounter in the lagoon. Ooh, 4 piranha preempt.
4 piranha preemptive. Okay, so he's going to escape, so he's probably getting this.
I'm
first
assuming.
try.
No?
No.
We actually, just a point to touch on there, with the manipulations. We actually can't manipulate that first Waka escape, because this is the first opportunity we've had to use Waka. Each character has their own sort of RNG string of values that are generated for them for their in-battle actions. So because we haven't done anything with Waka, there's no way we could possibly... And he's dark attacking for some reason. That's a new strategy on me.
It's RNG manipulation. Unfortunately, it's anger manipulation.
You know what? It might actually.
It might actually be manipulation. We both thought exactly. We had the light bulb flicked at the same time for both of us.
So there's a boss coming up later on, which we need to use dark attack on. So it's entirely possible that Grayfox used that dark attack to avoid getting a failed status application on that boss. That's quite a niche use, but very valid if that was its use case.
I have asked. Now, this is Grayfox, so I'm leaning on the side of it being legit, but we shall see whenever he gets around to reading Discord. He is ultimately running for the relay, so I won't begrudge him if he takes a little bit to answer.
Yeah, so Grayfox has confirmed he had a failure on the. Going back to what Chris was talking about earlier with the Gen 1 Pokemon misses. In this game, we have a 1 in 101 chance, so approximately 1% chance of having a status ability fail to apply, and that can work in both directions. That can work for enemies using them on us, and us using them on enemies. So Grayfox using that dark attack there meant that Waka's first status roll, which would have been a failure on a future boss that we'll fight, has now been used up. So we will now not get that failure.
Yeah, so TLDR, he used a dark attack on a fish so he doesn't get Dark
This is where I
Attack
was-
miss on a
I
bigger
tuned you
fish
up.
later on.
10 years.
That is
Well-
wonderful. I love that he spotted that. I wouldn't have looked. I wouldn't have even thought to have looked. Oh well, is Walker's first status roll a miss? that is wonderfully troll and the kind of thing you'll only ever see in a marathon.
I'd like to say
So,
that I would have looked,
every
but I
time
can't
I-
say with absolute certainty. I do always look for Auron's first status
10
roll
years
though,
without-
because that is obviously the
My
power
first
break we use on a
Something else was
certain big boy later on.
Yeah,
So,
I
you wanna win
checked for Orin's one as well, just in case that.
So,
But
I don't care how-
missing that one is pretty
give it our-
crushing.
no.
So on
When
Team
you play in a
Choco's
blitz-
screen, Waka has just he initially promised Tidus food, and now he's told him that there's no time to eat, so he should go to bed. So yeah, Tidus now is being denied food actively.
Actively, and as soon as he wakes up, there's going to be no food. He's going to have to immediately run straight to the temple to see what's
See what's
happening, 'cause there's
cooking.
clearly something to get.
Hey, sorry.
Exactly.
In return,
And in this case, the monk is Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
About
And
the Crusaders?
he gets there, and we'll start to see one of Tidus's major character flaws. It's not necessarily that he's stupid. He's just very, very, very impulsive. And he can't
Crusade village.
help himself
they got any food?
from
And-
making very
We'll get
silly
you something over there
decisions
later. Take a look around.
over and over again.
He's impulsive and also extremely naive.
Let's see.
Yeah,
The
he's
Crusaders'
also
lodge
very...
is over
It's
yonder.
not a great
Usually
combination.
got them usually there.
So yeah, he has a chat with them, and they say the summoner is in danger.
All right.
And he kind of goes, well, if the summoner's in danger, we need to
Over here.
get her out. We need to make her safe.
What's up?
And the monk goes, well,
You do remember
she
the
could be
prayer, right?
excommunicated from the church, as we find
I
out
didn't
later.
know it in the first
Not as big of a
place,
deal as you
to tell
think,
the
but
truth.
Tidus doesn't know that yet.
Man, that's like
He
the
goes,
basics of the basics.
like I care,
All right, I'll show you.
waltzes on into the temple. They don't really stop him, they just kind of stare at this absolute silly sausage who's
ahead, you try.
decided to make a run for it.
Yeah, so Team Choco are now coming to the first of a number of puzzles that we have to go through in the game, known as Cloister of Trials. This one is fairly simple.
Not bad.
We basically just need to follow the path,
Okay, now go present
pick
yourself
up
to the temple summoner.
a spear to unlock a
Any
door,
Blitzball
and then
player
move on.
would know that prayer. It was the Blitzball
Nothing
sign for victory.
particularly complex with this, but some of the later ones will have very specific solutions that we need to do.
Yeah, pretty much. This is just a tutorial temple. I mean, honestly, a lot of these cloisters or like puzzles are malaligned, but I don't mind them. You know, I think they're nice. I think they break up the gameplay sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were great when I played this game casually. When you've done
yes.
when
As
you've
a
done them
speedrunner, I hate
when
them.
you've done
Yeah.
them countless times, they just become mind numbing.
Yeah, put a blindfold on me. I could do Bevel Trials blindfolded at this point, right? It's they're a little
Always
mind
there.
numbing, but the first time you go
In
through
that
them, they're
place.
alright.
And as Team Choco comes to the end of the Cloister of Trials, it looks like Team Mog's going to be coming up to their lagoon. So let's see how this works out for
I
Camper.
began to realize how different
Yeah.
this world was from my
Come on,
own.
chat. You know the drill at this point. We've already told you. You have to hold your breath ever so slightly. Just clench and hope. He unfortunately had a little bit of a wide line. That's an early encounter, but it is I mean, it's a preemptive.
It's a preemptive 2, so
Two.
we take those.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't need the experience in piranhas. This is no sphere grid. We don't use the sphere grid at any point throughout the run whatsoever.
Never.
We've been over that, chat. We've been over it. Remember, we're all adults. We've gotten over the flea thing.
What's a high summoner?
But the reason we kill them is just because it's quicker to kill them and then watch the animation than it is run away. Because running away is very slow in the water. Very, very, very painfully slow.
Yeah, so we have we have different sort of plans of attack for different numbers of fish. So
was funny hearing myself make the
there's
same
either
excuse
2,
over and
3,
over.
or 4
Funny,
groups of
and a
fish.
little sad.
Those are the 3 encounters you can get. With the 2, we attack them. With the 3 or the 4, we escape with the 2 characters. And if it's a preemptive 3, it doesn't matter whether you attack or flee. Both are going to be reasonably good options.
So what he meant.
Okay, so for anyone who is in chat who's still
was
holding
that
their
we
breath,
should
you can now
respect some
exhale.
kind of great men or something
Camper
like
for
that,
Team
I
Meld in the top left. Godlike Lagoon, really. That's as good as you can ask for.
Preemptive 2, then a normal 2. That's the Dream Lagoon.
And on the normal 2, I believe the Piranha didn't outspeed Titus either, so the Piranha's never got an attack.
Yeah, so it's basically double preemptive 2, which is, I mean, it's just what you hope for, really.
Yeah, the only way it can get better is there are seeds that exist that have a 1 encounter Lagoon. Unfortunately, there's only 2 of them, and they're both for 4 Piranhas.
And one of them's an ambush.
And one of them's an ambush. So, like...
I haven't timed it, but I genuinely believe that a 4 piranha ambush is slower than two piranhas.
Oh, you don't need to time it. I can tell you that. It's so painfully slow.
It is actually like watching paint dry.
Yeah.
Go make a cup of tea while the piranhas are attacking, and come back, and they'll still be attacking.
Yeah, go take a shower. Basically, a 4 piranha ambush is as long as Sateki Dane cutscene is later on. you got time to go and make a shower, maybe fry some eggs. You got a while.
Waka?
And on Team Choco's screen, Yuna has just become a summoner. Full-fledged.
Yep.
Claps in chat for Yuna.
Oh yeah, claps in chat for Yuna. Good job. Hey chat, I have a question for you all. You're all here. Do you guys reckon that one day Yuna could become a high summoner?
Well,
is that a thing you guys could envisage? Because Yuna seems unsure.
If the prayer is heard.
So someone is in there.
Nah. Okay.
Is it particular? Why don't you go?
Okay, let's see what Koinu for Team Choco is going to name our first Aeon, which we will see just after this short summoning cutscene.
Okay, it depends which state she's in.
Maybe.
A lot of insinuations for other things. Only after she sings and dances. Okay, well, unfortunately for chat, joke's on you. I already have the answer. She cannot. She never becomes a high summoner. Except she does.
She redefines it, really.
Yeah, she redefines it. She moves the goalposts and
she
then
becomes her
under
own
the goal.
high summoner variation, which doesn't really align to the old high summoners.
Yeah, they need to make new leaderboards for this new high summoner. Now that the old one is impossible. I'll contact the Spira leaderboard moderators tomorrow and see if they can get it looked into. Is
that why someone wished Sin back into existence then?
Yeah. That's why the audio files were made. It's just the Spira leaderboard for the high summoner moderators. That's what they're doing. Like, we can't have this. We can't make a new category. Leaderboard's gonna look messy. Just bring Sin back and they can do it the old-fashioned way.
Bring Sin back. Okay, next one to defeat it, we'll rate it against Yuna's gun.
Yeah. Oh god, I'm so glad. I've ran this game for like the best part of I don't know, 6-7 years. And I'm glad we finally come to this conclusion. Anyway, bottom left, Koinu is now naming Aeon. I think it's final? Okay.
Final.
So the first Aeon is...
I wonder if the 5 Aeons are gonna spell out a sentence.
I mean, you'd hope so.
Hey.
Hopefully, like the final summon or something.
Hey, it's okay.
So it looks like Grayfox for Team Tonberry's just finished up the Cloister Charles, and
It's a tradition, very important.
Camper for Team
So
Mog
what
will
about
be...
you?
It's not quite there, but he'll be
Me?
getting there
I'm
soon
a
enough.
guardian.
A guardian?
Yeah, soon enough. I'm just trying to think. It's got to be final summon,
So,
right?
so Chris, if you were on a Blitzball team, what would your goal be?
My goal? Oh, I think it would be to do our best. It doesn't matter if I finished in the bottom of the league for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Maybe I haven't scored a goal. Maybe one of those years I have some kind of excuse, like I had a family death, maybe. And then those other 20 years I was just terrible. Yeah, I think I'd settle on to do my best.
What if I told you there's a radical new theory called victory?
What are you
Victory. Okay. So unfortunately, I've looked at the squad, and for that to be achieved, immediately I'm thinking Datto needs to go.
He's on the chopping block before keeper.
Yes.
Wow. That's heavy.
Look, there is a term. The best defense is a good offense.
I genuinely think we should just promote Jasu to midfielder, like, because when Lei catches the ball, he's just passing it to Jasu anyway. So I think
pull out the middleman.
Yeah, just get Jasu in the mid, and also he's got better tackling. So when he comes up against Grav, bang, take the ball off you.
It's a good point.
He'd genuinely make a better midfielder, I think.
Yeah, when I was younger, there's this Blitzball player that you can recruit from Luca called Zevronso, and I stuck him in midfield only because his endurance is so high that nobody could ever take the ball off him.
Did you enjoy how slow he was?
Oh, it was painful. Oh, like I timed how slowly he swam by placing a stone on my desk and watching it erode. It was very slow.
So, quick little thing on Team Choco's screen there. Walker asked Tidus if he thinks Yuna's cute, and we get the option of selecting two different dialogue options. We select the second one, saying she's not our type, simply because
we hate Yuna.
Well, that and it's slightly quicker dialogue after that. So the dialogue you get based on the option you select is slightly different, and that's the faster of the two. So it's quicker to put in a down input and select the second option than it is to listen to the extra line of dialogue.
Wait till you see this.
I can't see anything.
Yes. On that note, I will bring up, as we watch in the top right, Grayfox is going to name Veilful soon. I'll try and keep an eye out for that. There is actually an affection system in this game. It's not very well known. Normally, a lot of the time, I find players first find out about the affection system in this game is when they read the guide and they're like, wait, we have to speak to Auron to get a different cutscene later on? Now, obviously, the reason this is brought up, if you do say that Yuna's cute, you get more affection with her, but that doesn't end up mattering in the cutscene that we're trying to avoid. But do you want to speak a little bit about the affection system?
Yeah, so in a lot of areas, whoever you talk to first, you gain a little bit of affection points. And affection points are sort of a hidden value that you never see in game, but it's just a value that the game tracks to sort of change a few cutscenes with how certain characters interact with you, or which characters interact with you. So there's one key point where this sort of comes to a head, sort of halfway through the run. There's a like snowmobile scene, and I think you can, depending on the affection scores, whoever's got the highest out of Riku, Kamari, Auron, and Lulu, I'm Riku. You'll share a sort of a dialogue with one of those. Riku's is the easiest affection to increase, and so I think we get a few points by default from the early game when we talk to her on the boat.
We talked for the
and
first time.
we also get a few
I
other
didn't know
points
it
in the run
then,
where
but after
we
that night,
take a few affection points.
everything
So
changed.
throughout the run, we'll be
For everyone.
talking to Auron a number
For
of
me.
times in each area, and because we talk to him, but he'll be the only person we talk to. But because we talk to him first, we'll slowly accrue affection points with him. And once we get to that cutscene, his cutscene I think is like 30 seconds to a minute faster. And all it takes is about 10 seconds of talking to him across the run.
Come on,
Yeah, there you go. That's a very succinct, good explanation. Did it a lot better than I could have. I used to think it was a lot more time save. I used to think that the Riku cutscene that you could subsequently get is like 3 or 4 minutes. Turns out it's not. It's like a minute and a half or 2 minutes, so you just lose a minute and it's like the equivalent of failing to skip. But when a game is as consistent like FF10 is, a minute really goes a long way. I mean, to put this into perspective, do you know who the current world record holder of this category is, Crimson?
Of no sphere grid?
Yeah.
Is it you by any chance?
It is me. That is surprising that you knew that. And do you know who's second?
Thank you so much for your help earlier.
I actually don't know. Is it me?
It is you. Now, I promise I don't bring this up to gloat. The reason I bring this up is because there is 14 seconds difference between Crimson and my run at the top. There really is like
I saw that
very little in it.
That's
at the top. It can swing either way for like a minute. So I joke and say, well, you know, it's just a minute loss, but a minute matters so much in a game like FF10. You need like all of these bits you can get.
Yeah, there's a lot of points in the run where we're really eking out a few seconds here and there. And in aggregate, it ends up saving quite a bit of time, and it could really make the difference every 5-second time save. Especially when a lot of the run is unskippable cutscenes.
You can.
Yeah, there's a fair few of those. Before we get into just how long the cutscenes are, if you look in the bottom left at Koinu's stream right now, you can see her going in. She's going to have a chat with this shopkeeper. We're not going to bother going to the shop. That's not what we're there for. It's the dialogue after the shop that we're after, where she says her dog dug something up. I wonder what it is. It's Energy Blast. It's Veil 4's second overdrive. We go back and grab that because it does 1.5 damage the energy ray would do.
Yeah, so it's just effectively a more powerful overdrive. So it's a sort of a no-brainer to pick it up. It comes in handy on quite a few boss fights in the early to mid game.
Where's that boat?
And for a lot of this run, the Aeons will be our main source of damage.
Really sure this is okay?
Would you take
also, Grayfox just in chat. He said he'd close it, but he's still saying things. It's weird, isn't it? He says not even mentioning who's in third place. Just to exemplify my point, Grayfox is 58 seconds behind Crimson. Like, he gets to the top and there really isn't a whole lot in it. It's crazy.
Yeah, so bottom left, Team Choco are just going through the Besaid tutorial fights. So these are just a couple of fights that introduce you to the different enemy types. They introduce you to Waka sort of being specialized to hitting flyers, Lulu having magic. And we just blitz through these. There's nothing really special to them.
Yeah, just a flat magic, a flat encounter that shows you how to do magic. We have, however, Kimari upcoming.
He does look a lot like Chapu. I was
Yep.
surprised too.
So
the first time I saw him.
I think we'll talk a
But
bit
no
about
matter
more
what he
Kimari in
looks
about
like,
30 seconds when we
he
get
isn't
there.
Chapu.
But this
You
fight
shouldn't have
can
brought him here in the
be good or
first
bad.
place.
Yeah, but
depending on how much damage we do
Excuses
to him.
again?
yeah, but
That's it.
I also want to touch upon
Not
Camper in the
what
top left at the minute. He's going to name Veil 4 imminently. He mentioned a naming scheme he might go with, and if he does, I'm just going to ignore it, and we're going to cut immediately to the Kimari fight. Actually, we're already at the Kimari fight. You immediately skip the FMV. You want to explain?
Yeah,
roughly what we're looking for?
so Tidus will hit here for a range of damage between 118 and I think 134. We need to hit Kimari for 750 damage, which means to kill him in 6 attacks, we need to average 125 per hit, or just get a crit. This looks like a 5-hit Kimari fight.
Yeah.
So that was a very good Kimari fight. So if we get to just before our 6th attack, and we've done and we've underdamaged too much, we have to take a safety potion, otherwise we risk dying. And that costs quite a bit of time, because then we potentially still need to do 2 more attacks after that. So the way the runners will do this in the run is that they will
I owe you a lot.
count the variance to the average, which is 125,
really
and then if we
help me out, you know?
are
What I need is
+7, I think it is, or more,
thanks.
once we get to after the 5th attack, or we've had a crit, or we've dodged twice, which in both of those cases we've either not taken enough damage or done enough damage that we're safe anyway. If none of those are met, then we have to take that safety potion.
Yeah, and as you said, Camper got very lucky. No, I was just thinking about a strat, but never mind. It's it's silly, and we're going to ignore that I even said anything. I was thinking that you could have just used the dark attack that Grayfox and Nips, and then just not swap the formation. But there's like a whole bunch of different dialogue. There's a tutorial you have to go through. It's absolutely not worth it. It's a silly idea.
Are you thinking for the Garuda fight?
We're taking the same
Yeah, for the Garuda fight, which is a tutorial. We normally switch out Walker for Tidus, and
since then,
get dialogue that says, "Oh, Walker, this is your show," and you're supposed to bring him in, but then you can just escape and not bother doing the fight at all.
Yeah, so on the bottom left now, we are now doing the tutorial fight, which teaches you about summoning your Aeons. So we're forced to summon Valafor here. We want to charge Valafor's overdrive in this fight, because we'll need it for an upcoming fight, just because it does a lot of damage. Fortunately, we can just spam Thunder, and once we get to our final Thunder, we'll kill him. And because of the damage we do, the damage that the Garuda does, we'll always get our overdrive in time.
Yep, and if we look in the top right, Grayfox is also going back for Energy Blast. There is a skip that you can perform. It's called the CrimsonInferno 9 skip. That's when you forget Energy Blast and just go on straight to Kimari, and then you only realise just how much time you saved once you've killed Kimari, and suddenly you have a suspicious, like, 45-second gold out of nowhere.
Yeah, but because you're so baller, you continue anyway and still PB.
Yeah, exactly. That's a strat I wouldn't have thought of, and that's why it's called the CrimsonInferno 9 skip.
The lesser known local man skip is to basically follow that same path, but it's not PB.
Hey, why don't...
Yeah, it's to get all the way to the boat, quickly realise that you don't have Energy Blast, sink your head into your hands, and go do something else for the rest of the day. But, you know, that's a different skip. That's local man skip. I will touch upon it. In the bottom left here, there is a random quote-unquote encounter. It's not actually random. It will always happen at exactly the same place. It will always be exactly the same encounter. I assume it's there just to make sure that you do indeed know what you're doing, that the plans are to be magic down, and Tidus hits the wolf, and Waka hits the bird.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it's needed there, but it's there. We have to kill it, so we start the fight with Tidus, Yuna, and
Spells of ice and ice
Lulu,
I get
and
fire
then
and
we switch
Lightning
Yuna out to
and water.
Waka,
This one here
and
is
it just so happens that the turn order works out perfectly, that none of the enemies ever get a turn, and we kill them all. And bottom left, Koinu is just picking up a couple of items from a few of the well-wishers on the dock. So we pick up a ring, which we sell later on for money, and we also get 400 gil off of another person, and that's again for money. So we're basically just fleecing these guys before we run off into the sunset.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. I not really thought of it that way. I mean, we do put their money to good. They do ask us to, give the money to the summoner, and we kind of do that in a roundabout
We just
way.
then we just lend it to a businessman.
Yeah, we lend it to a businessman. Yeah, that is. More on that later, however. Grayfox is now coming up to the Kimari fight in the top right. Is that what you were about to say?
Yep. I'll let you take this one.
So he wants to deal 125 damage or above. So you can count on average. His first one did 1, 2, 3, so that's -2. And then his second one was 1, 3, 1. So +4. 1, 2, 6 is +5. So looks like 1, 3, 4 absolute max roll. So very, very difficult to die from this point.
That's safe, I think.
No, it can't happen. Yeah, it's always safe. Absolute min roll as well, just to
prove a point.
Just to show that we were right. 118 damage. I think that may have been 2 damage points over from Kimari. Back in the old days, you could YOLO a little bit on that, but I'm confident that Grayfox knew his rolls in advance.
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kimari doesn't talk much anyway.
Yes, I would expect him to have looked into that. He has all the advantage of the many cutscenes that we're getting to enjoy.
Yeah, there's even a section later on where I choose to meme in and, play some music, do a little dance, give a little love, all of that stuff. Grayfox chooses to see where his crits are during Blitzball later on. So 2 different approaches to the run. It's very different. It's fine.
A flyer. True. Why don't we let our
Koinu will soon be at the Sinfin fight. Is that something you wanted to go into?
I want to get a weather report from Yuna first.
Alright, yeah, we can do that for sure. Okay. I mean, I just hopefully she divulges some kind of information relating to said topic. Must be. Hopefully it's just the first thing she says.
And that's the weather report from Yuna.
That's the weather report from Yuna. There is slight wind. It is nice. Unfortunately, we're yet to confirm any other weather abnormalities or whether there is some kind of giant killer whale that is swimming around in the ocean, potentially going to kill them.
That sounds like hearsay to me.
It's
pure and simple.
That's true. That's true. I might incline in that as well.
Yeah, so we're very shortly going to be going into the Sinfin fight in the bottom left with Team Choco. So this is where that overdrive that we charged on Valor 4 is going to come into its own. The boss has 2,000 HP, and Valor 4 is going to deal somewhere between 1,400 and 1,600 of that for us, depending on the roll we get. So quite significant. And the rest of it will come from Lancets from Kimari and Thunders from Lulu before we summon. And that's more or less the fight, as we'll see it happen.
Yeah, and then luckily after that, there's no like immediate danger. You've killed the Sinfin. Sinfin has left, and there's nothing more to fight.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, yeah, let's just also see that if Grayfox gets this tutorial fight right, yeah. Oh, Camper in the top left. There is a silly interaction in that fight. What's supposed to happen is Waka is supposed to attack and kill. Done. Waka has the accuracy. The whole point of that fight is just to show Waka hits the birds, Tidus can't. However, there is a thing that can happen where the bird can outspeed you. Now, if the bird outspeeds you, then hits Waka, there's a 10% that bird will blind you. And I think every 10 runner who's done it for a while has had this at one point. What ends up happening is Waka is blind, and more often than not will not hit the bird. So you have to spam Tidus attacks and hope that one of them hits the bird. All the meanwhile, the game turns around and says, hey, Tidus, you shouldn't be hitting that bird. That's what I'm for. As you can see the black fog like descend off his face.
It's actually the most helpless I think you can feel in this run, possibly. You have no control over it happening to you, and there's not a lot you can do about it when it happens.
It's one of those really rare outcomes that you probably experience at some point that just suck.
Yeah, I think it's like
you can do.
I think it's like 5% chance, probably even less than that, for it to actually happen.
Well, the bird has to outspeed Waka, and I think Waka is ever so slightly faster.
I think the bird has like a 40% chance to outspeed or something, and then
it's a 50-50 as to whether it hits Waka or Tidus, and then a 10% chance to apply the dark. I'm not a stats guy, but that sounds less than 5%.
Yeah, it's pretty low. So we've got top left, we've got Team Mog on Kamari. First roll 118 and a 126, so we're currently on -6, but the crit makes it completely safe. And now we don't have to worry about the numbers.
It's another 5-hitter. That's some
very nice. Campus had a very good early game. He had a very strong armies. He had a 2 encounter double Piranha Lagoon, and now he's had a 5-hit Kamari. That's pretty much all you want from the early game.
I was gonna say, can I get my hands on this seed? Like, this is like a great seed. Like, oh my lord.
Moving on to the bottom left. Do you want to take us through this fight, Chris?
Yeah, so primarily what you want on this fight is you want Tidus to outspeed the second Sinfin move, because it's a complete random chance as to whether or not he does. And it looks like he has. But if he doesn't, you have to watch Sinfin go back to the front of the boat, and I think you lose 6 seconds. It's just, one of those time losses you can't really do anything about. I think you then touched upon this bit earlier on, where Baleful will now use Energy Blast to do between 14 and 1600 damage. I didn't see any Lancet skips, so it looks like this will probably low roll. Although then again, I don't think Koinu tracks damage, I believe. Nope, never mind. Very low roll. Very low roll.
That was all damage needed.
Yeah. He skipped one of those last
it looks like Camp has gone with Valor 5 for instead of Valor 4.
Yes, Valor 5.
Leveling up the Aeons.
Yeah. I hope that later on, as a result, Camper calls Ixion Sixion. Thank you. I'll take all the round of applause. That was a joke I saw in chat 10 minutes ago that I've decided to pass off as my own. Thank you. Applause all around.
Very, very original, Chris, as always.
Thank you. I do try. Koinu is... Waka's about to swim off into the sea, in the bottom left, and go fetch Tidus. He's going to give Tidus a potion,
aren't you?
and then Equalise is going to come up. Would you like to explain the no-figure strats for Equalise?
Yeah, sure. So,
Waka.
we're good. So hopefully at this point, I haven't been keeping track, but normally you have an overdrive on Tidus at this point.
But I believe
If
you.
not, we'll get it very quickly in the
I've
in the
heard
fight
Xanarkand,
from the damage
there
that's
is a
dealt to
great
us.
stadium,
We want to
all lit
open
up,
ideally
even at
with
night.
Sparrow Cut,
Great Blitzball
and
tournaments
then
are held there.
it's going to be
And the
basically going to
stands
be a
are
case
always
of
How do you
using
know
Dark
that?
Attack on Walker
A man
to
named Jet
stop
told me. He
Achilles
was my
hitting us
father's
with
guardian.
his tentacles, which is bad for us because it drains health from us and heals him. And then we're basically just going to keep attacking him
My
and then
father.
potioning up if we get too
His
low.
name is checked.
It's a pretty simple strategy, but normally by the time we get past the second blender, we should just about be there.
Our meeting like this must be the blessing of
Yeah,
heaven.
and when Grayfox attacked, Dark attacked the Piranha earlier on,
Sounds like him,
this is
but
the
it
fight
can't be him.
that he used
not?
Dark Attack for, because otherwise Dark Attack would have missed, and
My old
Achilles
man.
would still just be able to hit both characters
died.
freely.
Yeah,
Of
and
that
it-
accursed
10
1
years
in
ago,
101
off the coast
chance of missing.
Xanarkand.
And every time he hits, he's going to hit for about 50 damage and heal himself. So
I'm
if he
sorry.
hits twice,
He went out to sea for training one
then we basically lose
Never
one of our
came back.
attacks in terms of damage dealt.
And
day, and no one's
that
seen him
doesn't
since
sound
then.
like a lot, but it can mean that you need to
Why,
potion
that's the day
more all
that
of a
Jet
sudden.
came to Spira.
Yeah, so by the time we get past the
It's
second
true, I
blender,
first met Jet 10 years and
both
3
characters are
months
going to be
ago.
quite low, and it looks like
I remember that was the day
Tidus
my
has
father left.
already gotten quite low, so his HP could be
The
a
date
bit of a
fits,
concern,
doesn't it?
especially now that he's just got hit twice again. So I imagine we'll be seeing a potion come out soon on him.
Yeah, you think it comes out
You're
with Walker
here?
now? Yep, there we go.
Are you not?
It's, Peel is a speedrunner that even though these enemies... So there are certain enemies in this game that will just attack lower HP allies no matter what. Iron Giant comes to mind. Achilles is not one of those, but it feels like that quite often. I've had Walker sitting at full HP whilst Tidus is sat there with 40 HP, and you have to sit there and go, well, I really hope the last one doesn't hit him.
I think Coinage should be pretty close to killing now.
I don't think it's this attack, I think it's the next one.
I think it is the next one, but I think both characters have enough HP to get through it. I don't think the
Yeah.
potion is necessary here, but I appreciate the safety.
I
always take safety.
It's a marathon. I'll
Yeah,
let it go.
I'd probably do this in a run as well. I mean,
What do you think you're doing?
this fight, you never really know where you are because the damage rolls are quite variable.
It would have been enough, but this is a marathon. I would have potioned as well on the off chance.
I would have also potioned. So that's Sinspawn Achilles done with, and he vanishes into a cloud of fireflies, and got the ice ball, which not much use for this run, but I'd like to see that in an any % run.
Yeah, and in any % run, the ice ball is the dream, unless your name is Wolverino23, in which case the water ball is the dream.
Fortunately, Koinu on Team Choco got both.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, the absolute Wolverine dream.
And
Then,
it
never mind.
looks like Team Tonberry, Grayfox is just on the Sinfin fight himself, so we'll also be doing that Achilles fight fairly soon, and it looks like Camper's not far behind either on the top left.
Yeah, it's all coming together rather nicely. I do know that Grayfox runs on a brilliant laptop that loads everything really quickly, so he will lose a disproportionate amount of time on Ochu, but not that much across the rest of the run. But just something to look out for. I do want to see the Energy Blast damage roll from Veil for, because I think you could lance it both times. There's no 6 weapons or anything. 1454, yeah, quite low, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not the roll you want to see if you want to be skipping lances, but you get what you're given with random seed.
Yeah, it can't always work out, unfortunately. Oh, and in the bottom left, Koinu is actually going to approach our first. We call it a skip, and when we talk about skips, we generally include this one. But it's not a skip in the same sense that the other ones will be later on. That said, did you want to touch upon it? Because we did mention...
Yeah, so this is another example of a storage skip. Slightly different to the one we did in Dreams Anakin at the start of the run. On this one, we start by pressing the start button, which brings up the skip dialog, and then we have to press the square or X button depending on which controller you're using, or some people do this on a keyboard because it's slightly easier. And then immediately after executing the skip, you press start again. And I think for this is the tightest one. I think you need to hit a 2-frame window, or at least that's what I've always heard quoted. It's sufficiently tight anyway. And if you hit that window, you'll get another skip prompt come up, and that will then get stored, which we can use on an FMV that we'll be able to skip a bit later on.
Alright, so let's stare at the bottom right. Okay, so the skip prompt didn't come back up again. That's not to worry, that just means it's not first frame. If you can immediately see the skip prompt there for like half a second, it means you got it very, very quickly. It can still be there. I think you have 3 frames to press start again, but that's my own anecdotal knowledge, because I've done that skip fairly slowly and still managed to get it.
Yeah, so as Chris said, if you can get it second frame and you won't see it, so if you ever get that in a run, you're basically just waiting for half an hour to see whether you got it when you get to the FMV that we can skip.
Yeah, and as touched upon earlier as well, every minute matters, and if you don't get that, I think you lose somewhere in the vicinity of 40 seconds.
I think it might be closer to 30, but yeah, it doesn't feel good when you don't get it, especially if you've got a PV that does have it.
Yeah, there are a few times where I've got it either second or third frame, and I've definitely had my shoulders tense up, like, or once I'm near, just like, oh, please, please, please get this. I can't get this time back for ages if I don't.
Yeah, it's one of those things where once you can do it, I don't want to say it's easy to do, because I think most people dread doing it, but you can get pretty consistent at it, but then you can just go through periods of not being able to hit it, and it just feels bad when you can't.
Yeah,
when you know you can.
I've never managed. I've never gone through like a phase of missing Lucas skip. I've missed it once or twice, but I've never like consistently missed it. There is an easier skip that everybody else seems to get that we do later on that I can't get. For some reason, I just go through massive periods of missing it over and over again, and I think you lose just over a minute from doing that one. It's not fun.
When Sin attacked,
yeah, so it looks like Camper top left is just about to transition into the Sin Fin fight himself.
I must defeat Sin.
Let's take a look and see how many lance hits he does.
Maybe it was that.
I'm gonna guess 2.
I started.
Yeah,
I was in a 4.
He might be tracking damage.
This was
we'll
my.
See.
We go with 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 2 as well.
If you look at the bottom left, Yuna gets a bit weird and wants her to be the Guardian because she's lived in a small village with old men or children all her life, so a pretty boy's shown up and she kind of wants to be near him for a bit.
Well,
and
we did actually see a Lancet skip on Kamari. We got a defend there, so
we did. Oh, I missed
so
it, guys.
I think we should be expecting this to probably be either a high 1400 or a 1500 point energy blast.
Yeah, don't roll 14, 13.
Our loved ones.
That'll be a feels bad, man.
Please.
Alright, there we go, 1535. Very nice. So, the time has come. I think we need to mention it fairly early. In the bottom left, Koinu has approached Killiker Woods and gone into it. We currently go through the Rigora tutorial to learn Seed Cannon. We do kill it, right? Yeah, no, we kill it. Wait, actually, hang on. First,
we don't have Flee quite yet.
No, hang on. I'm gonna chat. I'm gonna need you all to close your eyes. Okay? They better be closed. You're not allowed to look at the stream. Okay? Close. Their eyes are closed, right? Your eyes are closed. Don't you dare open them. Close them forever. Okay, you can open them again. So we opened the chest, and that was a very long animation. Sometimes you open the chest and there's just a long animation. There's nothing you can do about it. And this is Lord Ochu. Would you like to explain it?
Well, that's interesting. I don't know why. I mean, is this a manip for encounters later, or?
Well, what we're doing now in the bottom left?
Yeah.
No, I think Koinu's got lost.
Oh, okay. So
I think experienced speedrunner Koinu has got lost, and this is her only recourse.
So we've just entered the most fascinating 25 minutes of the speedrun. For the next 25 minutes, we are going to bash our head into Lord Ochu repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly, and then we're gonna praise him a bit. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to hope that he grants us his boon. That is the plan here.
It must be tough.
Okay, and what is the boon? Does it involve pushing pineapples, potentially shaking a tree?
Something like that. So what's actually going on here is there's sort of a mechanic in this game. So the Aeon stats have two ways that they're set. So primarily they're set based on Yuna's stats. So if anyone's seen the any percent run in the past 3 years, they'll know that the primary strat in that run is that we get a load of strength on Yuna, and because of the way it scales on the Aeons, Bahamut basically hits for max damage or close to it on most things.
No more sendings for Yuna.
But another way that the stats are set is that they have a minimum value, which overrides the stat-based value if the stat-based values are too low. And this is based on the number of encounters you've done, and this is I guess just a mechanic in the game, so that if you aren't leveling Yuna much, your Aeons will still get a bit more powerful over time. So we kind of abuse this a little bit, and we run into Lord Ochu. In this variation, we run into Lord Ochu 140 times. And starting at 60 encounters, and then every 30 more after that, the Aeons get a little bit more powerful. And once we get up to that 140 number, that's going to set us past a point where a lot of the later fights are going to become a lot easier with those extra stats we've got. So this is an idea that's sort of been through a few variations. I think the original idea was by a runner named Kami, who came up with the idea, and then I think was also worked on by another runner called Madiyama. And the original version of this was using 50 Ochus. And then and that variation of the run sort of had a few suboptimal parts of it, where we had to do a lot of Aeon summoning to charge overdrives.
He may be a Blitzball.
So then along came
Not
this
a guardian, then. I
crazy,
just want him nearby.
crazy person who came up with the idea of, instead of doing 50,
It's just that
doing 140,
well,
because it saves a
we're all
couple
going
of
to the
minutes
temple
across
anyway.
the run.
Can't this wait till later?
So
I'm sorry.
between the
There's
two,
nothing to be
it
sorry
takes
I'm just not really sure what's
it takes
going
around
on.
15 minutes more
My
than the 50
apologies.
Ocha route, but I think the main time save is like Isaru, where we save like 8 minutes, because our Aeons will become insanely more powerful in the late game.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you could say that the Aeons are grinding their own coffee.
Kimari.
Yes,
Normally, it's as but when Alonso uses.
I guess you could.
Hey!
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, so as I said, this will take. I don't know how long Coin has been doing this now. You kind of lose track after a while, but we'll be doing this for a while. It's probably a good thing that our runners aren't on top of each other, because we've got other stuff to talk about in the meantime.
Oh, chat! Close your eyes! Close your eyes! Okay, cool, you can open them again, sorry. Grayfox chest opening animation started a little bit earlier than normal.
What happened there, Chris? I have my eyes closed.
Oh, it's just the chest opening animation.
Just who do you think you are?
Sometimes it can proc early, and I don't want you guys seeing that. Okay, Final Fantasy X is a game with very few bugs. The very few bugs there are, I would rather not draw attention to them. So, just be nice. You know, you're ahead of us. I saw that one late. Oh.
Yeah, so this is a part of the run that the runners during their streams would they've taken to playing certain
Hula melodies.
Yeah, certain pieces of music which make the run go, or make this part of the run slightly more bearable. I think it's more for the runner than it is even for the chat, because the runner just has to gaze and admire at Lord Ochu and his little dance for the best part of 30 minutes, and
oh yeah, make no mistake, I definitely do it for myself at this point. Like.
So,
it's a lot of running into Ochu, and I would just prefer to be in Waikiki.
Yeah, I mean, so just to sort of give an idea of how much of an impact this is going to have, I think in the any % run, when we fight the next boss, Valor is going to deal around about, 350 to 400 damage with each of its fires. We're going to almost double that to around about 700 to 750 by the time we finish this. And then later on, a lot of our Aeons are going to be hitting for max damage. So this really does have a big impact on sort of the power of the Aeons and how they can carry us through a lot of the mid game. Without this Aeon pumping.
Chat, close your eyes! Chat, close your eyes! Oh no, I did it really late again. What kind of sickening early menu was that? Who does the menu there? That's so early. Okay, you can open your eyes again, chat. But who does that menu there? That's so early.
He was just trying to catch you off guard, I think, Chris.
I think he was.
He was like, I'm gonna get this in before Chris realizes, and then we get to Killiker Woods, and Campa's like, and we're all like, is he gonna get? Wait, he's already got Flea. When did he get Flea?
Well, we don't have Flea. We can't have Flea. We don't need the sphere grid.
True. Every time that each of the runners is running into Lord Ochu and running away, just ignore that it says Flee. They're actually inputting the escape command 100 times for each character simultaneously, and you can't fail 175% chances realistically. So that's what's actually happening. Yeah. It just looks like they're clicking on Flee.
Yeah.
Basically, it's an implementation of arbitrary code execution to put a custom function into the game.
They're basically teaching the characters to show them much more, but not only to dance.
Yeah.
We're going to have to explain this eventually, aren't we?
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe someday.
Maybe we won't. Maybe these will forever just last as weird, random, oblique references that nobody will ever understand.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one day when you're on a lovely beach with the sky, you'll think back to these times and think about how good they were.
Yeah, exactly. When I'm pushing pineapple and grinding my coffee.
Sounds like an interesting combination, but I'll allow it.
Oh, they grid early so they can flee from Ochu. Not from Ochu, from the Rigora.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know if I've ever... I think you have to...
You need like a minimum amount.
Yeah, you don't... You normally need the 20 AP from the Rigora to get Flea, so I guess Camper must have just had a lot of built-up AP. I'm not actually sure what the minimum you'd need is to get it, off the top of my head.
I mean, a fair chunk, right? I don't think I've ever gotten it that early before, but then again I do seed minute, so I kill as little as humanly possible already.
I don't think I've ever considered it as a possibility, but yeah, I mean, certainly a nice little time save.
Yeah, so 5 seconds, maybe 6 seconds or so.
Yeah, depends on how the turn order goes, but pretty good little trick there.
Yeah. So we have already explained why we're perpetually running into Ochu over and over again, but I guess I'll explain for anyone who is just arriving. We're doing it primarily... How can I fit another Agadoo reference in naturally?
There's not many left, I don't think, Chris.
It is unfortunately a terrible song, and there's only so much you can do with it. But hang on, there must be.
Would you say that Lord Ochu has showed you much more, not only to dance?
I already did that one. What is this? It's a lot more natural than the one I did, admittedly, but so I guess I'll explain. To combat this, when we do our runs, there is a song that was made in the early 80s. Did Agadoo come out? It must be the early 80s, right? I mean, it stinks for some. In 1984. Released by Blacklist, called Agadoo. And, I mean, it's a... For some reason, if you're British, you know the song Agadoo by Blacklist. I don't know why. You just do. They play at children's parties or something. The first person to really do this, I think, was Loftus, and we just kind of went, play Agadoo. I don't know where it came from, if I'm honest. And he did. And ever since then, for whatever reason, we just kind of play Agadoo now. and that's our thing. So these Ochu sessions are a 25-minute Agadu marathon.
Yeah, pretty much. And Agadu-based remixes sometimes.
And
so with
Sereth's song. We can't talk about that one as much, unfortunately. It's a tad more explicit. Other things to mention. Grayfox is only doing 134, which would be 7 less than necessary.
I think one for most seeds 139 is actually like enough. It might be that he knows that he's going to get a lot of encounters.
It could just be that his you need certain steals from certain encounters, and like maybe one isn't showing up in Thunder Plains for quite a while, so he knows he's going to have to grind a few there anyway.
Yeah, might be something like that. I guess that saves about a minute running into him 6 times, so that'll save him a minute on this part of the run. I think Koinu must be getting pretty close now. She said she had 60 left not too long ago. I think 60 takes about 10 minutes, so probably within 5 minutes of getting the first runner through this glamorous part of the run.
So it's a glamorous part of the run, yeah. I have had... Oh, go on.
I was going to say, would you vote for Lord Ochu if he went on Strictly Come Dancing?
I think his flip-flop dance from side to side is good. Like, the limbs get up, the vines move, that's a solid 8 out of 10 technique. But there isn't much variation. I think after a while, you would probably get sick of seeing the dance. And going into week 6, week 7, Ochu would probably be voted out. That, and if Lord Ochu's tentacles kept hitting the audience, it would probably kill them because of the poison.
I think that's pretty reasonable. I think week 6 or 7 is a good it's a good whack. You've had a good go at it by that point.
Yeah, I mean, like ultimately, for a plant that seemingly only wants to kill you, getting 6 or 7 weeks into reality TV show is pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, I personally am a huge fan of the Lord Ochu dance. Lord Ochu, please don't hurt me.
Is that one of the things like you practice? Because obviously I know you do yoga. Like, how much Ochu dancing is there in your yoga routines?
I mean, can you do too much jumping side to side, honestly, whilst flailing your arms about?
I think so.
It's pretty good cardio. You should try it.
I mean, I'm not doing anything now other than like commentating a run on the RPG Limit Break marathon channel. I may as well. It is also 25 past 11, and I'm on the top 4, so you know people may hate me for this, but I'm going to give it a go. Okay, so what is it? Shake from side to side and then screech, right? I think that's it.
Yeah, you only have to do it for about 3 seconds.
Okay, so if I go, okay, there we go. That was actually good cardio. That felt like good cardio.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Now, if you do that 100 times, you might get as strong as the Aeons.
I might overwork myself is the problem. If I do that much, there might be nothing to me anymore. I might lose all of my weight.
Bald Cap in chat has just said Ochu would get good marks from Craig Revel Killikerwood. How do you feel about that, Chris?
Solid 8 out of 10. Solid 8 out of 10 jokes. Probably also get good marks from Glenn Goodman, because Glen is a hill with grass on it, and there's grass in Killicote. Look, I'm reaching. I'm aware.
that, I mean, you're basically you're trying to reach for the stars there, Chris.
I am trying to reach for the stars, much like Ochu would do very well on Dancing with the Stars.
You think he'd do better with an American audience?
Oh, for sure. Because you could make Ochu the heel, and then they would all love Ochu anyway. Okay, you'll be glad to know that I've pulled up Strictly Come Dancing judges. And I don't think I can make any forest puns out of them. Darcy Bushel, I think that's about as good as it gets, unfortunately. Oh dear.
But I mean, Bodcap says you should leave the jokes to me, which I think is a sad state of affairs if I'm the one who has to come up with the jokes. We in for a bad time now.
Go on, I trust. Oh wait, okay, hang on. I've got one for you.
Hit me
What
with
is
it.
a Chocobo's favourite song?
I don't know, Chris. What is a Chocobo's favourite song?
Walk this way!
I hope to God you googled that and didn't come up with that.
My secrets shall forever be...
You.
I invite you to try and do better.
Someone in chat says, can we get all the Brits to agree that the South is superior to the North? I'll let you take that one, Chris.
Oh, I mean, of course you can. What kind of question is that? I was born in Brighton. I once accidentally went to the North. It was terrifying. Got in a private car all the way back down. It's terrible. Oh, that's not terrible. It's not even the right game. This is 10. SMH. Apparently Coinu has 10 more in the bottom left.
The bargaining will stop when Lord Ochu accepts our demands, Nightbox. We've come to bargain, and it we're going to get our deal one way or another.
So, out of interest, what are our demands for Lord Ochu?
Big stats.
Oh, I see. So they're not so much demands, so much as they are, what's the term for a relationship where, like, two organisms are both benefiting? Is it symbiosis?
Symbiotic relationship.
Symbiotic relationship. That's basically what's happening. Ochu gets to try and fight us, and then we get stronger.
I mean, he gets to try, but we just run away before... I mean, I feel bad for Lord Ochu, because he's like... He does a little dance, and then we pretend we're going to fight him, we run away, we do this about 140 times, and then we just piss off, basically. I mean, do you not feel a bit sad for Lord Ochu? He probably thinks
the slightest.
Probably thinks he's got some friends, and then we just desert him.
No, not in the slightest, unfortunately. I think there's only so much I can listen to the screech. Are we done? We're done!
God,
Let's go! We did it! Let's
go.
Fist bumps and poggies all around.
For anyone who's seen the any percent run, in the any percent run, we would pick up the Lux Sphere that's just north of Lord Ochu, but in this run, we don't need it, so we just pass it on by.
Yep, there are other faster, quicker ways of getting purple spheres that we will use for mixes, and that just don't need Lux Sphere. Wow, Coinu's next two encounters are both ambushes. There is a chance Lulu dies here. Oh, the evade, it's huge. Not that it matters. We're just going to use the save sphere immediately once we're back up there. We are now going to see the aforementioned power of Veil 4, now that we've made Veil 4 stronger. It's not quite any percent where we just pump you full of steroids and suddenly she's the strongest person in the whole of Spira. These are more well-rounded stats. But yeah, I think we go from like 725 base HP to... was it 1,127?
It's around that. It's pretty close to that.
I think it's that.
So we pull Tidus out of the party because we want Yuna in there, because we're just going to immediately summon Valifor once we get into the fight.
Yeah, and any percent needs to give Tidus a turn, but we don't need to give Tidus a turn in any percent because we don't need the experience, we're not going to get haste, we're not going to get strength, we're not going to get MP or cheer or anything like that. I'm just done.
Yeah, so because Valifor's so much more powerful at this point, only 1,003 HP at this point, but because of how powerful Valifor is, we're going to be able to use fire to kill the tentacles, and then use fire to kill the body. In any percent, we would use an overdrive here, but we just do so much damage with our magic on Valifor at this point that it's just not needed. And it's actually slower to charge the overdrive and then use it than it is to just cast fire repeatedly.
The HP is 1,127 later, this is 1,003. So it's not that much more HP, but as you can see, the fire is doing considerably more than it did.
And we should, through this fight, also charge up a full overdrive, which we will save for later on.
I don't think there's a way to fail it, right? They can't like under damage or anything?
I think it's possible that we can end up having to do 5 fires to the 4 if we super low roll, but it's not that likely.
I've seen 2 rolls and they were kind of low. There was 685, 697.
Yep, this is actually a 5.
5 fire. That's unlucky.
That is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, you need many a low roll to get there. It
but
can
that is
be as much as like 780, I believe. The fires.
So those fires, I think, go up to 765 ish.
Yeah.
To four hit Juno there, we would need to hit 4 lots. We need to average 750. But the damage range is like...
No, you need less than that because of the sonic wings as well. That does like
well, I was about to say, so we throw in a sonic wings because it delays. It's got a faster speed rank, and it also delays the turn of Juno. So we throw that in just to make up the damage, because getting 4 fires doing the full 3,000 is very unlikely. And it looks like we've got someone who's just joined us.
I don't want to flame you, like, first thing you do when you come, Mr. Mysterious Commentator. But isn't it suspicious how they've come in just as the Oatru grind has finished?
Oh, I see that we're past Lord Oatru now.
Yeah, that's
good.
Rather suspicious, isn't it, chat?
Only for one of us. Only for one of the runners.
I wasn't just looking at the stream and waiting for my time to come in.
Do you want to introduce yourself, opportunistic, mysterious commentator?
Hey guys, I'm Cambosteve. I used to run this game, and then they said they didn't need more commentators, and I was like, I don't have anything to do today. I can do this.
Wow, he's really talked up his qualifications there.
Yeah. No, I was like, wait a minute, no Spirit Grid. That's not what I used to do.
But he has done a run.
I've seen you give it a few goes, Cambo.
But things have changed since the last time I ran, right?
I was gonna say, I think the last time you ran, we weren't doing Oatrus, were we?
No, When I ran it, it was like 20 Ochus or something. It was not 20 minutes worth of Ochus, but it was definitely far less.
And it looks like Team Tonberry are now done with their O2s, so they're finally able to get on with their run.
That won't go so easy on you next time.
Grayfox has now been able to turn off Agadoo, as has Koinu. There's only Camper in the top left remaining. I can't imagine Camper has many more remaining. I think Grayfox was trying to force that encounter. He ran off to the sides just to make sure that he didn't get to the exit in time. So I'm guessing he is aware that he needs like a certain amount of encounters before certain places, and then I also then imagine he thinks he knows where he's going to get them as well.
Yep.
Seraph's just dubbed us as 5Cs. The
5Cs?
The Chris Cambo Crimson commentary crew.
Yeah, it definitely for team commentary you have to have a C in your username.
Yeah.
Yuna?
This is why it was so hard to find other commentators. It's such an arbitrary rule that we put in.
I'm looking forward to Cloftus joining later.
Cloftus and WoadyB. It's going to be great. Oh boy. It's fine. Hang on. What are their... No, their real names also don't work either. Never mind. Alright, well, yeah, it's fine. We'll just have to lie about their names in order to make it arbitrarily fit our rules. Podcap does bring a good point. Why did we let Camper run? He should be commentating.
Let's see if we can bring him up here.
Yeah. And for that matter, why did we even let Team Choco in? They need to be commentating as well.
That's true.
The whole team.
Whole team. By association, because their team name starts with a C.
Ah, makes sense. Makes sense.
I've got a few Cadbury's chocolate bars that probably wouldn't mind giving commentary a go. Is it just gonna let me hang on that one, huh?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna dignify it with a response, Chris.
I just think about what you just did.
That's fair.
Is that like a naughty corner we can put Chris in for 5 minutes?
Oh, we can get the corner in as well. Good idea. Anyway. Right, anyway, enough with the C's. Killer Temple, would someone like to explain what's going on?
Yeah, sure. So, Tidus is currently doing his best dance moves. Not quite as good as Lord Ochu, but
it's a RNG minute.
Makes sense.
Even more RNG minute.
So we basically have to the rest of the party go down because we're not qualified as a guardian yet, so we're not allowed into the temple. We hang about for the lift to come back up, and then Donna and Bartello come along and go, do you know what would be really funny?
Fiends.
If you go in the temple.
Leave him alone and sink.
And then we're in the temple. And because the lift only comes back up once, we can't get out.
Yeah, and obviously he can't just wait outside or anything like that. Like, once he's downstairs, he may as well just go in and complete the entire trials.
So,
this sacred trial.
I mean, it'd be rude not to, really, wouldn't it?
Maybe people. Maybe
Titus agrees with you.
And then one day,
that, like, clearly this dude wants to immediately go in. He doesn't. He pretends to think about it for a solid 3-4 seconds until he goes, "Wow,
your brother
may as well give it a go. Why not?"
Oh, no matter how much, no one can. And there's no. It's pointless.
Imagining Camper must be close in the top left to finishing the Ochus. There we go. That was actually his last one.
Well,
okay,
yay!
The first encounter right after the
Something had
Ochis has
happened
been
between
terrible a few times.
well,
What's this one?
whatever it
No,
was,
not
it
an
was-
ambush, not a preemptive, no nothing, just immediately run away. And just like that, everybody is away from an Ochu. And frankly, I don't think I've ever been happier.
That wasn't so bad.
Yeah,
For some of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know?
nice for some, but yeah.
So yeah, on Team Choco's screen, Corny's just coming to the end of the trials, so we need to move these spheres about to get rid of the flames. And then once we get rid of those flames, we're able to unlock the final door and then go get a new Aeon
You here to pray for
that
victory too?
we may or may not use in this run.
Pray? Who needs to pray? The Luca goers always win.
I'm just
yeah?
racking my
Well, why
brain
you
right
here?
now.
We've been praying for some competition
Yeah,
this year.
we may or may
So
not
what's your
use in
goal
this run.
time?
Yeah.
It's like the equivalent of putting your Pokemon in the PC box.
It's too bad your best isn't good.
Well, I wouldn't be as yeah, pretty much.
This time we play to win.
Pretty much, if we're being honest.
Play away. Just remember, even kids can play. boy.
We use some of them,
See you in
just
the final.
not all of them. How many do we use?
We'll beat
3?
them.
2.
We have to.
2.
You know that team?
Yeah, we
Oh
Putting
god,
people
I'm getting it
down.
confused with
They're
game
as bad
FAQs
as my
percent.
old
Alright, yeah, I
man.
mean, let's just move on before that
But
thought
Sir Ject was a kind and
lingers any
gentleman.
further.
Well, not my Ject. Even 10 years after he left. Just thinking
I
about
said
my
quickly,
old
get
man
away
got
from
me
game
angry.
FAQs percent.
But maybe that was just my way of keeping.
Anyway.
No, we're just gonna let you linger there, Chris.
No, I'm not explaining game FAQs percent.
Okay, well, Camper's now on the top left has now got onto the Jano fight, so we'll see how his damage rolls go and whether he gets the unlucky 5 fire, whether he gets the expected 4. And in top right on Grayfox's screen, we get an option here to pray with Waka, or we can just stand and watch and laugh at him. It actually makes no difference what we do time-wise, so we just spam the button and go for the first option, which is to pray with him.
So your high and all these, as I recall, quality over. I have need of a
Aeon.
And I thought it was
I
gonna be
only
Fanta
have
that
as
has the soda.
To have so many, even more so, of course.
Is it going to be something like Final
So,
Fantasy
maybe
X Best
You do what.
FF or something? Is that where we're going?
A guardian is someone.
So, like for reference, Camber, you weren't here earlier, but the Veil 4 is currently called Final.
Oh, I see.
So-
I would have preferred Fanta. Final Fanta.
Final Fanta.
Yeah. Pineapple is best. Final Fanta.
Pineapple is best.
I wonder. Final.
But first, the
Very
Today-
specific. Does that exist? Fanta pineapple? Oh god, it does.
Yeah.
It probably
It does.
exists somewhere.
Yeah, apparently it exists in America because I can buy it on American Sweets.
Oh,
But-
sure.
No, can't buy it here. Disaster. I'll never taste this goodness.
I'm told I'm gonna love Grayfox's Ifrit name. Let's take a look. Fanta. Duke one. I forgot about the commercial.
I don't think I saw what Koinu named Ifrit in the bottom left. Did either of you catch it?
Like, fantasy.
then what?
Yeah,
okay.
fantasy. Yeah.
Hey,
That's
So,
what we're
yeah,
talking about. Fanta.
Yeah, so I think it's probably Final Fantasy, but like, is it just Final Fantasy X Best FF, you reckon? That's my guess.
It's not a bad shout.
Hey, what's a big idea?
Oh, never mind, I just read back, I know what it is. Okay, well, I can't spoil it. I won't spoil it, I'll be the hero.
Oh, is it in the
No?
This is
Mario looking?
No, it's nowhere. It's nowhere, especially if you scroll down to the bottom.
only guardian.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
just say it's a good and respectful one.
Yeah, it's a lot more wholesome than I thought it was.
Well,
Yes, that is a word for it, that's for sure.
And Team Choco has exited Killicker Woods.
Okay,
All
so
right.
we talked earlier about Lucas skip, where you
Oh,
skip between F and V. We're now gonna. I absolutely didn't see it for Team Morgan Tonberry. I think I was too busy telling chat to close their eyes to look away from the not flee menu and the chest animation. So I don't know whether they got it. How much is
Just
it?
those bad moments if you miss it in the run.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's such a feels bad man moment.
Right, so how much is there to do once you're on the boat? You wake up, walk in, there's a cutscene with Owaka, where he basically insults you and then asks you to give him money, in one of the more bolder sales strategies I've seen. Unfortunately, we do need to get something from him, but we're not going to give him the money immediately. We're going to give it to him once we're in Luca, because we need to buy a certain weapon that's integral for a free strats, but we'll get on that when we're there.
Do you think the runners will get some jet shot action going?
I don't think so.
I would go as far as saying I will bet my house that Grayfox and Camper definitely won't. I think I can comfortably say that.
Let me send a message real quick to them.
Yeah.
Chris's house is on the on the chopping block, dude.
It's fine.
Get the shot.
He's gonna send you a gingerbread house.
It was done.
Yeah.
You know will be the...
It's fine. I never said who I was betting it against. And joke's on you. I'm betting it against myself.
So what?
I don't think anybody's getting jet shot. So jet shot casually, it can work because you don't know how to bait away defenders.
But when
However, in the speedrun, all it does is make the cutscene afterwards longer, where it otherwise would be shorter. So we just don't want to get it. In any percent, maybe it has its use if you desperately want safety and have no desire to bait out defenders. In No Sphere Grid, it's completely
It's like a backup, right? Yeah.
Basically, because you don't need to win Blitzball.
There was something. That song
You get the 4+ strength. However, in No Sphere Grid, we can't crit it. In 80%, it's pretty integral. You have to do a bunch of stuff that loses you between 3 or 4 minutes. No Sphere Grid, that's fine. You just need another purple sphere. So you pick up the one at the end of Jose High Road, which is maybe like an extra encounter, so like 10 seconds. And you're probably going to spend that 10 seconds if you get the ball 3 times and blitz off, and then score with Walker anyway.
Oh, hot dog.
Hot dog.
I do like it.
For Team Tonberry in the top right. I'm unsure why it's hot dog. Do you two know why?
What did he name his Valor for again?
Oh, good question. That was a while ago now. Bell 5 was Camper, right?
Yeah, Valor 5 was Camper's. Valor 4. Getting that extra level.
Give me a sec, I could tell you. I think he said so earlier.
I thought I had put my feelings for Xanarkin behind me.
I think.
Oh, Yevon. So
Yevon.
few
Okay,
people
yeah.
in chat have
Bell4
just
is Yevon. Yeah,
Yevon,
But they
hot
were
dog.
there, and they grew inside me.
I'm not sure where that's
bigger,
going.
Till I was just about ready to burst.
I'm not sure I am either. Especially now that I've seen the finished product. But it is, after all, about the friends we make along the way and the journey there.
Are you okay?
Okay, as far as good omens go,
I don't know.
I personally like to try and get a matching pair of I'm the Bests when doing the jet shot minigame. By hitting the responses until I get a pair. Team Choco Koinu just got 2 I'm the Bests off the bat, so it's pretty good omen for the run.
Have you ever accidentally got jet shot by trying to go for I'm the best?
No, I always count to 11. I think it's 11 you need to do to succeed. I always get to about 9 and then just chicken out.
I thought it was 9. So this is concerning to me.
I mean, it's not a problem for you, right? Because if you think it's fewer, then you do fewer than. Right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's better to think it's lower than it is than higher than it is.
Yeah, I also will touch on something really quickly. Final Fantasy X, along with most modern I say most modern, almost all Final Fantasies now allow turbo, which is auto fire. So, like, you hold or toggle a button on your controller, and it will match for you. Save your arms, wrists, fingers, hands, that kind of stuff. It's a godsend for cutscenes like the one in the bottom left for Team Choco right now, where there are, I believe, 2 lines you can skip in the entire cutscene, and they're both tiny. And it's always so annoying to like mash those ones in particular, because you never quite remember where they're coming, so you just end up mashing a lot of the thing. It's a disaster. Turbo's wonderful.
Yeah, and Camper top left is just coming to the end of the Kilika Temple, so very shortly we'll have all of our runners out of Kilika and safely on their way to the inaugural tournament of the season.
Alright, one of these runners is going to win Blitzball. Has to. Who do you reckon it's going to be?
I'm gonna go with Team Choco on this one.
Okay.
I'm going with Team Mog. Triple Letty for Team Mog.
Okay, I'll go with Triple Letty for Team Tonberry then.
I will go Triple Graph, Team Choco.
Ideally you want Grav, and then you can just put it on Mark mode, get the ball the next 3 times, and hide behind the goalkeeper, so you don't have to bother playing or anything like that. But yeah, you can't draw. It can't just end 0-0 in a cup tie, so you have to either win or lose. Losing is a lot easier than it is winning.
And it will just continuously go into overtime sessions until a winner is decided.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Camper just named it for Arcanine.
Yeah, and we're about to see, did Team Choco get the skip? We see it after the save prompt.
Oh, Team Choco did get the skip.
Let's go.
Frame 2, let's go.
Oh, good job, okay. So they did get it.
Oh, he had a frame 2 skip?
Yeah, Koinu, we didn't see the skip prompt come back up, so we've been sat here waiting to see if the skip went through.
Yeah, and we're going to be honest, we then missed Team Mogs and Team Tonberry's because we were too busy being delirious about Ochu. So we have no idea whether or not they got it. I'm kind of in suspense a little bit for Team Tonberry right now because they're also very, very close. Just glad that they got it. Generally, when I run in a marathon, I try and get 3 out of 4 skips, and if I get 3 out of 4, I'm happy.
What's the one that you would want to miss the most?
Jiskel skip, because I'm going to miss it anyway. Finger guns.
It just looks pretty tricky.
I am abysmal at Jiskel skip. I couldn't even tell you why. It's damn. What's the one? Do you have one that you like end up missing a lot, Cambo?
Let me think. So we have Luca, we have Plasco, we have Jiskel, and what was the other one?
Guadasalam.
Oh yeah, it's Guadasalam. Yeah.
We're not counting Mihan then.
Oh well, yeah, Mihan is a whole different ball game. But out of those 4, Guadasalam, because sometimes I'll it's on PS2, it's pretty free, but I'll run it on PS2 and go back to HD and then mess it up.
I think Grayfox just intentionally got rid of an I'm the best just to spite me.
Did Camper go into the Ochu deliberately?
Told.
He walked all the way up and then ran away.
Did he actually engage it?
Yeah, and then tried to run away, but the encounter procs anyway. I think that must be deliberate, because otherwise he would have gone back.
It might have been to like avoid ambushes on the way in and way out, possibly.
Oh.
Like he might have just decided to delay one of the Ochus to afterwards to get sort of better exit encounters.
Yeah.
No, he just missed Lord Ochu. Say one last goodbye.
You tried to do a jet shot, right?
I mean, I respect it.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
20 minutes wasn't enough.
How do you know that?
I'm fine without seeing a Lord Ochu for a while.
Sir Jack showed it to me when
I'm
I
going
was
back
a
to the
child.
any. I'm going back to any percent after the relay.
He called it the sublimely magnificent.
Not see a Lord
Jet
Ochu
Shot
for a while.
Mark III.
So in
You know
the bottom
is
left,
no
we're about to be
Mark
introduced
I or
to
Mark II,
a character who is definitely
My old man said the
not
name
a
Mark
bad
III
guy.
was just something to hook the crowd.
No.
He might
He
look
said
like
they'd
a
come
bad
back
guy,
every night
and seem like a
expecting to
bad
see
guy,
Mark I
but
and
don't
Mark
let
II.
appearances deceive you. He's
Man.
not a bad guy.
Yeah, and he may talk like an ad guy,
I used
like a
to
bad guy,
get
and
so mad.
make actions of that of a bad guy.
He talks like an ad guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he talks like an ad guy. He's a nightmare. All his friends call him.
He's just a marketing director.
I don't know.
All his friends call him Barry Scott. It's a nightmare. Really.
Subject was my
It's
father's
spoiled his
guardian.
image for years.
So he's famous here too.
But yeah, he has all the makings of a bad guy.
Word would get around
But don't let that fool you. He's not a bad guy.
But he's not a bad guy. It's just every time he walks into arena, a certain Billie Eilish
would
song
you
plays.
do
Again,
if you found
nightmare
him?
for his image.
Who knows? I
with
thought he died 10 years ago.
Promptly seeing
Well,
Team
probably-
Tonberry,
after everything he put Mom and me through.
whether they got
And because he was famous, I
Lucas
was
Gibb.
always... Well, you should know Yuna. Your father's famous too.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of
Everyone
hoping
in
everyone
Spira
gets
knows
it.
him, right?
Yeah, same.
Ain't it?
It is hard to follow in his footsteps.
But I'm also
as
kind
a
of hoping
summoner.
that everybody gets it.
Sure.
But the honor of having a father
It will
like
never
him
happen, but I would also
surpasses
love
all
someone to get
that,
Jose Skip.
I think.
Well, wasn't
The
much to honor
the infamous
about my
Josie
old
skip
man.
that all
That's for
runners
sure.
stop for.
You shouldn't say that about your father.
It's
got the
really
right.
easy to get
I
once
guess you do.
if you're a TAS after hundreds of attempts. That's all you need.
I didn't think my...
Okay, so
He
again,
never
we're
did,
going to see whether Grayfox
but
got
I
it
couldn't
after
help
the
feeling
save prompt goes
something-
off.
Sure, I had told Waka I'd help.
He got it, very nice. Immediately skips the FMV because you can just mash square if you got it and the FMV goes.
Very nice.
So that's 2 out of 3 runners who've now got Lucas Skip.
More importantly, are we gonna get tutorial skip on the bottom left?
Tutorial, oh yeah, that's one of the more
Yeah.
difficult
big
to
trap.
execute. You have to
Big
remember
trap.
to stop mashing and either press up or B or circle to go to the bottom. Coiny manages tutorial skip.
Oh, nice, nice.
In FF9, if you accidentally proc a tutorial from the Moogles, it's fine because you can just press circle and immediately get out, and you lose maybe like half a second, a second. In this one, you have to play out an entire Blitzball
Yeah,
tutorial.
you have to
And
commit.
it takes so long. You have to swim around. You have to complete a few actions. You can't just quit out.
Does someone want to talk about the special mashing technique on the bottom left here?
The actual special mashing technique. Okay, I can touch upon this a little bit, and then I guess we can get to Stunning Steel. In the bottom left, you'll have just saw that scene ended rather abruptly. Normally, what happens is there's 1 or 2 more lines with Walker and Titus, and then it cuts to Yuna and Lulu laughing. There's I think 3 cutscenes in the game where you can basically mash X or A for a mouse force controller, and then just another button, doesn't matter what. And if you mash them at the same time, you can skip lines of dialogue that you otherwise wouldn't be able to skip.
Right there, goers.
Absolutely no idea why it works. Absolutely no idea. The biggest time save it is on Unalesca. You can skip through a cutscene that otherwise wouldn't be skippable, and it saves like over a minute. It's insane. That one saves like 5 seconds, and then you can save a Maester Micah wave when we go to High Bridge later on, and that's upwards of a second. That one barely saves any time at all. Absolutely no idea why it works though. And I take it by Crimson's silence that he doesn't know either.
No, I don't know that anyone knows. I think
It's just one of those quirks.
Yeah, I think the Unalesca was found by someone by accident. One day they were just like, "Oh, you can skip this text," and then it transpired that it was another case of this 2-button mashing technique, and that's by far, as you said, the one that saves the most time, because I think it's like a dozen or so lines of dialogue, probably more even, that you can skip, and if you just let them play out, it takes quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I remember back in the early days when I ran this game, I had no idea about the Unalesca thing, so I would do a run and someone told me about that, and I was like, I saved a minute just from mashing 2 buttons. So it's just one of those weird quirks that this game has.
Yeah, it's kind of like the FMV skips as well. Those were also found by accident. I don't think anybody was looking for them. It's just a few times in the past an FMV that wasn't supposed to be skippable was skippable, and we didn't know why for a while, and it turns out start square and then press start really quickly again after it, and it shows back up. I stopped running this game for a while. Ironically, I got back into it. Cambo doesn't know this, but I got back into Final Fantasy because of Final Fantasy X because of a comment he made, and it was nothing he meant that was malicious. I had just not run FF10 in a while, and I go to a stream, and someone, I can't remember quite how it happened, but someone in his chat asked who I was, and Cambo responded with, "Oh, this is Chris, he's an FF8 runner." I was like, I've got to come back. I'm known as an FF8 runner at this point. This is a disaster. So I come back. I come back to FF10 and suddenly I have like all of this different time save because of like how long it's been, and like I have the Unalesca time save, this FMV skipping time save.
Blitzball is really.
How dare you, I call you an FF8 runner? Let me show you my roots.
Is Xander?
Damn, it's been so long since I've done FF10. I'm known as an FF8 runner. What a disaster. Also, we just saw Team Mod also got Lucas Skip as well, so that's 3 for 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good to see.
They must be.
Now that I've known the truth, it was totally malicious on my part to call you an FF8 runner.
Oh, that's fair. It was all about the long con to get me back into FF10, wasn't it?
Yeah, and now look, you multiple world records, man. This guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't stop him.
Yeah, man. And now he's gonna go back to FF8 after being called a 10 runner.
Yeah, I've got everything in 10 now.
He's got to give someone else a chance.
Yeah. I got the 10 any % world record and no sphere grid. What's left? May as well go to FF8. I heard their world record's really easy to beat now.
Oh.
That was sarcasm. Someone posted an absolutely obscene run like a few weeks back. I'm just gonna hold my hand up and say that I wasn't flaming FF8 there. I promise.
10-2, what's that? Never heard that.
You've been called out as a 10-2 runner, Chris.
Oh, the slander can only be so much, please.
Who runs Final Fantasy?
I do hundos from time to time. Okay, they're fun. What do you want from me? I try. Oh. Also, just realised how badly I'm sweating. It's like 5 past midnight, and I'm boiling hot. It's a disaster. Okay. Currently drinking Pepsi. Do you think it would be refreshing if I threw it over my face?
No, you have to have pineapple Fanta to do that.
Pineapple Fanta. Oh,
yeah. This run is brought to you by pineapple Fanta.
Yeah. Get the flavour of the tropics over my face. That'll cool me down, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The palm trees in the sun. Like...
I thought we were sponsored by Yevon.
Oh, we're also sponsored by Yevon, yeah. This tour. I mean, relay.
Where in... Yuna's been kidnapped in exchange.
Oh, it looks like bottom left here. It's about to get into the next Machina fights.
Yes. So what we so in any percent, the Machina fights are very much just waltz up, Lulu Thunder, kill him. However, we're gonna go talk to Owaka a little bit earlier than we normally would. Cambo, do you know why we do that?
Oh, I believe it's for a weapon, right?
It is indeed for a weapon. What is the weapon?
I believe it's a stunning steel.
It is indeed. It has a 50% chance of applying slow, because it has slow touch. We're just going to sell pretty much everything we've got. Hope we have enough money. We don't quite have enough money to give Owaka the gil now, so we'll have to give him that later. We'll walk over this chest that will give us 600 gil even.
Koinu did have a... I mean, she almost had 900 gil left at the end of that shop, which is actually a lot. So
yeah,
she's actually in a very good position gil-wise, which means she won't have to worry as much about getting sentry later.
Yeah. And stunning steel is used for extractor, right?
Exactly, yeah. It's about the only way we're able to beat that fight.
It also helps on Garuda after Blitzball, because you slow and it gets like less turns.
Oh, that's something I didn't think of. Yeah.
They will know in advance, hopefully with tracking, what attack they need to hit with in order to apply slow. The seed that I normally manipulate kind of has a tricky setup, because you need like 3 or 4 extra hits after you've done with all of the mandatory ones. And it can be a little awkward, but ultimately it's just like a 50-50 seed. You're just looking for a decent roll. I hope all of the runners have one close-ish. Honestly, I've always equipped the Sonic Steel for these fights, but that might be just because it's my seed specific. You need to like gun through a bunch of rolls at the beginning.
Yeah, I think Koilu mentioned that if because I think she's got the tracker open for this one. I think she mentioned that if the first slow is a success, or will be a success on Extractor, then she's not going to equip it until then, just so she knows that it's a guaranteed first time when she gets there. So I imagine that that's what's happened, and that's why she's decided not to equip it yet.
Yeah, that's fine. Also, just as a result, then I guess also going to let Garuda get a few extra turns, but in the interest of safety and marathon, it's probably the way forward, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, and I mean, the Garuda fight isn't particularly troubling for us, because we have Dark Attack with Waka. So
yeah, so you just blind it, don't let it hit you.
Yeah.
In these Machina fights, for the longest time, we just defended a whole bunch with Titus and Kimari and let Lulu thunder them all down. But it turns out, if during the first and third wave of the third fight, you can attack with Titus and Kimari, and it's actually quicker. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, it's it's due to the fact that the way the turn orders play out, they get just enough turns between Lulu's turns that they're able to sort of kill before Lulu gets a turn. So it works out quite nicely in the way the turn order's structured.
The Aurochs are keeping this.
Bottom left, we're going to see a mention now about referees. It's the first and last time we'll hear of any kind of referee. When you play Blitzball later on, you can do flying kicks in the face of the opponent, chest of the opponent. It's all good. You can poison them, you can silence them, you can do majorly body harm, and there is no referee to stop you. So who knows, maybe that Luca tournament was specifically different.
Could you imagine if that was the standard in real sports? Yeah, you can poison them and then silence them.
Perfect. Just rugby, and you just like lace your fingertips with strychnine or something. Hemlock everywhere.
No one will know.
No, we normally cover our uniforms in hemlock. What's the problem?
So, bottom left, Team Choco is just coming on to the Obliterator fight. So, in this fight, we actually don't want to target the Obliterator himself because he likes to counter with silence attacks, which is bad for us. Instead, we power up this crane, which magically just works, and we use it to damage the guy.
Yeah, this crane has no electricity going through it, so you just give it a few thunder spells and all of a sudden it works.
Yeah, the game pretty much forces your hand to use the crane, because if you attack it physically it'll blind you. As Crimson said, if you use magic it'll silence you. There's no way around it. Grayfox is selling. I don't think he quite has enough money. No, but he does have a lot. It's like 684 left, so I think 200 gil less than Koinu had.
Yeah, still a very good amount.
Yep. So that's not going to be a concern. Grayfox is actually getting the second chest, and it's right picking up the tidal spear. He must not. It's really not like the look of the drops he has coming. Alright. So, a very important thing that we've glossed over until now. You can, from a Blitzerator, you can get a Lightning Steel or a Thunderbolt. Those are two weapons that help immensely in Extractor. I have not seen anybody do anything too janky, so it's either lined up already or very difficult. Yeah, Metal Shield for Koinu. That unfortunately doesn't do anything other than is a bit of gil.
I hope you hurt them.
Yeah, so I think coming back around to the manip stuff we were mentioning earlier, because of the way it works and the fact that you the drops are effectively a string of drops. You can't. Sometimes you just can't really get the drop on a specific enemy to drop, because each weapon or armor, or each drop will either be a weapon or armor, and it'll be for a specific character depending on who's in the party. So sometimes it's just impossible to either get the weapon for Tidus or Walker, or to make it be a weapon instead of an armor. And I'm guessing that's what happened to Koinu there. She just wasn't able to find a drop that lined up that allowed her to get a Lightning Steel or a Thunderbolt.
He's my uncle, but
Yep.
I never
Unfortunately, in
met
some
him.
seeds, it just doesn't line up. There isn't a whole lot you can do about it. The same thing will happen potentially if someone goes to an encounter armor later on. Sometimes it
On
just
my
doesn't line
mother's
up.
side, yes.
Sometimes it's just too
Sid
far
is
away.
my mother's
That's
brother.
the be all and end
He
all of
became
random seeds.
distant after
Yeah,
my
a lot
mother
of what we do with
But she told me
the
to seek him
manipulations
out
is
if
just
I
sort of
ever
trying to
needed help.
nudge things slightly into the right direction. sometimes we just, although we have control, none of the options we get given are any good to us. And that's just the way it goes sometimes.
I gotta tell Waka.
So are you telling me
told
that
you
these
not to
runners
tell
did not soft reset until they got the right seed?
Oh,
No, these are not set seeds. These are random seeds.
Yeah, they also decided to not go with the option of losing hours at the beginning of their run until they got a seed they liked.
Yeah, I mean that's like the best part.
Yeah, I remember a time before Seed Minute where Crimson would just start a run at 10 p.m. and just reset for an hour, and if you didn't get a good seed, then unlucky. Sometimes it'd be like that.
Yeah, those were the less enlightened days.
It's what I affectionately refer to now as the Dark Ages. In order to prepare for this, I did a random seed run, absolutely no tracking, and it's nice that we've moved on. It's nice that we have tracking now. It wasn't a good run, especially not knowing what encounters are coming up. In a run like No Sphere Grid can be like so important.
Hey.
Imagine doing a speed run where you don't know exactly what's going to happen before it happens.
True.
you don't.
Oh wait, that's just FF9.
So Koinu's just making her way in the bottom left, back towards the locker room, and very shortly we'll be doing every Final Fantasy X runner's favourite part of the game.
The credits?
We're playing the
if she's found a warp from the Aurochs locker room to the credits, then,
It's about to debut right now.
I think we've got a new world record on our hands. I think this might even put the cutscene removal world record in a bit of jeopardy.
Hey,
Cutscene world record is 416. So yeah, that would kind of crush it if you got to the nerve. So you can see in the top left that Camper has the Stunning Steel equipped. There are certain different models for weapons. I think Titus attacked, which must means that roll 1 was a bad one. I'm
the
guessing
game starts soon.
2
No time for warm-ups.
is okay,
Ready?
or roll 6 is
Let me
okay
at 'em.
after 4 more marking
All right.
attacks.
I got something to tell you, boys.
I've not seen Grayfox in the top right do
After this game, I'm retired.
any manipping or any weird kills or deaths, so
I promised myself this would be my last tournament. Win or lose, I'm quitting
Either a
Blitzball.
lightning
steel is lined up,
Or it's not.
Yeah,
Since we're here, we might as well
It's
win.
50-50 chance now, right? It either happens or it doesn't.
It either happens or it doesn't. That is how odds work. We are not tracking
I'm warming a bench.
the runs at all.
He's taking my place.
Whatever happens, happens.
All right,
Yeah,
let's win
the
this one.
ride.
as far as we're aware, the runners themselves are tracking, but we decided that tracking 3 runs at the same time might be a bit difficult whilst commentating, so we've opted not to do that.
Floating there on the sphere.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
well,
weren't
Lulu
supposed
has
to
killed
say that.
Blitzerator, so I think it's safe to assume
I'm going to assume a lightning still if he's not gone for the Tidus kill.
You really gave it your all,
I'm going to
didn't
assume
you?
no lightning steel. Generally, you'll kill with Tidus to have a higher chance of getting lightning steel. Metal ring, miles off. That is a unit armor, unfortunately, so there are 2 runs without lightning steel. Lightning steel saves a lot of time over the run, the Sahagins post Blitzball, you can suddenly one-shot them with Lightning Steel, and that becomes a lot nicer, and so does Extractor.
Yeah, so the big 2 times saves, the Sahagins, Tidus is able to one-hit them instead of 2. So it just makes that fight go a lot faster. You also have to use fewer potions, which is more turns saved. And then the Extractor fight, getting a 50% bonus on Tidus's damage just makes the fight go a lot smoother. So if Camper can get it here, then he should save quite a bit of time, especially if it's a Lightning Steel and not a Thunderball. I think I estimated it at about about a minute to a minute and a half it's worth, possibly more. So
I'm going to go with a bit more, but Team Mog did just get a Rod of Lightning from the last set of Arcana. Now, a Rod of Lightning can become huge later on, in the sense that it's an absolutely worthless lightning weapon that you wish you didn't get.
Oh, you can Univol attack within, right?
Exactly, yeah, and Una could also attack from inside Extractor.
That would have been a really fun mechanic, actually.
Yeah,
just attack within.
Well, if Una had like a struggle attack or something, she could like throw items or something.
That would be kind of cool.
I don't know. They could. I feel like they could have done something with that. I mean, she's technically actually in the fight as well.
Oh, let's see the Blitz off here. Oh, and it's a Graph. Wait, isn't that what I predicted?
Yeah, okay. So this is the Graph. We're going to switch to... well, Graph is shooting from half court. Now, this can go in, and it's like, it's not... No, okay.
It's not bad if it goes in, right? So...
Yeah,
it's a good thing if it goes in.
So
because it's no spare grid.
In this run, we actually are not bothered about winning Blitzball because we don't need the Strength Sphere. It is slightly faster if we get a triple Letty to win Blitzball, and then we don't have to pick up a chest later on with a purple spear in it. But I think that the value of a Blitz win here is less than 30 seconds, so it's far less significant than the any percent run. Yeah.
I might even say it's less than that. I mean, it's Blitzball, so it's always going to be super random and super RNG, but sometimes scoring can be a lot more effort than it's worth, depending on the goer's formation. Cambo, did you want to explain what Jasu training is? Because Team Choco appear to be going for a Jasu train.
I do, but real quick, we're gonna see Hamper finish up the run and see if he gets a Lightning Steel or not.
There's no Lightning Steel. It finished with Lulu Magic.
Oh, no, I just saw it now. Yeah. So in Blitzball,
you can still get a Lightning Steel with Lulu finish. If he already had it lined up, it's faster too.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess, but I doubt it. You know what, let's take a look. And the survey says...
Thunderball.
Okay. It's not...
I mean, it doesn't...
good.
So yeah, that doesn't help with...
Sahagins, right?
Sahagins.
Yeah.
Although... I can't remember the exact damage rolls, it might give you like a 50-50 to one hit. Some of them, so it does. I think it does help a little bit, but it's definitely a big help on the Extractor fight, and it will still save quite a bit of time there.
It's not useless compared to the metal rings that we got with the runners.
It's certainly better than any other item except Lightning Steel that you can get off that fight.
Yeah, but in terms of the Jasu train, so in Blitzball, Jasu has the highest speed stat out of all the athletes in Blitzball. So you can just, with proper movement, you can just circle around forever and the goers will never be able to catch up to Jasu. And this is how we kind of drain the clock.
I think he's definitely the fastest in this game, but I think he's slower than the Guado, right?
Yeah,
yeah, but there's no Guados that we... in the speedrun at least.
Interesting.
That's what you think. Wait until we go back for Walker Rails.
Interesting. Interesting trivia. Everybody else on the pitch has a speed stat of 60. Who wants to guess what Jasu's speed stat is?
I have absolutely no idea. Go on, Cambo, take a guess.
61.
What did you guess?
61.
Nah,
Cat's saying 69.
people in chat have got it though. They know what's going on. 69.
Nice.
We got another Grav for Team Choco here.
Looks like it should be a skull for Bixen though.
Depends if Bixen decides he wants to pass.
He did decide to pass.
Here we go.
Bixen
So this is why Blitzball is so unpredictable. Even when you're deliberately trying to lose, the goers control and just decide that they don't want to score today.
Okay, that's gonna go in. There's no way that doesn't go in.
9. Yeah, I guess there was 11. Keeper saved for 6, which is...
That's a good roll for keeper, honestly.
Yeah, maybe the highest amount he's saved ever, but unfortunately there was still 5 lacking, so... yeah, Team Choco is now losing, but that's not a big deal, because you just go grab an extra magic defense sphere later on. So, okay, I was about to talk about this, and luckily Team Choco and Koinu noticed it. Sometimes when you hide behind the goal, Grav can still find you there. It's to do with what ability he equips at level 3. It's like extended range or venom tackle, and I guess he has extended range now on, so found it immediately. Do you know what the actual name of the ability is? Because it's not called extended range.
No, I actually didn't know it was that.
It's elite defense.
Elite defense.
Oh,
there
yeah.
you go. And I mean, obviously, I just described what it does. It extends how far he can see, which is why he's a lot more likely to find you once he's at level 3.
Wait a minute, are you behind the goalie?
Sorry?
He's like, well, are you behind the goalie now? I see. It's not safe.
There's no hiding back there now. Thank you very much. So yeah, Koinu should now be set with Blitzball. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, so now we've conceded a goal. We just want to see a Letty so we can run and hide and not waste any more time with the goers on the ball.
The crowd is screaming for Walker. He is going to substitute in, and we're going to immediately hide behind the goal again and not score. We see for Team Tonberry in the top right, Grayfox gets the ball, immediately switches to manual control and goes to hide with Letty, but one of the strikers has found him. The time doesn't tick when there's a tackle going on, so instead of taking the tackle and hiding behind the goalkeeper, he's just going to Jassy train instead. We did explain what Jassy train was, right? Basically Jassy... Or did we? Or did we only disclose what Jassy's speed was?
No, we explained it, but you can give him that rundown.
Okay, no, cool, if we explained it, it's fine. So yeah, we're just going to Jassy train around a bit. Has he got everyone? No, still missing Dorum, who is the left defender. But Grayfox is not going to have any problem picking up Dorum.
It really was the Oryx and
now
Wonka
all
show
5
after all.
goers are behind Jassy.
I wasn't paying attention, but I take it Grayfox got a Letty.
Yep, he got a Letty,
Yeah.
and then
Nice.
and then a Bix and aggro, so he passed it to Jassy.
And it looks like bottom left we're getting Walker back in for some action. And
He's in. He's not going to have a touch of the ball.
Yeah.
If he does have a touch of the ball, something tragic has gone wrong. You would basically need the goers to start passing around, and then one of the passes gets blocked and lands in Walker's hands somehow. Right, double Letty.
Yep, that's that should be Blitzball more or less done for Koinu now. Unless Grav decides to randomly aggro, she should just be able to sit in the goal now.
Yeah, because as well as elite defense, Grav can sometimes just also find you behind the goalkeeper anyway and aggro onto you. It's much rarer, but I'm pretty sure it can unluckily happen. Doesn't look like that's the case now, though. Oh, no! She's been found. She did notice it immediately.
You can't escape me.
Okay. Yeah. Escape me. Jasu,
this is not a great formation to have to Jasu train out of.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
no.
unfortunately, once you get caught, you don't really have much of an option just to try and pass over all of them.
I think passing over all of them was the correct decision.
Yeah.
She'll probably have to tank a few tackles and a pass, but it should be game over after that.
Yeah, there probably was a way out, but it was really, really tight. You'd have really had to work for that one.
It's just a really awkward formation for Grav to aggro on.
Yeah.
It's really not great.
So, the Oryx lose. Unlucky. GG and go next. Sometimes it happens. Grav gets his second Letty. And curses on
I assume you meant Grayfox in the top right and not Grav.
Yep, that's the pipe that's kicking in right there. Yeah, Grayfox in the top right gets his second blitz off. Straight hiding behind. He does want to find Grav, but Grav is not there. Team Tonberry is just flexing right now.
I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah, swimming around like this doesn't really do anything, but you can't get aggroed from here, so it's whatever.
Yeah, it can get interesting now though, because if the third period has a Grav and the goers decide to troll and not shoot, you can get into some overtime. So you always want to see that. You always want to see that third Letty so that you can win 1-0.
In the top left, we see the absolutely exemplary AI that is the Luca goers sometimes. Grav won the blitz off and then passed to Vixen after the tackle. Vixen was through on goal, had a really easy shot. Instead, decided to pass to who's the left forward for the goals?
Camper's actually doing something very clever here. He's dragged them all back to the goal net so that he can pass. Or shoot rather.
Yeah.
Oh, because that gets it to Grav, I guess.
Yeah. And Grav is choosing to pass again.
Hopefully for Vixen.
The only reason he's in this situation is because they keep passing instead of shooting. Right in front of the goal, still chooses to pass.
Yeah. Oh,
okay, well, at least this time it's to Grav, so they're right there. Grav, right in front of the goal, chooses to shoot. I think this goes in no matter what. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe.
Oh man, keep doing the job.
The sick shot! It goes straight to Jasu!
I don't know what I just watched.
So comically, hilariously unlucky, and in any percent you'd be pogging so hard.
This is the epitome of what you don't want to see.
In any percent, this is the biggest poggies alive. In no sphere, that is the biggest Bible thump you can find. Oh my lord. We've had keeper saving 6 twice earlier on. Earlier on it didn't matter because the shot value was too high, but there it was 6.
This is why every FF and runner dreads Blitzball. The trolling that can commence here.
Oh, what a hero. So, Campus is gonna lick his wounds a little bit off. The second half goes a little nicer. Very brutal. If we look at the bottom left, we're now seeing like why Lightning Steel would be so good. Right now, Walker and Titus both have to attack the same Sahagin for it to die, whereas with a Lightning Steel, Walker can just attack anyone, and then Titus will crit, although, I mean, if you just crit every single one of them.
I haven't been watching too closely, but it looks like Koinu has actually got quite a few crits though, so although not having the Lightning Steel, it looks like it's going pretty well.
Yeah, it's Crit City. Alright, very nice. Already through to Garuda. The good news for Team Mog is that it probably can't get worse than that first half did. That was...
What a consolation! Oh, this is where it could go south on Team Tonberry if they decide to do what they just did to
Oh,
Camper.
brother shooting from center core.
This can be fine. Like, you either save it or you don't, and if you do save it, okay, so it's always saved. Depends who it goes to. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
Okay, so I think that was Grav shooting on Team Mog, and I think Team Tonberry just deliberately gave it away to try and concede the goal. Grav, right in front of the goal, decides to shoot, and I think this is going to get to the goal with 7. It is, and it's a goal. Keeper only manages to save 2, which is a min roll. Can't get lower than that. And they're okay. Everybody is 1-0 down now.
Looks like Tidus is dead on the Garuda fight for bottom left. Not ideal, but it's not terrible. Just means that we need a few more attacks than the other characters to kill the Garuda. So it's a slight time loss, I think.
Okay, and Team Tonberry are done with Blitzball.
This could get very dicey.
I kind of okay, well the miss probably helps. I don't know how many attacks there are away exactly.
Okay, it's done. That was just securing some needed overdrive charge on Waka and Tidus, I think.
We used to overdrive there on Garuda, but because of a quirk we'll get into later with Choco that I accidentally found, we end up now overdriving on Choco instead of Garuda. Actually, taking advantage of a bug, no less.
Good guy Seymour summoning his not so evil Aeon.
No, remember that Seymour is not a bad guy, and that is a perfectly nice, angelic looking Aeon. I mean, if your minions don't look like Void Scent, are you truly a good guy?
Yeah, I
You're really leaving?
I look at the Aeon and it just reminds me about his mother.
Heal up first. Yuna needs me with her now.
I know Grayfox is very good at tracking his crits.
Yeah, but
of which he's had 2 so far. So I expect some like
season just started. Don't make those faces.
Differing decisions like that one there. Waka attacked the Sahagin on the right, and then instead of finishing off the one on the right, he then attacked the one in the middle because he knew Waka was going to crit.
Yeah, so that's a good example of where tracking can allow you to do stuff that you otherwise wouldn't do. Because without knowing Waka's going to crit there, you would attack that Sahagin to finish it off because it's better than the 15% chance or whatever it is to crit the other Sahagin. But if you know it's guaranteed, it's obviously just spread out your damage as best you can.
Yep, and he does a lot of this during Ochu's on a lot of planning out, and this is where he gains time over me generally because I'm too busy jamming out to Agadu. So.
I mean, there's merits to both. Let's be fair.
Yeah, there's merits to both.
So,
I think both are
news on what happened?
acceptable
Not
courses of
really.
action.
We don't know where the fiends came from. Maester Micah is safe and sound, thanks to Maester Seymour. That's about it.
Okay, looks like we got another
Mr.
grab.
Seymour's
So
Aeon.
was that triple
It
grab
was
for
so powerful.
Camper on Team Mog?
I think you might be right, actually.
Yeah, I think so. Because the first half was a disaster.
So we just yeah, we just want to see a
Swallowed by sin, ending up here in Spira, not being able to go back to Xanarkand, everything. I'm telling you, it's all your
Alright, well, he got let it
okay, we got Jasu, so we just Jasu train now, or find a place to hide.
Jasu,
yeah. Jasu train. Let's go.
Choo choo.
Who are you anyway?
All aboard the Jasu
You knew
train
my old
departing
man,
from
didn't you?
Luca Station.
Yeah,
Stopping
And you
at
also knew
every
Yuna's
single
father?
corner
that's correct.
of the sphere.
Hey man, there's no way. That's just
In this
impossible.
circle arena, every single corner.
About it.
Yeah. Well, it's not quite a circle. It has like edges.
Together we defeated sin.
I imagine it's not supposed to,
Then
but
I
it
went
does.
to Xanarkand, where I watched over you, so that one day I could bring you.
Camper is done with Blitzball.
Why did it have to be
I'd
me?
probably be a little upset as spaghetti if I got that Blitzball. Wow,
Is he alive?
that first half might be worth just. Or that bit at the beginning might just be worth highlighting to exemplify just how poorly it can go to newer runners.
I believe they call it marathon luck.
Oh, it's genuinely hard to think of any way it could have gone much worse than it did. Because he had the idea of, like, as Crimson mentioned, bringing them all the way back and then swinging them back to the goal, shooting and letting them have the ball.
It can't be.
And they decided just not to play ball.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it was actually like that bad. Because they kept, because obviously Camper had it in mark mode, they kept swimming into empty space, so they kept like passing it without tanking any tackles, which is really what cost you the most time.
You'll see for yourself.
So it looked bad, but I don't think it was as bad as it looked, honestly. And then the second and third halves were, I mean, it's obviously faster to get letties once you're behind, but it's
I don't care about your stories.
yeah. So Walker just crit for 351, so it does look like he can. 177. So his damage rolls, I think, are about 50-50 to kill a Sahagin here. So whilst not the guaranteed kill that you get with the lightning steel, it's still going to net him a lot of kills that he otherwise wouldn't get.
I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only
Yeah, I
one who
have
can
no
tell me
idea
what's
if he's
going on
tracking, but I did see he deliberately switched targets from the one that Titus was attacking to move on, and then Walker.
I think when you've got the
irritating.
When you've got the Thunderball, the strat is to always attack something new with Walker, and then if he under damages, you use Tidus to finish it off.
Yeah.
Because he's going to one hit quite a lot of things, and anything he doesn't one hit, Tidus finishes off. That's what I tend to go for.
It's all right.
Grayfox has used Power Break on Garuda.
Another status miss avoidance, maybe.
No, I think it's just to let the other two die, and they get less turns and everything goes by quicker because they do half of Oren's damage.
I'm going to offer my services to Yuna. Come.
It could also be that he needed the deaths. For Team Choco, they're running by here and getting to treasure spheres that are very, very important. And we mentioned earlier about getting affection on Oren. It doesn't look like you can speak to him there, but note how Koinu ran up to the back and like ran into him a little bit. You can actually speak to him there, even though it doesn't look like you are, but it will still net you affection regardless, even if it looks like they don't say anything or you're doing nothing. You are getting affection there.
Yeah, I believe the game. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you go on.
As the game considers you trying to attempt to talk to the NPC, I believe, right? And that's why you get the affection.
You think he's?
Yeah, I think like Auron there is a valid target to talk to. He just has no response, so he just continues walking. And the game then gives you affection because you talk to him on the screen. This Sahagins is actually going really well for Camber. He's got quite a few crits, and obviously the Thunderball is helping him out a lot. He's also had a lot of high rolls on those Thunderball hits, so he's he's just switched to the stunning still. So yeah, that was a very good Sahagins. I think that probably caught him up a decent chunk of time.
My father. Thank you, Sir Auron. You're welcome to join us.
And we have a somewhat infamous scene coming up.
He comes too.
Ah, yes, that scene.
Hi, guys.
That scene.
Howdy.
This one, I promise.
It was written to be like embarrassing and a little cringe, and it certainly achieved that.
Can't say.
As a result, is embarrassing and a little cringe. We were having a chat earlier on, and I think we agreed that I was gonna
I'm looking forward to it.
deafen myself, and Cambosteve was actually going to give his best, loudest laughing impression
you
for
what
you all in chat. So I can't wait for that. I'll be listening to the stream. Campo has a wonderful laughing voice, so like just encourage him, tell him he can do it. I believe in you all. And right.
I don't think you're getting out of this, Chris.
Good job, Cambo. I believe in you.
You sound sad.
Hey, look, my food delivery's here. I gotta step away from the mic real quick.
I really don't think
I see how it is, guys.
You know what? It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know.
Oh man, he actually did deafen himself.
I know it's hard.
Yeah.
Prison, are we doing this?
I think we're doing it.
All right. Okay, I'm with you, buddy.
I'm probably going to annoy some people in my building, but we're doing it.
Right.
Okay.
Now let's see what you can do.
I'm going on your cue.
Come on.
This is
Here we go.
Next,
Here we go.
What? Come on, show me.
Ah ha 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 ha.
You probably should.
Ah ha 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 ha.
Oh,
I'm glad we did that.
I feel my dignity fading away.
Too funny.
It was your idea.
It was a beautiful chat. We were all here.
We were all here, yes, and I'm very proud of you both.
That's all right, Chris. There's two more opportunities for you to
be full of laughter.
For you to laugh and enjoy yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll find a way to weasel my way out of those as well.
We should get separated.
Can I request management to permanently have Chris
I'll come running.
laugh on this scene?
Oh yeah, sure. Hang on, I can ask management real quick. Hang on.
Wait a minute, Chris is management.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm asking this ChrisTenarium for. No, he says Chris is exempt. So
Surely, management decisions of such a nature are done by popular decision.
No, this is not
unilateral decision from you.
Sorry.
It's not a democracy. Sorry, I just get to decide, and what I say goes. Unlucky, it happens.
And Guardians, don't forget to smile.
We're not playing the other laughs, right?
Question mark?
Hang on, just gonna ask real quick.
Oh, you aren't you part of management?
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I don't have control of sound at the minute.
Well, we're on Mihan High Road now with Koinu, and I don't know if we're gonna go for the fabled Mihan skip.
I don't think Koinu will go for it, but I think Camper might. At least I don't think I've seen Koinu go for it. I don't think Grayfox does.
I don't think Grayfox goes for it. I don't know about Koinu, but I suspect Camper might have a go.
Mihan is one of the fabled toughest skips in the game because of the setup.
Yeah, whilst we have one here, Team Choco found a bomb. Kimura is going to last it for self-destruct. That'll become important. Not as important in no sphere grid, but it definitely helps make up damage.
Yeah, that damage is very useful for the Sinspawn GUI fight more than anything, but it is used at the very end of the run as well.
Correct. A terrible test compared to Sid.
But I believe humans.
A good reply. Where are my men?
Now we're just being introduced to Spiro's #1 scholar, Mation.
My travels have taken
Mr. Wikipedia himself.
Exactly.
They are counting.
And now we'll see if, based on the line, I'm guessing Koinu's just going straight into the cutscene.
Yeah, that is a very, very straight line. I think.
Oh no, they encounter stop.
I think if you're going to do Mihan skip, you do a bit further off to the left.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, straight.
That was actually a very late encounter, so we might see we might only see one more encounter, which will be good.
I guess I'll explain a little bit about how skips work. Because I think we've touched how the other kind of skip works. There's a weird interaction in this game where if you're in one cutscene and then get placed into another or pushed into another or somehow get into another cutscene, you get free movement all of a sudden.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
So
I really don't think
you
that's gonna
speak
help
to the man in blue who's walking up to you, and then at the same time you walk forward and then just keep trying to talk to him.
It's
and if
embarrassing
you get
to
it
say
right,
this
you
myself,
activate
but
speaking
summoners
to
and
him
their
at the same time as you do
are kind of like
triggering
Spirit's
the
ray
Choco
of light.
Knights cutscene.
A lot of
And then
people
you
in
can just
Spirit depend on
walks
us.
your way to the exit. I don't
I learned
think Mihan skip saves
to
that much
practice
time though. I
smiling.
think it's 30 seconds.
When I'm
Yeah, it's
feeling
around
sad,
30
you know.
seconds. And Koinu just picked up the Hunter's Spear off of the man in blue, which is a very useful item that we make very good use of
Now, let's
and
see what you can do.
sell it at the best first opportunity.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's just money to us. He's like, here, have this gift, it'll help you. And we're like, ka-ching.
Yeah, it's just dollar signs as soon as you get it. It's you can sell it for 3,937 gil, I believe. I'm really worried that something I said privately is about to be
This is weird.
about to be called out on my bluff.
Next, try laughing out loud.
I think it is, Chris.
Come on, show me.
Because there's another certain scene coming up.
Yeah, I kind of said I'd laugh if Seraph did as well, and I can't help but notice that he just joined the call. I said that on the premise, assuming he would say no.
It's a very bold assumption.
Sarah starts with C, so he has to be here.
Probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
Wow.
Ha 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 ha.
I didn't hear Seraph laughing, so I don't have to. That's how this works.
Oh, I heard.
What are you doing? A ventriloquist impression of the world's quietest puppet? What was that?
Listen, Chris, round 3's coming up, and
I think we can all
I helped
put
my end of the deal.
on round 3.
Too funny.
Here we go.
Your idea.
Oh, how long is round 3?
In a couple of minutes, I think.
Okay.
I want my
Alright,
journey
I mean, I can do
to
that
be
for
full
sure.
of laughter.
Quick thing. Obviously, you guys know that I do some handyman stuff. Have to go and change a light bulb now.
Just whistle.
Just got asked to
I'll
do that.
come
It's
then.
going to take about a few minutes.
I promise.
Yeah, I mean, I somehow don't believe you, Chris. I suspect that everyone is in bed
No,
in your household.
No, I get jobs all the
let's
time at
go.
1 a.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm being called out.
Yeah, you're being called out to laugh.
What are you looking at?
Oh wait. Okay.
We were just worried you guys
I
might
saw
go crazy.
Titus die on the bottom left, and I thought we had a
Sorry.
game over for a sec.
Well then,
No,
Now,
Walker and Kamari
we will
escaped.
go to the temple at Jose. And Guardians, don't forget to smile.
Oh god, are we actually doing this? Ugh. Alright, come on, Sarah, I'll meet you.
But summoners and their guardians
Silly microphone.
are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in
Just
Spira
bear in mind it's
depend
1
on
a.m. I
us.
can't do this too loudly.
I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know.
But you complained when I did it quietly, so I think you're on your own this time.
Yeah, but you live by
I know
yourself.
it's hard.
That's not true.
Isn't it?
No. But it is true
Oh.
that my flatmate isn't here right now, so...
Okay, cool. So you're by yourself. You have no excuse.
Right. Now let's see what you can do.
Huh?
Come on.
Alright, come on then. For the record, during my own streams and runs, I never laugh here. I just take off my headphones and walk off. I've not done this in years.
This is weird.
It's not that difficult, Chris. It's
Try
2
laughing
syllables. It's ah
What?
and ha.
Come on.
Chris
show
hasn't
me.
laughed.
No, I've not laughed in years, Corey.
Okay, Chris,
You must
I know
remember
you-
that I speak Spanish. This is English laughing. Ah ha 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 ha.
Ah ha 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 ha.
You
Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha.
You hear the ritual in his voice.
Alright, there we go.
I enjoyed how much Chris
It
hated
was
that.
your idea.
Yeah, I think I sounded like a crow dying. It's as close as you're gonna get to a real thing.
Thank you.
In the top right, we see Grayfox go for Mihan. Skip. Let's see if he gets it.
To be full of laughter.
I think that might be too far forward. Oh no.
I don't think it's far enough forward.
Yeah, no, it was nowhere near. He was just getting the NP. He
we
was getting
should
the
get
Hunter Spear
separated,
before
just whistle.
the cutscene.
I'll come running. I promise.
Alright, well, I should know better than to dare Sereth to do something, because historically he just does the thing. So, I should have known better.
Let's go.
I only have myself to blame.
I was about to say, and now we're on to Choco Eater, and then I remembered that, no, there's a cutscene here that I haven't seen in so long, because I've only played cutscene remover.
Well then, alright.
Yeah,
Now, we
Yeah.
will go to the temple at Jose.
So in FF10 there's a cutscene
And
remover
Guardians,
made
don't forget
by the
to
speedrunning
smile.
community for speedrunning with, and it's so nice. A lot of us just end up, even when running with cutscenes, we still like do the buffers as if all of the cutscene was skipped. It's kind of a disaster. Like, brilliant for cutscene remover, terrible for when you go back to doing cutscenes again. Who's the audio on? It's on Tom still. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I believe a camper calls this the visual novel version of the one.
Visual novel version. Yeah, after a while you just get spoiled by a cutscene remover, because suddenly like an 840 run gets chopped down to 310. And you say 5.5 hours and you just do like the 3 or so hours of gameplay. And, oh boy. Occasionally it's nice, but I'm not sure I could ever grind out the category again.
I'll be right back.
There is a thing we're seeing with Team Morgan Camper just now that with Titus and Yuna in your party, Yuna can outspeed Titus occasionally.
A good reply.
It kind of
Where are
sucks
my
every time it happens, because if you're just sat there absent-mindedly, like turboing your way to try and flee, suddenly before you know it, you've summoned Baleful.
Fragile smile. They are counting.
I've seen.
Yeah, because of that outspeed rate.
Yeah, because of the outspeed, and yeah, Yuna is on summon.
It's actually one of the few times that you're thankful for the menu delay in the PC version, because like you go into the summon menu, and because of that delay you haven't actually summoned Valifor, and you can just exit back out, whereas on the PS2 version with the snappy menus you'd have already summoned Valifor.
Thank you.
So that's one benefit of an otherwise annoying feature. I also noticed that Camper, I'm not sure if he just accidentally ran over the trigger line, or it looked like he was on the line to try and set up for the Mihan skip, but it didn't look like he
Oh, on my end it just looked like he sprinted into it.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether he'd just gone straight past or whether he'd just missed the spot.
Yeah, I don't think any of the runners went for Mihan skip. It's can be a lot of time investment.
Yeah, I mean it's
anyway.
I think there's very few people who actually go for it on PC because of how much more difficult it is to actually hit.
Yeah, because the amount the proximity you need to be to speak to some of these NPCs is drastically, well, not drastically, but
it's
pretty heavily decreased.
Yeah, so the on the PS2 version, the hitbox for the guy is huge, so you can just talk to him quite early, and then what you need to do is once the cutscene starts, you mash confirm, and you hope that you talk to him again, and then by talking to him again, once you release that dialogue, the game gives you back control, and then you're able to walk around during the cutscene, and it saves about 30 seconds on PC. It saves a bit more on PS2 because you're also able to skip the encounters on PS2, which you can't on the PC version. But it's not the it's not the be all and end all, and it's certainly not worth trying to set up for if you're not confident in doing it, because you probably waste about 10 seconds setting up for it.
Yeah.
It's this is the same reason why Wild Salam Skip has a different setup between versions, because of how the hitboxes work between HD and PS2.
Yeah.
Yeah, they work somewhat differently. Yeah. So, everyone ultimately did the Mihen skip, I think is what it's currently referred to when you don't bother going for it, you just dash into the cutscene. But it's the Mihen skip.
I had to make sure.
Yeah, supposedly Loftus claims that it's a bit easier now that we can turbo, which I can fully appreciate is probably true, but I think it's still quite difficult and requires a very precise setup.
Yeah, pretty much. It's still pretty difficult, and it's still a bit of a 50-50. It's one of those things you get in your PB,
and then you're sad every time you try and run against your PB.
Oh,
yeah.
I am
one of those things you really don't want to run against.
It means
That's why you retire when you get it.
if you are
Yeah.
finding them and here, let me give. Although you might want. Yeah, I.
That's a.
Oh.
All right, it's Chocobo time.
Munch, munch, munch.
To the
yeah, so bottom left screen, Team Choco is about to start the Choco Eater fight. This fight has 3 outcomes, and it has sort of a mechanic where you can drive the Choco Eater back, or he can drive you back. For us, we just let him push us because it's the fastest way to finish the fight. We just defend. Although we might see a spiral cut here, and we'll talk about that if it happens. Yeah, but that you're next is actually going to mean that Koinu won't get the overdrive back. Although Koinu will get most of the overdrive back because he'll get punched for 1,000. So we'll see if this happens in one of the other 2 Chocobo Eaters. But what we tried to do here, and this is actually quite a recent development, is there's a strange quirk with this fight where if a character dies when they're on the edge of being pushed off, they get their overdrive reset to what it was at the start of the fight, after the fight. So if we use Tidus's overdrive and then he gets pushed back to the edge and then killed on the edge, he'll then get his overdrive back after the fight, which effectively gives us a free overdrive usage. And we need to fit in 10 spiral cuts before the Seymour Flux fight, so that we can get Tidus's second overdrive, which is Slice and Dice, which allows us to amp up our damage output later in the game.
Oh, dude, that's so high IQ. I didn't even think about using that as an advantage.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember. I think Chris discovered it by accident, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like we always knew that was how that mechanic worked, but it just happened to Chris by accident in one of his runs, and then we were like, "Oh, I guess that's a thing now."
So the way we thought it worked until then is that any overdrive charge you got, if you then died, you wouldn't get. But as it turns out, that isn't quite true, because it just resets your overdrive to what it was before, instead of taking away the overdrive you had. It's just, we've never overdrived Chocobo Eater beforehand. We used to do the one at the end of Blitzball after all of the Sahagins, but I didn't have overdrive for that, so I went, well, shrug, it's fine. I'll have it by Extractor again, probably, if I just overdrive Chocobo Eater. Titus died, and then I realized in the next encounter that suddenly Titus's overdrive was full. And I just kind of had like a light bulb switch moment in my head. I was like, wait, hang on. I think I know what happened here.
Live and let live.
But in terms of like discovering it, pure accident.
We used to use that overdrive on the Garuda fight after Blitzball, but now we save it up for this fight because it gives us an opportunity to get more a free overdrive, which obviously we want to pack as many in as we can before Gagazet. It's quite a big benefit. Koinu got unlucky that Tidus got killed before the Choco pushed, but she got quite a lot of overdrive back anyway because he got hit with the more powerful of the 2 attacks that he can do.
Yeah.
So I think she got about 60% of a bar back anyway. So it's not bad.
This is the
ideally, I think in a perfect scenario, by the time you get to Gagazet and you need to spiral cut, I think you will have used 7 spiral cuts.
Yeah, I think 7's quite common. If you get really lucky, I think you can get 8. And if you get very lucky, you can have the 9th charged by Defender X. But yeah, normally about 7 and then we just need to charge a few extra before we do the Flux fight.
Yeah, I think the most I've ever had is 7. But it is nice to have Slice and Dice unlocked by the time you before you get to once in Gagazet. He's like, I don't know, 60% of the way through. Once you get to the point where you can just flee from everything, it's very nice.
Yeah, the faster you can get your encounters done on Gagazet, you just save so much time. Because then you're able to just run through and run away from everything that you don't want to fight.
Yeah, we've tried to find a way to make it quicker, but unfortunately, you can proc simulation encounters in this game by opening up terminals and going into like tutorial encounters. But unfortunately, if you use spiral cut on those, it doesn't count as a spiral cut used. You can charge overdrives, but it's not as good. It's probably just better to use them naturally as you go along.
Yeah, none of the options for charging are particularly great. I think Grayfox does something slightly different in the cave, and we might see that if he goes for the no encounter armor. But I won't talk about that unless it happens.
FF10's about trying to do as many things passively as you can as you go through the run.
There's one thing I don't know about. If mysterious person goes for no encounter armor, whoever they may be.
Yeah, mysterious person.
Yeah, and gets it. Will that be the first time someone's got no encounter armor in a marathon setting? Because it was tried at GDQ, but they didn't get it. Has anybody else got it? Will it be a
I honestly don't remember.
I think it might be.
Most interested in.
All right, so top right now we're going to see Grayfox taking on the Choco Eater, and we'll see if he gets any luckier with trying to abuse this mechanic. So we start with Spiral Cut, and then we see what Choco Eater does. Oh, you're next Tidus as well.
Both the Crusaders and
unlucky, but that's like 50-55% of overdrive back. That's not.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly the same outcome that Koinu got, so it's pretty good.
You almost always have the overdrive back by Extractor.
Oh yeah.
For the first time.
You'd be.
But you know.
You'll be very unlucky if Tidus doesn't get hit at all between now and that point. Grayfox switching to Kamari just for a bit of safety. And then the final push. And that's Choco.
Bottom left, we're going for the Classical skip on Team Choco.
I think they failed it.
Oh, yeah, they...
Yeah, they didn't get far enough. So, ideally, you want to like wedge yourself between the wall and the back soldier. But they weren't far enough in and couldn't speak to the below guard, and then the below guard just ran off. In real time, that doesn't save a lot of time now, because ultimately the cutscene you end up skipping is not actually that long at all. Where this does save a lot of time is there is a cutscene once you get to the precipice of Mushroom Rock Road, the above bit, where Waka goes up and kicks a cannon. That cutscene is for some reason skipped if you do that classical skip.
Yeah.
We've said this a lot. Don't know why that happens. I'm guessing it's to do with like
it doesn't set off a flag or something.
Yeah, it's to do with the way the game handles the story progression, and it just doesn't set the right story value. I think that the game needs to trigger that cutscene, so you just don't see it.
That's it. I did say before.
Looks like.
Oh, go on.
Looks like Grayfox top right is having an interesting fight with some dual horns.
Yeah, dual horns have some very scary encounters, because they can basically one-shot Tidus from full health, and they can outspeed you.
And we're going to see if Camper top left can get the good luck with the... Because that's a good start, so Tidus didn't get punched. So now we want to see a push.
Okay, so now you can start attacking Tidus.
So I'm not sure what the strat is here. Oh, he's not attacking.
No, I guess he's just not trying to refill the overdrive at all.
No, I guess not.
Alright, well, disaster.
Oh,
we don't get to see the strat. Feels bad, man.
I think the way that I thought was best to do this was, in my head, I don't know how people actually do it, was to use Waka and Lulu, because obviously Waka's guaranteed to hit Tidus, and then Lulu can do magic for like 200 and something damage.
Yeah.
And she can't miss.
But if Waka's taken a bit of damage, you do risk potentially dying, depending on how bad it gets, because Lulu sat there with 380.
Yeah, I guess maybe in a relay setting that's a bit risky to go for.
Yeah.
In a marathon setting, so I certainly don't think it was the wrong decision to play it safe. And Camper there in the top left as well paid Awaka, or invested 1100 gil in Awaka. This is the last opportunity we get to do this, and then once we get to Mushroom Rock Road, depending on how much money we've lent him up to this point, he'll give us a discount on his items. So, and 1001, between 1001 and 9999 is the best sort of value bracket that we can go for. So by paying him 1100 gil, I think we save like, is it like 7,000 or 8,000 on a weapon when we buy it off him?
I think it's the higher end of like 17 grand, right? It's like 17,900 or something.
And then it comes down to like 10,890. So it's like about 7,000 you save by investing 1,100. So a pretty good investment, honestly.
Yeah. And did you say what the weapon did?
Nope. Do you want to cover that?
I mean, very simply, it's an Oran weapon that has. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, Team Mold look like they're in a bit of a tizzy there, but Titus wasn't in the party. The weapon is one for Oran. It's called Sentry, and it has initiative on it. Now, what initiative does is it stops ambushes. Now, as you can imagine, we don't have any grid done at all. Any grid. We haven't even opened the grid.
That's got nothing.
Shush chat. But we went through this earlier. Because of that, we don't have any speed. We don't have first strike, so we don't have health, anything. Ambushes can be very, 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 very dangerous. So being able to just buy a weapon that eliminates them all is pretty king.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oran will be in the party from then on until we talk to Owaka again to get a first strike weapon.
We're about to see Team Tonberry try Clasco skin. It's going to happen like immediately after this cutscene. Also, just take a second to remind yourself that Seymour is a good guy. He's not a bad guy.
I mean, he let us pass the.
Just doing. Yeah, he's just being a bro. He's letting us past. Ignore the theme. The theme is happy, probably.
Don't. It might be a hopeless, but the Crusade.
do you want
They want to.
to talk about the setup to this one, Steve?
For a Clasco skip?
Yeah. And what we're trying to achieve.
So pretty much we want to wedge ourselves between this soldier and the wall here, and then while we do that we want to talk to this other soldier who's kind of just with the green pants, and the idea is this NPC is going to push us past the checkpoint, not the checkpoint but the cutscene where Clasco comes in, and if you let go you're able to walk during this cutscene. Yeah.
Yep. No.
Yeah, so a really interesting. Oh, that's not amazing.
Okay, you got the escape there. We're good.
Yeah. So what's really interesting there is the hitboxes of the three guards are very, very weird. We actually talked to the guard, the Crusader on the bottom by pointing ourselves down and right. Because the hitbox sort of extends weirdly out to the right.
I had heard from Seymour,
it's very weird, but it's very
actually
very convenient for us that does happen, because it allows us to set up that situation where we've got one NPC pushing us and one NPC talking to us.
That's when Keenock, one of the four maesters of
And as Chris said earlier, it doesn't save that much time on that cutscene, but the real time saves is the second cutscene when you're just finished with Mushroom Rock Road, and Grayfox going back down the elevator. Probably turbo issues.
I think we can blame Turbo for that one. Yeah.
We don't have time for this now, do we?
It deloads the Waka kicking the cannon cutscene.
We'll just let them dream a
little.
Saves him breaking his foot.
What?
Yeah. It also deloads what's her name? The Chocobo Knight rider in Mushroom Rock Road.
Yeah, I think.
A lot has happened.
I forgot her name.
There's
the red hair.
Lucille.
Lucille, yeah.
Yeah, you got Lucille. You got Lucille who sort of runs through the ravine, and then you've got Elmer at the end, and both of them are not here because the story progression value hasn't advanced enough for them to appear.
It is time at last.
And it's the same thing that causes that. That causes the cannon scene to not trigger. An interesting thing about Mushroom Rock Road, for anyone who's seen an any percent run of this game, is in any percent it's actually quite a tough part of the run. A lot of newer runners struggle with this for a while in understanding what we need to do. In this run, we just run through and do basically nothing. Open a couple of chests.
I remember
It's so nice.
And
sin is
it's much easier.
We're seeing Camper.
Yeah,
he's got it.
That looks like good setup to me.
Yeah, I don't.
That's textbook execution right there.
Yeah, perfect. Goes to go. In the bottom left, we're about to fight Sin Spawn Gooey. Do you want to take that one, Crimson?
Yeah, so this is quite an interesting fight. So, we start with the Tidus Yuna Walker party simply because they're the 3 fastest members, so they get their tunes the soonest. We want to switch out to Auron immediately. Yuna's going to swap her weapon, and that's just a bit of turn fixing. We're now going to get Auron in for the power break, and this sort of this halves the damage that Gooey's going to do, and Gooey hits like an absolute truck, so we really need that to come off. We're going to self-destruct with Kamari, which does a nice chunk of damage, and then finally we are going to summon Valifor, and we will hopefully kill with an energy blast, followed by a few thunders and then another energy blast.
I remember when I ran No Spear Grid, and I had the best luck where.
I remember that. Like, dodged like 4 times in a row.
Yeah, the impossible dodges.
A miss there is really good because we want to miss one of Gooey's first 2 attacks, not including the Demi, obviously, because this allows us to get a couple more thunders off before we get down to a sort of a health range that we need to use our overdrive. So it just makes this fight a lot smoother by getting one of those dodges.
Unfortunately, the first roll is 4482, which isn't brilliant. Going for a third thunder.
I think you want 3 to 4 thunders before the overdrive. This should be.
You should check how many.
Well, it's because he attacks. It's guaranteed to be Demi next, so it's safe.
Every time you physically attack,
and four thunders is a guaranteed kill, so. That is a good Gooey fight. He can troll you here, in a very similar way to the way he can troll you in the any percent run, but Coin, you got through that very cleanly, so very nice for Team Choco. So yeah, if Sin Spawn Gooey hits you twice there, then you end up on a very low amount of HP, and you end up in a position where if he attacks you, Valifor's going to die, and you don't get that second overdrive off. So sometimes we have to use that second overdrive early, and that can mean that we don't quite kill him, in which case normally a thunder from Lulu is enough to finish it off. But most of the time, Valifor should get the killing blow.
We didn't mention Team Tonberry, but Team Mog, you'll catch it. You'll see that we walk through this cutscene, and Waka does not do his picking the cannon thing. This is what the time save comes from, classical skip.
We see in the bottom left, Team Choco are going to go into the second part soon of the Sin Spawn Gooey fight. However, we have Seymour for it, so it's considerably easier.
Yeah, Seymour's helping us out here because he's not a bad guy.
He's not a bad guy. This is true. He's the good guy. He's going to help us. There is a strat where instead of defending and giving Yuna and Auron more turns, because they don't need AP, you can just attack them with themselves.
Yeah, so it's slightly faster, I think, to have them attack themselves.
Yeah, it is.
because although the attack animation is ever so slightly longer than the defend animation, because it takes up more time, they end up having fewer turns, and that actually is a bit faster.
Okay, Koinu does know the strat. Immediately start attacking yourself.
Auron's more likely to kill himself than Yuna is, just because Yuna's very good at dodging her own attacks. So Yuna will probably miss herself every time.
Yeah.
But yeah, we only need the damage from Seymour for this fight, because his damage is far greater than anything any of our party can put out.
Oh god, Seymour.
Little Sean Gill.
The Sean Gill. Okay. They sold 2 high potions, that could be a lot worse. I've sold all of my high potions in order to avoid Sentry once. Absolutely would not recommend. It was very, 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 very bad.
Yeah, that's not great, but I think high potion, as long as you've got some high potions, we should be good.
Only 2, and then you'll buy some more later on.
Yeah, I think Camper can always make up for it by buying a few extra later if needed. We do buy some at Macalania Temple, so if he's feeling like he wants to buy a few extra there, I think Gil's not a problem by that point. So now we get to see how Team Tonberry fare in this Sinspawn GUI fight first stage.
I will have imagined that Grayfox knows where his damage is. The fastest fight you can get is Summon Veil for Energy Blast, Thunder, Thunder, Energy Blast.
Yeah, I mean the main thing here is whether GUI hits you.
Yeah.
He may be tracking enemy attacks, but it's quite a lot to track, so he may not.
Yeah, and it changes depending on what encounter you're on. It's a whole thing.
Yeah, it's quite enemy attacks is very difficult to track. Very easy to get wrong.
4,500, which is a middling roll.
Yeah, that's slightly above average. It's a decent roll.
Is it not 4,200 to 4,800?
Something like that. What? But yeah, he got the dodge straight away, so that's fine.
Still above 327, so you can just stand up for a third time here and check what the hell's that.
Yeah, as long as you get at least 1 dodge on the first 2 attacks, normally it's perfectly fine. Like, you don't have to do any shield shenanigans.
The energy blast after 3 thunders are not looking, so...
Yeah, I guess either he knows or he's just gambling on it, but knowing Grayfox, he knows.
I'm gonna guess Grayfox here, yeah. 4,675 is a pretty chunky roll.
Stand back! I'll summon!
You won't.
So that is 2 runners now.
Your powers are still too weak.
But I must do something.
With GUI.
Yeah, this run's pretty close between the 3 teams.
Yep, and Grayfox and Camper are closing in as well. Dare I say we may see all runners pretty close soon. I probably will have left by the time we're there. But it is about the friends we make.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere around
I have no idea what.
Maybe Seymour or something was.
Maybe I was
if the gaps keep closing up as they are, we might see.
Wait until every though.
Whoa. Oh. Don't tease me.
Oh man, such a good fight.
Alright, well, Grayfox just said in chat that he doesn't condone gambling, so I think it's safe to assume that he did know the rolls in advance. Oh, something we didn't mention, in the FMVs after Sinspawn GUI, there is an FMV where the Albed try and use Machina to kill Sin by firing like a massive ray, and then Sin just destroys the tower. You can use the FMV buffer that we talked about earlier to skip the next unskippable FMV. However, if you use it on the next one, it will crash, well, it will soft lock your game. And the Riku one you can use it on, I think it crashes as well, but that one's 15 seconds. However, there is a 2 or 3 minute one you can use in Guado Salam instead, and that one doesn't crash your game. It's nice and safe. We are seeing a bit of GUI trolling for Team Mog. Belfour went
Yeah,
down
but I think that's
below
the
a
fourth
threshold.
thunder now, so we should be good.
Yeah, but we went below a certain threshold, so you just shield until GUI physically attacks. As we said earlier, it always follows up a physical attack with a demi, so you can just thunder then and have no spot of dying, and then energy blast and kill. So that's all 3 runners have gotten past Sinspawn GUI safely.
How many?
Which is a good thing, because it can
People die and Yuna dances.
potentially a bit of a scary fight.
When will she stop dancing? When will it stop?
Yeah, I'd say that's one of the
Yuna won't stop dancing. Not until Sin is gone.
more nuanced fights in the run.
Those were my thoughts then.
Depending on what happens with the GUI hits.
I see.
Yeah, the most nuanced fight in this run is probably Everett, but you know, we'll talk about that when we get there. But that fight is a treat. Hard, but a treat.
Sin had.
So, mostly going through the aftermath of GUI right now.
What do
other than
those
Team Mog,
who turn
who is
the past
getting Sinspawn GUI Part 2. A bunch of Crusaders have been excommunicated because they used Forbidden Marketer and sided with the Albed.
But now, more than ever, you... Anyone else?
But we still send the Fallen, and then walk our way to Jose High Road with a smile on our face. Jose High Road is particularly important because you can get an overdrive for Kimari off the Basilisk called Stone Breath.
I understand.
Which will help us through a section later on, but ultimately all it does, it's an AoE Petrify, and it's
Yuna,
very, very good.
Take me as your pillar of strength.
Seymour being a really nice guy, asking Yuna
Lord Zayon
to have him be her pillar of strength.
Yeah.
What a good guy.
Yeah, like a platonic pillar of strength.
Yeah. It's pure, good, wholesome intentions.
Yeah. But that doesn't...
Almost has no health.
So we killed all those people just for a chance
Oh
to see
no, wait, Yuna going for the kill on Seymour.
Yuna's dead, that's actually very good. That's going to be a bit of time save.
Yuna's just trying to get ahead of herself on the story.
As long as he wants
doing Seymour already.
Yeah, she already knows what's gonna happen.
No, Seymour's a good guy.
Yeah, Seymour's a good guy. Sorry, no.
Even Oren's going for it.
He's a good guy. He's not a bad guy. Can Seymour die if Oren hits enough and then GUI hits Seymour?
I was worried that Seymour, that Oren might crit or something.
I was gonna say next attack.
Next attack, I think Oren crit will. Next attack, Oren crit will kill Seymour.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's over now.
If that miss was a crit, Seymour dies earlier, but that's... We're talking some pretty unlikely, comically rare odds.
In dark times, she must
So that's the first time Team Choco Kimura is actually talking. We're having a chat. He's just kind of been silent and hostile to us until now.
We should help.
If we worry, She tries harder.
This place used to be a lot more awkward until, again, tracking, and then we can see what encounters we have. This area is actually split up into 2 different encounter tables, the back half and the front half.
Try too.
Smile, let me see.
Sometimes there's no basilisk to be found, but generally you'll get 2 encounters on the front half and then 3 encounters on the back half, and if your 3rd encounter on the front half is a basilisk and you can't find it anywhere, it is worth just running around circles in the first half.
Yeah, so we talked to this first Crusader here to pick up a soft ring. That is a stoneproof armor for unit. That's going to come in pretty useful later on for a backup strat for the Simon Natus fight if we need it. As Chris alluded to earlier, on this road we're really only looking for one main thing, and that's to find a basilisk. Yep. So Kamari's going to lance it and learn the Stone Breath ability, and then Yuna will switch back out to Tidus. We'll flee. Oh, we'll flee, and then we'll be on our way.
There's also,
there's also a misconception about this area. There is a rare enemy called a Simmer, and in the encounter it comes out with like rays of sunshine over it. And there's this idea that it only spawns in the sunny areas. Absolutely not true. It changes nothing. There's only 2 areas. It's kind of like the idea that Ragoras only spawn in the latter half of Kilika Forest. It's all one string of encounters. It doesn't matter where you run around in circles.
That enemy is a joy to deal with when you're trying to do Nemesis.
Yeah.
I think that was a 4 encounter Jose for Koinu, which is pretty good.
Yeah, that's
didn't get the Josie skip though.
Didn't get the Jose skip.
Unfortunately, didn't get the 1 in a billion impossible odds skip.
I have to pray to the
a task got it once.
In order to earn
so it's possible.
Yeah, so it's possible. So anybody should be able to do it.
Mind and body, all just to get ready for the final summoning.
Must be tough.
It's always fun when you see someone like have a go at it, knowing that they're just losing a couple of seconds, turning around trying to speak to the monk.
Hey.
What can I do?
We
Don't tell me.
well, Turbo's allowed now, so the next step is to have Cass allowed.
We don't.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, eventually FF10 rounds will be purely automated.
I really have to know about Jack?
Oh wait.
What about my feelings?
Better than you finding out
on the Jose skip thing.
Becoming emotional.
What?
I wish I had a clip saved of this. I never saved it for whatever reason, but I once got quote unquote close to getting Jose skip.
I love this story.
I turned into the monk, and the Chocobo pushed me a long way, and I got really excited and I got really hyped. And then I ran all the way to the story trigger, and it turns out I got pushed from ages. Like, I got pushed for a mile. I was still probably halfway to the story trigger. I was so far off, despite having been pushed so far. Jose skip is impossible. Maybe one day, sometime in the next century, someone will get it, and I feel bad for the person who then has to like run against that PB. You know,
that means another.
Like the person who won in a million fixed it. Yeah.
Especially if it's not world record.
We have to hurry.
Can you imagine getting Jose skip and not getting world record?
It's your first run.
Your first run, and you just get it, and you're like, cool.
What an easy skip, Lamau. What are people complaining about?
Okay, so bottom left, Koinu just talked to Auron. So this is I think the second time we're gonna talk to Auron, and this is another case where we're talking to him for those affection values, which we mentioned earlier in the run.
My father.
We'll actually talk to him 3 times whilst at the Jose Temple. We'll talk to him again once in the actual Chamber of the Faith itself, and then once again when he stood outside.
I believe.
And then we need to speak to him 3 more times, I think, after that, before we get to Lake Macalania. And then we'll be able to see an awesome scene where Auron provides Tidus with some less than inspiring words.
Yeah, nice father-son moment.
I just spotted Grayfox walking to the far left-hand side of the cutscene trigger for the Mushroom Rock Road Aftermath. That's someone who's played a lot of cutscene remover.
Yeah.
Seems that summoners
So it looks like a better line,
Sorry, I
but
don't
the
ain't much
cutscene
future.
trigger isn't
We're
there.
talking about-
You have to just like go through the middle to the right of the arch.
Please.
Yeah, so you actually want to run straight down the middle with the cutscenes on. That's it's quite easy to get used to running to the shortest path with the cutscene remover because it just instantly skips to the next section.
All right.
We are.
All right.
Alright. I believe in the Grayfox, Jose skip. Freest skip of my life, IMO. Okay, he
Such
picks
a
up the
free time
suffering.
save.
That kind of surprising that he picks up the suffering because he's generally against that if he knows he's going to get the fish scales. Okay, unit outspeed, he noticed.
I want to see some accidental Val Force summons.
Yuna's on attack after a GUI 2. So there's no accidental summoning of Velfor, unfortunately. It'll just be an attack. The main problem you're going to face is if you accidentally attack and then you attack a Fungwa. Grayfox is somewhat... Oh, so this is what I mentioned earlier. If you have 3 encounters in the first half and only the third has a Basilisk and nowhere else has it, that's an odd formation. You have to grind the 3rd encounter in the first half, and I know he's short on encounters as is, because he took so little Lojus, and then he proceeded not to get many encounters.
Yeah, so what Grayfox did there was, I imagine he knew that was going to be a preemptive, and so if you know it's going to be a preemptive, you don't need Yuna in the party, because it's, instead of doing the switch, it's quicker to defend with Tidus, do the lance hit, defend with Auron, and then flee.
Come on, Grayfox, Jose skip, Jose skip, Jose skip. No, doesn't get pushed by the Choco enough, and it's immediately over.
It's like almost as if he didn't want to do it.
You need like the stars to align for that skip. It's like you need so many things to go your way. You have to get on the front of the Choco, you have to get pushed by it and not get an encounter at a bad time so you get knocked off the front of it. You then have to spin around perfectly, talk to the guard, and be on the perfect pixel so you get pushed all the way to the line. It's like just an insane setup. Imagine if there's just like some setup that's just hidden in plain sight though.
Hey, there might be. I remember when Classical Skip was first, we were trying to get to work and there was so many weird setups for the NPCs.
Yeah, I think the difference there is that there are so many different setups you can try with Classical Skip, because of the different options afforded to you. Whereas with Jose Skip, you just don't have that luxury. There aren't as many NPCs to play around with. Like, you have to be pushed an absolute country mile. It's kind of a disaster. We have one last chance at Jose Skip. It's Team Mog in the top left.
Let's go, Mog.
Come on. You get Jose Skip, I'll be converted. Also, I'll support Mog. I'm blatantly supposed to be impartial, but I'll support Mog if you get Jose Skip.
Chris about to eat his words when Camper does the impossible.
Yeah. I think I'm safe.
And we all lose our minds.
it's a good-ish encounter, but I think you lose the angle you're running at if you get the encounter there.
I mean, the Chocobo's not, like, reached him yet, so it's definitely possible to get the front of the Chocobo still.
No, he moved slightly to the right and lost it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy, but it was still possible to get pushed a bit there.
Stop pacing around.
Maybe next year, guys.
Maybe next year. But no, this one, they lost it. You can see Koinu doing like almost this hovering half-step thing in the bottom left. It's because it's timed. You have to wait for Donna to come through and for Yuna's pre-animation to go off, and then you walk into the cloister. She walks into the cloister.
What of it?
Again, Arin, you're the
Yeah, you've basically got a forced wait here, so most people like to run around and ignore Auron's instructions to stand still and be quiet. Yeah.
And you call yourself a summoner?
Bart, hang in.
Oh my lord, Grayfox got 4 encounters in Mushroom Road.
The world must
4?
Nothing to do with my
4, yeah.
What, in the first section or total?
as a full-fledged summoner.
I presume one on the precipice, so 5 total. But like even in the bit below,
That's still insane.
Yeah, in the bit below, for reference, you're supposed to get 6. Any other run in that would be like completely insane. In any percent, that would be a gold fight.
I mean, Grayfox also took fewer than normal O2s, so he must be incredibly low on
That's the point. It's not actually that good.
Yeah.
That he got 4 encounters because he needs more.
Yeah, that's like that's actually like the weirdest thing when you're trying to route this run is you're like,
get ready.
Okay, if I do this, I save time here because I don't get an encounter, but then you're like, but then I need an encounter somewhere else, so I'm not actually saving time. This is a trap I fell into once, and Sarah just said to me, but don't you need an encounter anyway? And I was like, yes, yes I do. Oh boy.
Yeah. I mean, look, worst case scenario, you can end up farming on Sandragora later on, because that's like a fairly easy encounter to go in and out of.
Yeah, I mean
Also,
the main issue is you want a minimum number of encounters before Seymour.
Yeah.
Really,
So I think we might see Grayfox possibly doing some grinding at the end of. I think the best place to do it is at the end of the crevasse after you've done the cutscene with Auron, because you can do some. You can kind of gain some time back by using Riku to steal sleeping powders from the wolves. I mean, it's not. It's only. Yeah, it's like it's only you like one at a time. It's not the best and most efficient way to get sleeping powders, but if it saves you a little bit of time in Beacon Owl, then it's not terrible. And if you need to farm the encounters anyway, then it's something.
Lady Yuna, you
Yeah, you need 240 encounters, but total encounters, including like boss fights and stuff, by the time you get to Seymour.
Yeah, so I imagine Grayfox is going to need to farm a few. Or he may just have like the worst Thunderplanes and Macalania Woods ever and just get a million encounters there anyway.
It's weird though that we need so many encounters by the time we get to Seymour, because he is a good guy, so like I guess we're fighting people on his behalf or something.
I think I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
Probably being contracted out to do some like hurt some people that he doesn't have time for.
Yeah, it's just some contract work whilst we're trying to save the world.
Yeah, remember the part in FF10 where Seymour gave us contract work?
Fight.
It's the side quest for the game.
Yeah, it's a Seymour side quest for his lost mother.
So, on Team Choco's screen, we're about to be reintroduced to the infamous Ronso brothers, Biron and Yenke, who have some kind words for Kamari, and they thought they'd come all this way just to share them.
Look. Both
Yeah. And those kind words are mostly mocking.
Hornless.
Hornless, little Kimari, and then they're like... Oh, the first time I played through this, I kept thinking that we were being threatened as a party, because the way you're told is really weird and like ambiguous every time. So obviously it turns out that the Albed are like stealing summoners. But when Isaru tells you, it's kind of a little ambiguous, and then Brani and Yenke go, "Oh, you must look out for your summoner because they're getting stolen." I'm like, it sounds like you guys are doing it. You know?
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, they do come across a bit like that.
Yeah.
They aren't just...
Hey, if we...
I was just surprised when Extractor showed up. I'm like, oh, it's not them. Okay. Sure, why not?
I'll be right back.
How long have we been at this so far?
I think we're about, what, 4.5 in, maybe?
I'll be right back.
4.5? That's basically halfway, right?
In about half an hour, yeah.
Ugh, disaster. I tried.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
So we've currently got Grayfox just about to finish up the Jose Temple, and then Camper's getting close to finishing the Cloister of Trials. So we'll see what Grayfox is going to name Ixion soon. And I think we already all know what Camper's decided for Ixion.
Koinu, I believe, named Ixion series.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think they might be talking about the new Xbox Series X.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's the Final Fantasy Series Xbox Series X.
Yeah.
I
Koinu,
can't think of anything else it would be.
Koinu also needs to get the Magic Defense Spear in this quote-unquote secret passage on the off-beaten path, even though it's clearly marked in the map.
Yeah. Casual hidden area.
Yeah.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
We just saw Grayfox, the Team Tonberry, name Ixion Spirit, which... Is that not what the ghost is called, or is that Wraith?
No, that's Wraith.
What's Spirit?
So far he's got Yevon, Hot Dog, and Spirit.
This.
Judging from what he said earlier, I don't think these are particularly hugely thought out names. So. Okay, right. Spirit is you know the lava from Via Purifico, like the floating head thing.
Yeah.
It's a spirit is the red one of those in Omega Ruins.
Okay. Somehow I don't think he named it after that.
Yeah, somehow I don't think either, but...
He named Spirit after alcohol.
Then, one...
Oh, no, it's not to do with that at all, right? It's a homage to Final Fantasy Spirits Within.
Oh, yeah. When are we going to... Is that part of the relay?
Yeah. We're all going to watch Final Fantasy Spirits Within after, and it's going to be great. It's a brilliant film.
No. We're gonna watch it 3 times, so the final run is Spirits Within.
Yeah. Have either of you ever seen Spirits Within?
I saw it when I was much younger. I can't claim to remember what in the world happens in that movie, but I remember it being a thing.
You remember enjoying it?
I honestly don't know. I don't remember vehemently opposing it, but I also don't remember being like, "Wow, that was amazing." But I think I was quite young when it came out, if I recall correctly. So I wasn't really that opinionated on movies at that age.
I think I only remember seeing the box of it in like a GameStop a long time ago when like a few years after FF10 actually came out.
Mm.
And
I think I saw it when I was 15, so I was old enough to realize it was a brilliant film full of great ideas.
oh,
Can't I just get the remedy?
Yep.
he did.
Alright.
We don't need that, but
Can't. Yeah, I was gonna say, I
Oh,
can't
yeah.
even begin to think what that's used for in No Sphere Grid, but it could also just be any percent muscle memory. I have a bunch of
That's what
that.
I'm
yeah.
thinking too.
Or
I think it would be-
or he's picked it up so he doesn't have to buy antidotes later for every fight.
Yes,
Because he's gonna steal one off of a B on Moonflow
Yeah.
North, and then he's gonna use a remedy for the other one.
Where there's a will.
Could also be it.
Those were.
I
wonder.
was gonna say potentially selling, but I think a remedy sells for 375, so it's not like
Yeah, there's also a spear you can get here on the way out that would be much more beneficial to sell.
Does remedy cure slow?
I think so, because remedy is good in this game, so it cures almost everything. It's only in FF9 where remedy is completely terrible.
Okay, hear me out on this. Having the
no.
remedy hedges against a petrification fail from Evray, which inflicts slow if it fails.
What?
I am skeptical.
I mean, it's like a 3-second time loss to save you an Evray reset 1 in 100 times.
Yeah, sure, it's a marathon, I guess. Yeah, in FF10 it cures everything, apparently.
I think
Other than
everything
it,
is before curse, right?
Well,
Or where the one that stops you from building overdrive? Is it curse?
yeah, that's curse. You
If you don't stop,
glow black.
Yeah, yeah. You fade in, fade out.
yeah, but like the stain.
Yeah. Which machina?
I'm not saying that is
So
why
what
Camper
kind of-
picked it up, but that is a potential use of it.
I just
than
got DM'd why it's
mankind-
called.
they kept.
By the way, why
They
Ixion
made
is
web-
called Spirit,
It was thought that
The people feared.
and it's a kids animated horse movie.
But the war
apparently.
did not stop.
I see.
So, I guess technically your
heard of it.
I guess your Spirits Within movie
Sins are
thing was pretty close on the mark.
Yes, deliberately, for sure.
Man,
Spirits.
but it's
only is
it's because of people
Also,
like
So
the
Walker
words-
Walker just spoke with the devil, and now he has appeared. He mentioned the Albed and summoned them, and now they've kidnapped Yuna.
And only 2 of them decide to go save him.
Only two of them can swim.
Yeah,
Apparently.
the rest of the Guardians were like, I'm good, dude.
So this is actually one of the probably one of the tightest fights in the run, depending on how it goes. We start off by wanting to inflict slow with the stunning steel, and then once we've inflict slow, which we have a 50% chance of on every hit, we want to manipulate our turn order, so we've always got 4 turns after Extractor rises, so that we can force him to come back down before he uses depth charge. And I just saw that Koinu got the slow first time, so I believe that she did as I think she said she was going to do, where she saw from the tracker that the first one was going to be slow and then didn't equip it until this fight.
So yeah, they get this slow. You mentioned the quirk of always needing like at least 3 turns for overdrive shenanigans because of rising up and making 500 damage.
Yeah, so we need to do 500 damage here, so we can kind of get away with it until we've used up the 2 overdrives. So with Spiral Cut and with Walker's Element Reels, we can handle 2 of the rises, but after that we need to manage our turn order by using weapon switches, so that we've always got 4 turns between a turn when he could rise and his next turn. And that's because we need all 4 turns to deal 500 damage, which is how much damage we need to deal to him. Otherwise, he will use an ability called Depth Charge, which is, well, it's pretty much death. If we get hit by Depth Charge, then the fight's pretty much over. It does about 350 damage and inflicts blind. So, and we have no way to really cure that blindness other than wait for its timeout.
Well,
so,
Team Log has a remedy.
True.
Oh man, I seem to have stumbled onto Final Fantasy X. What is happening?
Oh man, is this a new commentator?
Is that a male model? WoadyB?
Is that WoadyB?
WoadyB. Your name has to start with a C in order to join commentary.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm Cody. I guess I'm Cody B for tonight then.
Alright.
Okay, Cody B. Hello, how's it going?
What's up, everybody? How we all doing? Having fun? I see we're on Extractor. Or at least one
we're
of us
on,
is on Extractor.
We're on the most fun fight in the No Sphere Grid run.
Oh man, this as somebody who recently learned this run, that was a battle. That was a battle for me to do first time.
Koinu's not used Walker's Overdrive yet, which is surprising. I imagine it's pretty close to death now, so
it's less than 1,000? I've been vaguely counting, but I count attacks and not like anything else.
Yeah, she may just use it the next time it rises, just to finish it off with. Go for that overkill, get the extra Mega Phoenix.
I was going to say, 2 Mega Phoenixes might not be the worst idea, honestly.
Although I don't know if 500 damage is enough to overkill it, but I guess we'll find out.
Would it have to be pretty low for that?
I think it is, because normally in any percent of Tidus crit isn't, but soon find out.
So do you all, when you do this run, do you have a calculator? I was using a calculator. I think Grayfox told me to use a calculator when I was learning it.
I tend to just I tend to just hit it until it dies.
You pray for the best.
I use
makes the most sense.
I sort of play the fight as aggressively as possible, not even worrying about turn order until I've used up both of their overdrives. And normally by that point you've done like at least half its HP, and then after that you just wait for it to die.
Yeah,
whack it until it dies.
Pretty much.
How fun is?
So
That's true.
I'm quite bad at maths, but I'm very good at arithmetic. So generally, I'll keep a rough count in my head of how much damage I've done. And I'll just like keep count that way. I wouldn't recommend doing that either. Like the answer to how do I solve this problem is never, oh, it's easy, just count it all up manually. Like don't do that. There has to be a better way.
I can barely count Kamari damage.
I don't
to
think
do
this.
FF10 runs, you do have to have a calculator in college roll degree in math.
I'm sorry.
I'm not. I don't think there's any benefit to counting the damage in this fight because you just like you can't make it die any faster. And it's not like you're trying to time using a specific ability. I guess the only possible benefit you could get is if you could, if you could know when to kill it before it would rise, and you might otherwise do a weapon swap to fix the turn order. But you're not gaining much by actually counting it up in this fight.
It's no
So what I'm hearing is it's no Evray.
No, Evray is free.
Evray is free.
Evray is pretty free. You just need to not get hit.
Just don't get a failed petrification that comes with its free slow. It looks like Grayfox is on the top right screen, is on Extractor now. Given what's been tracked so far, I'm guessing this is going to be an instant slow. But I guess we'll wait and see.
You would hope so.
Yep, instant slow and a crit. So that's a good start to this fight. He'll be swapping both of his characters' weapons now.
I also believe that Team Mog, when they get there, will also gain a little bit of time, because Camper has a Thunderball, whereas Koinu and Grayfox did not.
Yep. So should be a little bit of time save with the extra damage being pumped out by Walker.
I was done for back.
Yeah, I was about to ask if anybody had any thunder weapons.
Yep, it was just Camper. I think the other two both got armors.
Metal ring, metal shield.
Yeah, something like that.
Let's not forget, I believe Camper has 2 thunder weapons, a Rod of Lightning.
Oh, true.
And now, we'll be able to attack the fin.
Rod of Lightning's pretty huge.
You big meanie.
Rod of Lightning.
Oh boy, we were doing Agadoo references earlier on. I think that might be even more niche than Agadoo was. Even less people are going to understand what that is.
What is it, only Oddmog?
Literally only Oddmog, yes.
I mean, I've kind of started doing the Rod of Darkness because of him.
Look a little.
Oh, also, how does it feel to PV during the relay? For those that don't know, WoadyB ran FF12 prior to 10.
Pretty unreal. Because there was a lot that went wrong. I don't know how much the commentators caught, but yeah, pretty weird.
Pretty weird.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, I mean, a finished run is a good one.
Open.
Yeah, couldn't let Team Tonberry down.
Has Camper forgot to slow, or am I just misreading his turn order? Doesn't look like. Oh no, he is.
It's slowed,
yeah.
right?
It's slowed. Yeah, it's slowed.
I did misread. I thought he wasn't getting enough turns, but I just misreading.
Well, I'm for.
Yeah, and then you just overdrive here and
Then I'll just have to.
It would, even though Waka.
All the runners are relatively close. Koinu's still ahead by a bit for Team Choco.
Oh, a treasure chest. And one.
Nice crit there for Camper on the top left. It's interesting that they're both on the same fight at the same time now. It's getting pretty close between between Tonberry and Mog.
Mog might pull out ahead here.
You should know.
No, I think not quite yet. But it seems that Camper is slowly catching. And he's getting some good crits. Oh, he's getting some very good crits.
Jeez.
Tidus and Waka have been on the juice.
Waka
was a nice feeling
already from Sahagins after Blitzball. Like, no matter what team Waka was on, he was critting left, right, and center.
Live and let live.
We all know that only Orin is on the actual juice.
That won't go so easy on you next time.
I mean, even more so, right? I think, is it Orin's third overdrive? Is third or fourth is one of them where he drinks his juice and then has a whack. Or is that just shooting star? It's not, right? He just runs up and whacks.
So that was a really good extractor for Team Mog actually. The only thing that wasn't so great was that between Chocobo Eater and here he hasn't got an overdrive off, and ideally you want to get a spiral cut on extractor just to get an extra one in, but he might get enough overdrive that he can use one on Spheromorph instead.
We have been expecting you, Lady Yuna.
Yeah, I was gonna ask where they're at on that.
Get slaughtered through Makalania, but...
This way, my lady. This way.
How are their spiral cut numbers looking?
Whoa!
I think they're all relatively standard amounts.
Yeah, they didn't get the Chocobo Eater trick.
Oh, they didn't get the Chocobo Eater trick?
No, they all,
did.
Koinu and Grayfox got a bit unlucky and they got hit with the your next attack before the push, so Tidus died, and then Camper got pushed to the edge but then didn't kill off Tidus. I guess he just didn't. He felt it might be a bit risky in case the entire party got killed, given the marathon setting. So we presumed he was just playing it safe.
Oh, Team Choco are now having a customized tutorial. WoadyB, you wanna cheekily tell us what's going on with customize and how potent it can be?
Sure. So, customize is an ability that comes when shortly after Riku joins the party. When you enter Guadasalam, there's the tutorial shows, and basically it allows you to use various items to modify the weapons that they're using. So, depending on the run you're doing, there's a number of benefits that come from that. You'll see some customization a bit later for a couple different reasons. You'll see them get like first strike, because that's going to be a huge factor into outspeeding these battles. Depending on, I didn't see how Makalania Woods, or actually no, we're not up, so depending on how Makalania Woods go, they might be able to get some defensive customizations for a couple other battles a bit later. And any percent we'll use it for the same reasons. Sometimes we'll use it to make a P-Claw for power spheres, so it's just a pretty dope mechanic to modify your weapons to do specific things.
And maybe that...
Yeah, we'll be using the hell out of it later on, because there's always a first strike.
Yeah.
Oh boy. This is the part of the run where we start to enter the real movie part of the game. Guadasalam is
Cutscene City.
Pretty much a 30-minute cutscene where you just walk from cutscene to cutscene. I think we missed it on Grayfox and Camper's screens, but there's an FMV that comes up when you first meet Riku again. We get the option to skip the cutscene there because we buffer it from one of the Sinspawn GUI cutscenes, but we decided not to use it here because we can actually instead use it to skip the cutscene, the first FMV in Seymour's mansion, which is a bit longer, so we save a bit more time. So that's probably, I think that's the longest buffer we do. We save it all the way from Sinspawn GUI to sort of Guadasalam, which is, what's that, like over about an hour in terms of time. So yeah, it's quite an interesting use of that skip buffering.
The only good thing about Guadalsalam here is that it's a nice break for the runner. So you can.
First person to defeat Sin.
Yeah, there's a lot of unskippable. There's a lot of cutscenes with like unskippable dialogue, so it's quite a good opportunity for you to sort of go into an unskippable cutscene, go get a drink, go to the toilet if you need it.
Bathroom breaks are the best.
Yeah, it's just a classic opportunity to sort of do whatever you need to do for 5 minutes, and then you run to the next cutscene and you get another 5 minutes.
I will say, as a predominant CSR runner, it's a very jarring section. Even though there are no cutscenes to watch, it's just a lot of like, run this way, jump cut, run this way, jump cut.
Yes, the CSR experience is quite the experience. It turns from cutscene simulator into walking simulator because you basically just have to walk into all the rooms where the cutscenes normally happen and then they're skipped. So you basically just go on a tour around Guadalsalam for about a minute, and then you're done.
Here, we get to see good guy Seymour pop the question.
This guy.
Oh yeah, good guy Seymour.
Yeah, and he was like, "Oh my."
All right. I am going. I said I was going to do the first half. WoadyB is now here. Cambo is now here. Sorry, Quody is now here. Cambo is now here. Crimson's now here. I leave you all in very, very capable hands. But it's 2:20 and I'm going to go to sleep. Lol.
Well, everybody in chat give a round for our FF8 runner, Chris.
Alright, I'm out of here. He's bad. He's never coming back.
Face is beat red. You okay?
Thanks for sticking around, Chris.
Yeah, thanks.
Alright, thanks.
Yeah,
everybody.
thanks, Chris. See you, dude.
I will wake up and hopefully see that everything has gone amazingly.
I'm sure it will.
Me to marry him.
Alright, good night.
You serious?
Yeet.
Hey.
Quick, let's have a party.
Where was that?
He's gone.
Oh,
Of course.
oh, now that the dead weight's away.
All summoners. Charged with bringing peace.
Alright,
Let's
I'll
get
make
this
you a
party
call.
started,
The
alright,
same
guys?
thought at the same time.
Yeah.
Just ease the suffering
I'll make some
of
calls.
all spirit.
Chris is gone. Let's go.
Let's go!
Kick this into a new gear.
Yeah.
Spira is no playhouse. A moment's diversion may amuse an audience, but it changes nothing.
Those are some very text-free boxes on the top left screen for Team Mog. Very text-free.
There's no need to answer right away. Please, think it over.
Did you guys explain about the customizing stuff?
We will do
Yeah, I
so
did.
then.
Yeah, WoadyB went through that.
Nice.
Lady Una,
I actually used that
I await
AFK for a
your
little bit.
favorable reply.
This is actually interesting. They're all really close now.
Why are you still here, sir?
They're all going to be basically following each other through the Guadalsalam cutscenes.
Yeah, we're about to get some sniff 1% going on too.
Sniff percent.
Yes.
Classic.
There we go. Alright, time.
Wait, you mean that there's something other than Requiem percent?
Oh, dude, sniff 1% is a classic.
Hey, I'm the new guy, alright?
Una, the High Summon, married
We are about to
It
do.
would give Spira
Oh no, we're not.
Sounds just
Wait,
like
are we?
Come on.
No, yeah, we're
No,
not.
no, we
We're
got-
not Guado skip yet.
Yeah, we're not going out skipping. It's been a while. It's we still got to do the
You sure picked up.
Maybe
I wish we
Park
could.
points.
I wish we
If
could
my
Guado
dad-
skip at this
if it
point.
would- If I
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
do that.
Just save like a casual 15
You
minutes.
could always just quit your.
I will. I'm sure that. I must
Would it be 50? Dang, man, that's a lot of cutscenes.
That's just a guess, but it would be a lot because you've got to go. You got to go into the far plane. You got to do all the cutscenes before you get there. Then you got to do all the unskippable cutscenes.
Yeah. I'm just quoting Camper here, but he said, "Yeah, FF really wants the visual novel, the visual novel version, and not the cutscene or skip version."
Question about it: when somebody dies, so their souls, and do dead people?
You thinking those fun? You'll see.
Yeah, for today only, this run. His name is Cody.
I don't know.
Looking forward to being joined by Koftus later.
This is all. You'd better.
Oh yeah, I forgot Koftus is joining us later.
I love how you had to watch yourself to say his name correctly.
We all need to just deadpan call him Koftus when he comes in, and just not explain why we're doing it.
Memories are not.
We're just gonna have to hope he has been watching. Is it me, or does it seem like Grayfox's game is on lower visual quality?
I was gonna mention that. I
think he plays on a lower visual quality because he plays on a laptop, which has quite slow load times at the best of times.
Oh, a while back, I remember talking to Matiyama, a runner of this game, and he plays on low visual quality. I think he said something that it makes him feel like the game loads the assets a little bit faster, but I don't know how much validity that is.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm here to watch ChrisTenarium go to sleep.
I'm also here to watch ChrisTenarium go to sleep. What a coincidence!
You gotta save the claps too.
I'm not sure I can do that and hold my push to talk key at the same time.
Or I'm clapping for everyone. I'm here to watch ChrisTenarium go to sleep. I have noted that came through though.
Yeah, I got it.
The far plane was cool, but I couldn't stop thinking about Yuna. Her parents, they looked so happy together. But it got me worried that maybe seeing them would make Yuna really consider Seymour's proposal.
So yeah, we're in the far plane now, and in terms of the story beats, this is pretty much like the equivalent of a cemetery for visiting. You can see the I guess the spirit of like a person who's passed, and we get to see Chapu here and see why Waka has taken a liking to Tidus.
So, Yuna?
And then Uni here is looking at her parents, and then soon Tidus will imagine a close relative of his.
In Bavel that day, my father had defeated Sin, and the whole town was
Did
out
we
in the streets.
did we cover the
Everyone
fact
was
that
laughing.
Chapu gives his blessing and
defeated Sin,
powers
that
up
would make everyone
Tidus's sword?
Wouldn't it?
We have not. But that is what happens. Chapu gives some blessings and our sword gets stronger.
Yeah, when we overhear Waka talking to Chapu on the far plane, the Brotherhood weapon that we've got gets an extra strength plus 10% bonus, and a few other things that aren't really that important for the speedrun. But the importance is we get a bit of extra damage.
It doesn't matter if it's not speedrun specific, but it does get water strike.
Yeah, it gets water strike and sensor, so
What if my old man
somewhat
really
useful
is sick?
casually, but
What would I say to Yuna?
for our purposes, it's a
everybody in
hindrance.
Wait, why should I have to apologize for him anyway? I'd rather never see
It's
him.
a
or rather, it's not a hindrance, but it's not beneficial. Although it is a hindrance for Evray in any percent.
It was his
Yeah,
fault.
yeah.
Me and my mother.
I think because airplanes is coming up and every enemy there is it's double damage with water, so
She's very pretty.
I guess Square Enix thought, you know what, it's a good idea to give Tidus a water weapon at this point.
Wait, no one ever performed the sending for her.
She must have accepted death while she was still alive.
I think it's just
Whoa there.
I
That's
think it's
my
just
mother
because
you're
he's
talking about.
associated with water
I'm sorry.
more than anything.
It's okay.
But the Thunder Plains is a nice coincidence.
Figured something
Almost
out.
like they thought, we're going to give him a water weapon.
Why I hate my
Let's
old
make an area full of thunder things.
Yeah, and then immediately after that, do an ice area and make the water weapon useless.
Yep. Also, not great against Spheromorph. But then again, I guess most melee isn't.
Nope. Nope.
Just a sec, dear.
Whenever my old man was around, my mother wouldn't even look at me.
I don't know if we mentioned this, but on the way to the far plane, we need to grab a chest that has lightning marbles, which are useful for later in the run.
Mom just lost her energy.
I don't think we did mention that. Do you want to talk about why they're useful?
Is she alright?
No, I don't think I will.
Okay.
No, it's
I mean, I can if you don't.
No, go ahead.
I apologize.
Well, it's useful.
No.
Lady next door told me.
So the reason why we need the lightning marbles is because of the crawler battle that is eventually going to be upon us a few bosses down the road.
But really,
And we're gonna basically just need to throw some. It's weak to lightning. Plus, we may need a lightning marble for Spheromorph. So it's realistically just be used for battle strats. Some of the boss strats that have been come up for a couple of them.
Yeah, now that we got Riku in the party, we use her mix ability,
I must sound so stupid.
overdrive ability quite a lot to cheese some bosses.
I always think about how much worse that crawler fight would be in the speedrun though, if that handy chest wasn't there. Like,
does anybody try to route it that way?
I honestly don't know, but it would just be bad.
You would have to like steal from chimeras and hope for the best, right?
That's a lot of rare steals.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, I can't think of another way off the top of my head, right?
I guess you could use electro marbles stolen from the Thunder Plains as a.
Does the mix overdrive work with electric marbles?
Yes, it does.
Talking about rare stealing, I actually had a run where I stole twice. It took me 3 steals from a chimera to get a Arctic Wind because the first 2 were lightning marbles.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just go for the gamble and hope he doesn't have the wrong element. But we are now finally going to see Guadal Salam skip on the bottom left here.
Yep. So in a minute, Tidus is going to walk off with Riku, and they're going to have a conversation. Once that ends, Koina will try to maneuver her way down to the level a bit lower down.
It's your big chance, huh?
And there's a door there that we try to get pushed into. We talk to one NPC while we get pushed by another, and it works similar to the other skips we do, where we trigger a cutscene, and then we're talking to simultaneously to a NPC. We sort of end that dialogue. That gives us back control, and then we're moving during a cutscene. Because we're in a cutscene, we can walk past the guard who would normally block our way because he's not scripted to do anything whilst we're in a cutscene. So we'll see Koinu now try to position herself.
Yeah, and this setup is very.
Yeah, she just
I think
messed up
she-
slightly
yeah,
and
she just messed it
accidentally
up.
triggered the door. So now she's gonna have to go and do the normal way.
Yeah,
so
she needs to watch all the scenes now.
yeah, I think it's about a minute and a bit.
Yeah, you skip quite a lot. You skip some scenes, and you also skip the Thunder Plains tutorial as well.
Mr. Seymour.
now
Yes. Yeah, you do. I think it
now
might
she
be
has to
like
watch
a
it grow.
minute and a half or something maybe in total.
Apparently, Electro Marble and an Antidote or Soft will give you Thunderbolt.
Oh, like Pikachu?
Yes.
If I recall correctly, that is a terrible mix.
It is. It's
It's just like Thundaga, right, or something?
It's like 5 hits at roughly 400 or 400 each.
Yeah, compared to like 9 at whatever it is, 1,000 or
1,300 or something?
1,300, yeah.
Lore percent.
Why would the Lord Mace?
Yeah. But Guado Salam skip on HD at least is it isn't as free as it is on PS2. So if you don't have the if you're not careful, you can fail it. So though hopefully
Yeah,
one of the other two will get it.
The Guado Salam skip is probably the most, if we're excluding obviously Mihan's skip because most people don't go for that. I think it's probably the most awkward of the position-based skips to try and hit.
Yeah, it's very setup intensive because you kind of have to rely on the Guado runner and then your positioning because the way hitboxes work in HD.
Yeah, I think the Classico skip is a tiny bit easier because you just need to wedge yourself in a specific spot and then try and get the right angle. And then Jisco skip is kind of a weird one. Like if you play it super safe, you can kind of you can guarantee you're not going to fail it, but it can also be hard to hit sometimes.
I remember when Close to War grinded the game and he gave me some advice. He was like, Steve, you just gotta commit to Jisco skip and that's how you do it. And since then, I've never missed it.
Yeah, it's one of those skips where if you're a bit too timid, you're not going to fail, but you're also just going to not hit it. But if you just like fully commit to stepping into it, you get it most of the time.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those weird. If you plan for failure, you'll never get it.
Yeah. So on the bottom left screen for Team Choco, Koinu's just entered the Thunder Plains. So there's a few things we want to achieve here. The first one is we want to try to get a number of different steals. And then the second one is we want to, if possible, charge some overdrives off the Iron Giants. So we have to steal...
Ooh, Petrify.
Oh, that was nice. So yeah, so we want to steal a couple of lunar curtains off of the lava enemies. We need a couple of light curtains off of the Iron Giants. We'll steal any chocobo feathers we can get if we see a cactuar, and we might also see some steals of electro marbles just for extra elemental based damage throwables later in the game. So pretty much we're just gonna run through here, stealing from most things we see, and then exit out the other side.
I'll be right back.
I will say, as a predominant CSR runner, the skips are so foreign concept for me. It's always interesting if I ever run an any percent run, what I'll have to do to like practice them.
The advice I give for people who want to run this game is to not run it.
Wow.
And then if they decide to keep on going,
we got a rogue commentator.
Yeah, don't run this one, guys. The next thing I do is if you're really new to speedrunning and if FF10 is your first run, then not to worry too much about the skips first and just learn the route. Because I remember a bunch of new people who want to try to run this game and they're like, I can't get the skips. Like, well, learn the run first before, because the skips are like the cherry on top, you know?
Yeah, I think I agree with that completely. Like, if you total up the entirety of the skips, you're talking about
4 or 5 minutes, maybe?
4 or 5 minutes. But if you're talking about having a PB that's got 20 minutes of time saved just from learning the run better, then it's kind of doesn't make sense to focus your time on getting those skips. Looks like Grayfox just got Guadasalam skip, and it looks like Camper top left is going for it now. So we'll see if he gets it. So he's going to try and position himself and then talk to the running Guado. He might.
And he gets it, yeah. So that's how Elix, the other NPC, pushes you towards the door, and now you can just book it.
And he got it.
Do you have... lady...
Yeah, so that's 2 of the Guadasalam skits completed.
It's not...
Here we're doing a little shop menu here on the bottom left. And I believe if you're over... Oh, sorry. But you can make up an Oron talk here if you want to, right?
Yeah, so there's the opportunity to talk to Oron when we exit the agency if we need to. I don't think most runners get that one on PC because it's not one of the faster ones to go for. But it's definitely a reasonable option.
It's nothing really.
I think there's like maybe 9 or 10 in total you can go for, and there's like 7 you need to do 7 of those.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come in. Hey, wasn't that Jisco Guado?
Is that I think is that 2 Chocobo feathers for Team Mog? What's that?
The sphere.
Was it?
I saw.
It says, "Take care of my son."
Either way, pretty nice to get those in early. We ideally want 2 before we get to Natus later in the run. This is the first opportunity we get to get them, and then we get another opportunity in Beaconal later.
I'm sorry.
But we can also utilize up to about 4 or 5 of them to make a few of the later fights a little bit faster as optional extras. So as many as we can get here is normally best.
Yuna was acting funny.
Yeah. She'll tell us when she's ready, so hold your chocobos till then. Yeah.
I always get a little bit of worry when I see a lizard attacking Tidus. Always worried about that petrify.
One chip every time. It's painful to watch, especially when you're tracking RNG.
She's not going to move.
When you went for the Oron talk.
Don't tell me you.
Just a double to make sure you get the Oron special friendship scene in Mako.
Yeah, I think it pays to be more cautious with that because
especially in the marathon, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like 3 seconds to make sure you've definitely got it.
Yeah.
It's very easy to like accidentally talk to Riku somewhere, and that means you need an extra Oron talk. So
yeah, and Koinu did miss a couple skips, so trying to minimize anything's always good.
Yeah, I would say the 3 teams are definitely like converging on each other.
Yeah, it's a lot closer now than it was before Guadalsalam, so it's surprisingly how fast the competition has been.
Koinu's managed to find herself an Iron Giant early, which is nice. So I think we'll see, yeah, steal and she just flees.
Is anyone going for no encounter armor? I think you'll just have to stay tuned and find out.
Yeah, I think some of the runners may go for no encounter armor, but it will depend on what's available to them and in terms of like on the seed and whether they can actually get anything when they get there. I think it's a little bit harder on no sphere grid because you have to get even further into the run before you have any certainty about what you're going to get. So just on the bottom left screen, Koinu is she's got her second steal from an Iron Giant, and she then just swapped in Yuna to get her hit by the Iron Giant, and that's just because we want to build up Yuna's overdrive for the Seymour fight. So I think one more hit from something on Yuna and she should be done with Yuna's overdrive.
And the Iron Giant is a good way to charge your overdrive because the AI is pretty manipulative. Iron Giant only attacks your lowest HP member, so you can kind of force Iron Giant to attack certain party members if you are really good at looking at your HP values.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a nice effective way of charging overdrives at this point in the run.
Yeah, because generally for overdrive charging, the harder, excuse my maybe newbie knowledge here, it's like the harder the hit is, generally the more it builds, like the more damage it does.
Yeah, exactly. So the standard overdrive mode is stoic, and that makes you build overdrive based on damage taken. So the more damage you take, the more you build. Exactly as you said.
Yeah. It's also based on HP values too, right?
Yes, exactly. So it's based on like the ratio of how much damage you take versus what your HP pool is. So characters with less HP, like Yuna and Riku, they charge a bit faster than say Auron, who takes much longer because he starts with a base HP of 1030 compared to Riku's 360. So it's pretty much 3 times as long to charge Auron.
I thought it would be the best.
Yeah, see guys, you need to have a good degree in math to run this game.
Is it because of Lord Jiskel?
Don't worry, you need a degree in coding to run FF12. It's fine.
I can't. I must speak to Maester Seymour first.
When you speedrun RPGs, it's all.
I'm sorry, but
it turns into math at the end of the day.
It's all math.
It is a personal matter.
You're kidding, huh?
As you wish.
Don't worry, we'll have plenty to talk about math just when we get further in the run.
I won't quit my pilgrimage.
Then it is fine.
Professor Evray is going to teach a class on that.
Yeah, let's talk about damage values, guys, and damage thresholds.
As long
That's
as she is
quite a fight.
All else is her concern.
Oh my,
that is
we don't have to talk about it now. We can talk about it later. But oh my god, my first run of that. You're right. It was quite a fight. Looks like Tonberry is getting a cactar.
I just love going into streams of people running no sphere grid for the first time and just looking at the entire page of the notes that is the Evray fight.
Can't you just talk to Maester Seymour?
Oh man.
It's just like most fights are like 3 lines long, and then the Evray fight is an entire page.
I think it is the right thing.
It's like watching some coding. It's like, if this, then this, and if not this, then this. And if this happens, reset.
Interesting. Now I was gonna say, looks like Tonberry. I think they got a Buer battle, and they killed 2 of the Buers.
I wish we could help somehow.
Or am I misinterpreting that camera angle?
No, you are. I think you are correct. I
It's
guess
okay.
Grayfox just wants
I'll be
to
fine.
get the overdrive, and maybe he doesn't. I think because he's
says
tracking,
I'm
maybe he doesn't
sorry.
have another
He
opportunity to
says
get an
it's
Iron
fine.
Giant. So he
Oh,
just
like a solo encounter.
yeah. So he probably
She's
just used a
privileged.
grenade to
I didn't understand.
to kill off the
somehow,
viewers, and
I
then
felt like I
he
didn't
knows that the
belong.
Iron Giant will
But if I
attack
didn't belong with
predictably.
them, I'd be stuck in spirit.
No, he was just
alone.
getting extra speed spears to grid.
I've not
And
been.
being alone in that
I've not
place,
noticed all of them, but I think
I didn't want to think about it.
Grayfox may have at least 2 or 3 Chocobo feathers already, and I think that's the second or third for Camper as well. So they both seem to be doing pretty good on Chocobo feathers, which is gonna be very helpful when they get towards the late game. And I think Koinu is soon going to be exiting the Thunder Plains, so we'll be into Macalania Woods then.
Good old Macalania Woods.
I always called it the mac and cheese woods.
What flavor? Standard, or
Why-
like be putting
why-
seasoning in there?
Why are you making me hungry like that, man?
Yeah,
it always comes back to
Crimson's
food.
been here all day.
Now take a break, Crimson. We don't need that splitter.
I haven't eaten in like 7 hours.
I mean,
talking about mac and cheese.
I mean, if you want to go get food, we got this.
He has to split though.
Oh, that's right.
That's alright.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's the one that's actually at the run.
the next split is throw him off, so I might take a cheeky 5 minutes.
Dude, yeah. Woody and I got this. Nothing will be on fire when you come back.
Everything's on fire.
Crimson? I will say though, watching these speedrunners do their thing kind of makes me want to get back into it.
Do it.
No, I love my life.
Join us. We'll just do CSR.
Every time I hear CSR, I think of CS:GO. I'm like, oh yeah, I can play some CS:GO.
So Macalania Woods, we've entered as we continue our trek to the Macalania Temple.
I don't know if it happened, but if you look at Team Choco and look at Riku's arm, her arm just wigs out. Did we miss it?
I haven't watched the cutscenes in forever, so I'm the worst person to ask.
Oh no, it did. Oh yeah, she's sitting down. Okay, so when she gets up, when she stands up, you're gonna see her right arm just like twist behind her back, and it is insane. So chat, keep a lookout out. Woody, get ready for it. Here it is. It's coming up.
It's funny. Maybe it was because I'd
I
realized.
think I saw it. It like flinged backwards.
It was just
Yeah,
her duty.
and that is stuff you only notice when you run this game 3,000 times like I have. And if you missed the chat, you'll have 2 more opportunities pretty soon. But we are in Mac and Cheese Woods now, and we need to get a few things here. I believe we need to get 2 stealable items, right? One from Chimera and one from a water elemental.
For the most part, I can elaborate a little more. So the main things we need, as Cambo pointed out, is just, or Steve pointed out, is the Arctic wind from a Chimera.
Mr. Cambosteve.
Mr. Cambosteve, is we need an Arctic wind from a Chimera, and fish scales, as you see Team Choco down there just steal from blue elementals. We technically only need 1 of each. Because with Spiromorph, it has an elemental mechanic to it, so we're gaining items to be able to cover each of the 4 elements, depending on what it does, because it's randomized. But they'll also be potentially stealing more Arctic winds and fish scales, because if they're able to get It's for a couple different reasons. So if you can get 4 fish scales, so 5 total, you'll be able to make, I believe it makes the water ward customization, which which will not come into play until via Perifico. I'm probably saying that horribly wrong, but that's where we'll customize water ward to help with the larva stuff we do there. And then for the Arctic Winds, 2 additional Arctic Wings can be used for a backup strat, but those can also be stolen in the crevice area or crevasse area when leaving Macalania Temple.
Huh? What?
So bare minimum is like 1 of each. Now they're tracking, so they should ideally not steal any lightning marbles, but for people who aren't tracking, you have to be careful with the chimeras, because chimeras, as we mentioned earlier, have a rare steal of a lightning marble. Now, you can definitely do Spirimorph without the additional, without the elemental items. There's backup strats that would, like, Lulu comes in and then casts an element to, change the element and stuff to then get it to the one you have the ability to do the mix for.
Yeah, but you can get very bad luck, and it could sometimes rotate into the same element again. So
yeah, and admittedly for NSG, I've only done 1 run, so I don't know if someone else has better insight for that. But I don't know, I know in any percent there's some turns, so you have a little bit of time because you're a little more, beefed up from the sphere grid. With Spirimorph on here, you basically just use your first 2 turns to take it out of commission. So
yeah, because you don't need the AP on the characters.
Yeah.
But the fight is practically the same as it is in 80%, just minus the turn order shenanigans. But Koinu has all her all the things she needs to be here. Anything else now is pretty bonus.
This is getting pretty exciting. This is getting pretty close.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you guys saw the arm, but it just happened again. We got one more arm. One more arm on oh no, it already happened. Never mind. They both did it.
Yeah, I was gonna say they both did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as no response to chat, no sphere grid means we don't increase the stats or get any new abilities on any of our characters from the start. So we're limited to using base stats, items we can steal and use, the Aeons, and overdrives basically. And we will start making very good use of both. Well, we've already been making good use of the Aeons, but we'll also start making very good use of Riku's mix overdrive very soon for a lot of the bosses.
True MVP of the run.
Because her mix overdrive is a little bit busted.
That won't go so easy on you
Just
next time.
The true runner of no spirit grid is the person who does not grid flee.
I mean, you're not wrong, but you're also not right.
Look,
that's the
we had
true.
That debate was had at the beginning when it happened.
I mean, even before I ran no sphere grid, I remember saying to Maddie, I was like, you get Flea in the run, and he was like, yeah, that's just because nobody actually wants to run without Flea, and I was like, yeah, I can see that.
There was a one runner a while back who did do it without Flea, and it was like never again.
I would say, how did that go?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, he's the true world record holder.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of debate for that stuff, but I think at the end of the day, like, as a community, like, what's better, the healthiness of the participation of the run, or the pain that comes from the run because of some strictness to a mechanic that doesn't even help you in battle, per se?
I will say it's gridding no Flea.
Yeah, I mean,
not gridding Flea. No.
The thing with challenge runs is it's up to people to decide what the it's up to people to decide for themselves.
Yeah.
As far as the speed run goes, like the rules are set there, and if people want to speed run without flee, no one's going to stop them. They just might not find much competition in that field.
But while as we were talking, Koinu did a shop menu where she bought Sonic Steel for Titus, and that is our first strike weapon. So now we no longer have to worry about having Aura in the party. Titus will always go first, even on ambushes.
So we're starting to see.
It absorbed.
We suspected earlier on that Grayfox was quite low on encounters because he took a less than standard amount of Ochus. I think he took about 134, whereas normally we take 139 or 140. And he also had very few encounters in Mushroom Rock Road and in Old Road, so I think I just saw him running around in circles to grind an encounter, so I'm not sure how much he's going to have to do that, and whether he's going to do most of it after he gets Sonic Steel, but I think we will see a tiny bit of that.
In here we're seeing Spirit Morph. We had the Blizzard attack, so we mix a Purple Spear and a Bomb Core to defeat it practically instantly. And this is where all the reason why we took all that time to steal some stuff is to make sure that we have the right elements to fight back with.
And one thing to bring up, because the other two runners will be getting to this point pretty shortly here, was the Owaka menu. So one of the things we do in the speedrun is, so when you talk to Owaka here, his stuff's kind of pricey, and so you talk to him and then you don't buy anything, and then he asks you about his prices, and then you tell them, well, it's too expensive, and that actually cheapens the stuff, so then we're able to afford the Sonic Steel weapon that was bought earlier.
Yeah, Waka is apparently just has massive respect for the honesty of telling him that his stuff is too expensive, and he's very good and reduces his prices. Another smaller thing is we sell the stunning still there because we no longer need the slow touch ability, and that also frees up the first slot in our inventory. So when we buy that Sonic Steel, it goes straight to the top, which is useful for later on because we want to we'll want that to be in the top slot so we can keep switching to it quickly.
Guys, am I seeing things? Did Mog just overtake Tonberry?
Yep. Team Mog is slightly ahead of Team Tonberry now. I think this is a result of Grayfox's need to farm a couple of encounters.
This
is I was
insane,
saying early on, he had commented that his encounters were low and that he would need to do some encounter farming in Thunder Plains and Macalania Woods to offset the Ochu stuff.
Oh, Camper doing Spark here on Smurf, like you said, since he missed out his opportunity previously.
What's the hurry, man? Let me tell you what the hurry is.
Hey, if you've got the overdrive, you've got the overdrive.
What's the
Burning Soul?
He wasn't on some pleasure.
Look at that, we got a triple Burning Soul.
I think there's more.
What are the odds of that? All three Blizzard. I guess technically a 25% chance.
I think it's actually one in 16 that they're all the same.
Oh, we're talking. That's a good point. Actually, yeah, it's all three. I was only doing math for one.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting that they all are.
Someone didn't graduate with math of a math degree.
I haven't been in school forever.
I believe.
I haven't been there in years.
Excuse me, I drink my tea.
But it was too late.
He was jacked. He was always talking.
We are now leaving Mac and Cheese Woods and getting into Lake Mac and Cheese.
He decided he would.
So then, he gave up going home?
That.
I guess I understood. My old man, he knew there was no way back home. Back to Xanarchy.
Is there an ETA for the end of the for the relay?
But
There's no
he
end.
knew he couldn't.
There's no end. We just repeat it again.
The relay is actually going to be every Final Fantasy game in every category.
Let's go, guys.
Back to back to back to back to back.
Plus other spin-offs as well. And we're gonna go for 100% on FF10.
Does that mean we'll also get 100% on FF9 HD? Is this where we bring Sereth out of retirement?
Oh, here we go. I think Seth really wants to do it too.
We could have somebody doing plat percent on FF10 whilst a team of people run the rest of the games. And see which one wins.
Yeah. Plus, we gotta do any percent as well. We can't forget about that. So yeah, ETA is probably mid-September. It was worked on mid-September.
I've never actually tried to hundo this game. Where do you even get the most AP? I realize it's probably a bit of an off-topic for what we're watching, but
the thing about hundo is that the thing about hundo is that one, there's no community-decided rule on hundo, because if you do hundo, you have that means every single Blitzball ability, right? And then you have to do it for every character.
I'll have to ask.
And that can take little months.
Well, okay, talking about the gridding stuff, just the grid, like, because you have to max out everyone's sphere grid. More of that. Like, what is the most AP you can earn anyway?
Oh, sweet. Like, I know Camper does it. He does this strat where he will like overdrive the AP and then you just get hit a bunch and then hope for the best. That is definitely a Camper question.
Alright, looks like we've got ourselves a boss battle coming up here shortly on a Coin News screen. The infamous Brawler battle coming up.
This is where our lightning marbles come in handy, where we got from before the far plane.
He's gonna use.
The monster arena music, oh man. I hate that theme.
So for the Prowler battle, so the Prowler summons a negator that disables like magic and summoning. Well, we don't really use magic, but we do have to take out the negator, because if we don't take out the negator, the Crawler is going to use Gatling gun, which is a bigger problem than waiting 3 turns for it to use mana beam. So when you take out the negator, it waits 3 turns and then does a mana beam. But in the no sphere grid route, as you see, what's happening there is we did let 1 Gatling gun happen in the battle, then we take out the negator, because our damage output isn't maybe necessarily as, like, our turn order doesn't go fast enough to do what we would do in 80%, because there's no like agility on anyone, so we have to kind of spread some of the stuff out.
I think Koinu made a slight mistake there.
Yeah, forgot to lance at the negator to kill it.
Yeah, so she ate a second Gatling gun and that killed Riku. I think it's salvageable. Because you always tank the mana beam in this fight anyway, so I don't think that's a problem. It's just a bit slow.
think you'll have to heal Orin again though. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to the Lunar Curtain that was stolen. So Mana Beam does like magic damage, and Lunar Curtain gives you Shell, so it reduces the damage. So that way, because Orin has the highest HP at the start of when he joins your party, because he's the last, well, with the exception of Riku, he's the not the last person to join, but the one before Riku. He just gets a higher HP threshold, so he can tank it with Lunar Curtain. So he's the one to kind of like stay alive and revive Riku as necessary, especially because also when you hit the crawler, as you see here, it counters attack with Assault each time, which is what we use to build up Riku's overdrive as well. So
yeah, so and the reason we use Lunar Curtain on Oron at the start of the fight is because, as you just saw, that allows him to tank the Mana Beam. There's no real good way to kill Crawler before he gets Mana Beam off, without risking tanking quite a few Gatling guns, which comes with its own risks. But it also serves the purpose of charging up Tidus's overdrive, which obviously gives us another overdrive for Tidus to use to get us another use of Spiral Cut, and it would also be used on the Seymour fight, so it served a dual purpose there. And Coin again, a Thunderball.
Nice, I'll be used for extractor later.
Classic weapon drop troll. Nothing better. Thunder. Hey, here's a lightning steel on extractor. The one battle you need it for.
I told.
Well, and Sahagins, but that's the whole thing.
Because.
Why didn't
we knew?
And then you've got Team.
You're wrong.
Team
Mog and Tonberry.
They're pretty much neck and neck. Yeah, they're going. They're actually on the exact same part of the fight as well. Those two lightning marble throws were the exact same turn, I think. So we
This is a super tight race, man.
we should see pretty much synced up Mana Beams.
You want? There might be a way.
Sin will be gone.
Where?
If we keep faith in.
Why do?
Will this move?
Not quite, but pretty close.
Yeah. And I do believe this is where we see the fruits of our labor with affection come into play. Is it here or is it after we leave the temple? I can never remember.
Yeah, so it's
here.
It's literally coming up now. So in a second, Tidus is going to drive off on one of these snowmobiles. Because we've boosted up Orin's affection with all those talking opportunities, he is going to be the one who drives alongside us, and his cutscene is one of the fastest ones. I think Kamari's is slightly faster, but we would have to lose more time to go out of our way to talk to Kamari than we would gain by having the shorter cutscene.
Yeah, it's much easier to get Oron's affection rather than Kamari's. That's why we do it, even though Kamari's is technically the faster cutscene.
Yeah, exactly.
Understand?
Should it be interesting to see now if Grayfox, once the Oron cutscene is over, has to grind some encounters, or whether he's got enough now.
I guess there's some sense in what you're saying.
Yeah, because you need 240 encounters before entering the temple, because Valfor needs about 1,229 max HP. Or at least that's the threshold to know if it's the right amount of encounters.
Yeah, 1229. And now we get to see Jisco skip. Oh, well, not yet, but we're going to see Jisco skip soon on Koinu's feed here.
Koinu also switching to Brotherhood from Sonic Steel. An interesting quirk of this fight is that when Seymour and the two Guado cast Protect and Shell on themselves, they then wait for the first character to take a turn, and then their speed gets set. So if Tidus has first strike, he'll get a turn much sooner than the rest of the party, and the other 2 party members will actually be very slow in comparison. And Seymour and the Guados will go before them, but by switching to Brotherhood, we effectively delay Tidus's start and make his turn much closer to the other 2 party members, and as such the Guado and Seymour are too slow. So it's a very interesting quirk of this fight.
Nice, we're doing a safety save here. Yeah. And here we go. Let's see if she gets it. Yeah, gotta commit. Gotta commit.
Well, we are all.
Oh, that looked like it should have been air. There we go, got it.
Yeah.
So,
a few tries.
I couldn't be happier, even if it was my own way.
an interesting thing that happens
Now,
here is
victims of sin
she didn't
will
run
have
up and
something
softlock it, did she?
You're not.
Yeah, I was about to say. No, she's waiting. All right. You can soft lock this game.
No,
if
I think
you,
I think it is soft locked, isn't it?
No, I think we're good. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
oh my god.
Okay. All right. That's not how it usually works.
I'm not sure how that worked, but it worked. We take those, I guess.
We take those.
So you can soft lock that skip if you a little too hasty here. I usually let the dialogue go all the way before I move up, but I guess you could just do it that way. And we're seeing here that Grayfox has to farm some more encounters. So now Mog's in pulling up ahead.
I wonder how many encounters he's behind on.
I think it's quite a bit because there's Mushroom Rock Road and.
Looks like it was just one. He's going down.
Oh, never mind.
Okay,
Oh.
that was quite good. It always feels yeah, it always feels so bad if you get there and you need to farm quite a few.
Oh yeah, I figured I mentioned this, but there is no sound glitch in HD. That is only a PS2 specific quirk when doing the the Jiskel skip.
And
So,
how much better off are we for that?
yeah. You haven't lived until you hear the sound glitch.
I had my own. I had a sound glitch when I was running 12 earlier today that made me think of Jiskel skip, and I'm like, I don't want to be here right now. I want off Mr. Toad's wild ride.
I see.
All right, Camper going for Jiskel. He's kind of inching his way forward, and nice, solid
Nice.
first try.
Oh, that was good execution.
Nice.
Years of the game paying off for this one moment. And now Grayfox. Grayfox only has 2 save files. He's not a speedrunner. Yeah, real speedrunners have 99 slots used.
Guess that makes me not a real speedrunner either.
Yeah. Oh man, disgusting. Oh, Grayfox.
Well,
Is he
if you're
prepping it?
offering your lives, I will have to take.
Oh, okay. No guy can make Grayfox. Let's go.
Seymour, I trust my guardians with my life, but they are also my friends. I will not stand
Yeah,
by and
what's
watch
happening here is he's mashing too fast.
I will fight you too.
He needs to have the Tidus movement a little bit for it to work.
There you go. You got
it. Yeah.
So be it.
It's and that could probably be a turbo problem, actually.
Possibly. It is quite sort of weird at times. Sometimes it'll turn a lot, sometimes it won't.
We're on Seymour now.
Yep, so on this fight we open with Spiral Cut because it's the only way Tidus can actually hit Seymour, otherwise the Guados will block. We then switch out to Riku to throw a Lightning Marble. And finally, we're gonna self-destruct with Kimahri because we don't need 3 party members for this fight. That's just the way it is. It is.
It's too many.
So now we will have Riku steal from
Oh,
Anima.
wait,
and...
hold up, guys. Wait, is Seymour a bad guy?
No. He's just a misunderstood good guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude, I just like totally forgot. Like, why is he?
Yeah, he's
What's going
misunderstood.
on?
He's misunderstood just like Kefka is.
So Koinu got the far plane shadow
Warplane
still.
shadow.
That's not what you want to see.
No, not the rare steal.
Oh no, this could make this could change the tides on who
so
becomes leader.
Yuna's now going to summon an unknown new Aeon. Yep, grand.
No,
summon.
her name is a question mark.
Yep, we don't know who this is. If you claim that you know who this is, then you're clearly lying because nobody knows who this is yet. But this Aeon will slowly become the low-key MVP for quite a few boss fights.
It's a nice change of pace as an 80% runner to see Shiva get some time in the sun.
Yeah, back in the old days, we used to use Shiva quite a bit, but now with the current strats, never get to use Shiva ever.
That's clearly Siren, as Chad is pointing out. It's not Shiva.
Oh, my bad. Uh-oh.
So Koinu opened with a Blazara because we want to get Anima into the boost phase so that it takes 50% more damage, because that will make this overdrive hit for max damage now. And then we will finish Anima off with a few more Blazaras and one on ourselves just to heal ourselves so we don't get killed by pain. And then Seymour will die with a snap of the fingers and we'll be done.
Seymour dies? That's a good guy.
Avengers Infinity War. The snap.
I mean...
Silent grenades for Camper here.
Nice. Yeah, with the silence grenades, it just means that in a section coming up Beacon Hill Desert, there's not going to be as many steals needed, because that's where there's going to be a lot of stealing, which we'll talk about when we get there. Yeah, everybody's basically practically barely behind at this point.
Yeah, Unicum is Thanos. Right here with a snap of finger, half the population goes away in Spira.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt really goofy when I went to summon Shiva doing this run, and I forgot her name is question marks because we name her after this battle.
Yeah.
I was like, where is she? I can't. She's not on the list.
Nice, and Koinu defeating Seymour here. Pretty decent fight, with the exception of the Farplane Shadow, so that's gonna cost her some time in Beacon Hill, unfortunately. But this race is getting closer by the second, guys. Yeah, I know it's like still 5 hours left, but my gosh.
You know, it's funny, when I was like, yeah, I can commentate the back half. My brain was like, oh, that's probably gonna be like from home and after. I was way off.
Did I was just AFK for a sec. Did Grayfox get the silence nades, or was he? I'm guessing he did. I think he's tracking this sort of stuff.
He got silence nades.
Yeah.
No, stop!
So, by not getting those for Koinu, that's just going to mean that she needs to get 3 extra
steals in Beacon now.
Yeah, 3 extra grenades to throw in Beacon now. So that normally means 1 or 2 extra fights you have to steal from, depending on what encounters you get. So it's not the end of the world, but it's always nice to have as few Beacon L steals required as possible.
Oh, and Koinu naming Shiva Relay. I wonder what's the team here.
Amber's taken down Seymour, and Grayfox should be following not too far after.
Yep, this is hashtag team close race.
And on Coiny screen, we now have to do the temple trials here since we didn't get to do them earlier. And this is a
Macarena Temple trials.
yeah, mac and cheese temple. So it's all like ice puzzles, ice themed things slide around.
This is probably one that this is probably the one I found one of the more annoying ones casually, because there's a lot of with all these like destructible ice sections. It's very annoying if you don't already know the solution, like moving all this stuff around and having to reset it all.
Yeah, this is very, I guess, Zelda-like, I suppose.
Yeah.
So you found this more annoying than the VII trials?
Oh no, I said
Yeah,
I said it was one of the more annoying ones. I think this one and Bavelle are the two most annoying ones casually. I found this one I found this one a bit more infuriating because
no, wait, Snake Shiva Steve, let's go! I can't believe you did that. Sorry to interrupt, but I didn't know he was gonna do that.
Did I miss something? Sorry.
Camper named Shiva Steve. Because Steve is the real MVP, duh.
Thanks.
Yeah. I get it.
Just because of that, he's gonna lose this race.
Guess you could say you're cold-hearted.
Oh no! Sorry.
An ice box where your heart used to be.
One thing about this temple, and I can't believe Koinu, the amount of courage this person has, is she just ran up and cut that corner, because you can. The camera kind of wigs out a little bit. Not wigs, it was like an awkward camera placement on the top on the way back, and if you go too far, you can actually activate a switch that resets your progress.
Yeah, if that happens, it's like a good 2-minute time loss. It's really crushing if that happens.
Yeah, I always like kind of wiggle my way out.
Gonna see if Koinu can outrun the Guado here. So something that's unique to the HD version is that because Tidus moves a bit faster, you can actually outrun these Guado and not get any encounters, whereas on the PS2 version I think you're guaranteed to get like at least 2, maybe. Or maybe just 1.
Tidus runs
very
much more slow. Nice, good.
That was pretty close, but Koinu got away without an encounter, so that was that's very nice.
But yeah, Tidus moves faster in HD. They upped his run speed, which is why I believe encounters work. Like the encounter rate works differently because of the way speed works in this game.
So what we're gonna try and do in these fights for the next boss fight is get some sleeping powders with Riku, because we need throwables for a few bosses after Beaconel, and we're also going to try and charge Riku and Yuna's overdrives because they're very useful for the upcoming fights. Could even say mandatory.
See if Camper gets away from the Guado as well.
Look at that. Oh, he took it on purpose.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I guess he's short on encounters, maybe.
Don't know.
It's not. See, as a CSR runner, I worry. I never want that encounter if I can help it.
Oh yeah, he probably knew that it was a stealable encounter actually, and he took it on purpose.
Yeah, probably just use it as an opportunity to steal and then build some overdrive there.
I mean, it worked out pretty well. He got a lot of overdrive.
Mm-hmm. So that is true. I guess the tracking wouldn't tell you what the actual encounter is, like what monsters it's going to summon. I did forget about that.
Yeah, but as Oddmod pointed out in chat, it might give him better encounters.
For the crevice.
For the crevasse, so...
Crevasse.
Or Lake Mac and Cheese.
Also, since we don't need to actually take a Sandragora anymore, it might be also to get better encounters later in the run.
And with the Wendigo battle you see going on, the first thing that we did was use Riku's mix ability to not only kill the two Guados, but to also basically put like every possible status ailment on Wendigo so that it's like asleep. And then Shiva just comes in with a Diamond Dust and a couple Blizzaras and basically nukes him out.
Unfortunately, magic doesn't wake up sleeping enemies, so we can actually just continually hit him and he won't wake up for like 8 turns.
Praise. That's what I would have. We were all there, even if I had a headache.
I saw Steve. I was like, what the heck is that?
So, Crimson, maybe you can provide insight into this. It was asked in chat why any percent doesn't do that Wendigo strat.
We don't use Shiva at all in any percent, I believe.
We don't, but
yeah,
I didn't know if there was like another reason for it.
I think he means...
So I mean, the first reason is that we haven't summoned Shiva at that point, so we'd have to watch her full summon animation, which is quite slow. Secondly, she's not going to be anywhere near as powerful.
That's true. Encounters. You're right.
Yeah, thanks to our Lord Ochu.
I wanted to confront. I wanted to convince.
In exchange.
Yes.
And the
He. Now, I should have told.
You don't nearly have as many grenades, I believe, as well.
Don't have to.
Our immediate. Are you willing?
Yeah. But then,
So there's just a few variables. It's just a different. It's just a different route, you know, a different.
The faith are the one.
Because Titus is more powerful.
Then we will
You can do all the attacking and things like that. Yeah.
Count. We have to atone to make up for the sins we have committed. Of course. It's not like I ever liked Maester Seymour, yeah? No way I'll ever forgive him for killing Lord Jisco. And for trying to do us all in two, you know? But still, the bunch of us going against Yevon? No way!
But still, we have transgressed and must face our punishment.
Alright, and Team Tonberry finished up the Wendigo fight, so all pretty solid here. I mean, this is pretty close, guys. We might see some shakeups here in Beaconal because everybody's going into Beaconal with different requirements.
You can always count on Aaron to complicate things.
For example, Queen he's going to have a few extra steals here because of the Farplane Shadow drop.
Thank you.
Man, must got nerve.
You're too edgy.
And we'll also have to prep a cutscene skip here with the upcoming Send cutscene, so we can use it on Beaconal.
Yeah, I think it saves us like a 10-second cutscene just before we enter home.
And that one's pretty interesting to skip because it kind of glitches out a little bit.
Jeez.
You're singing.
All right. You.
Yeah, we are mere minutes apart
Say,
between all the runners, so
anyway?
Beaconal is gonna either stretch the leads on some people or maybe keep things the same. I don't know.
I thought so. That proved it.
But then we got Everett coming up pretty soon here
was
too.
the link between Xanarkand and Spira. Which means, if we kill Sin, I'll never be able to go home.
We should get...
The
There's something here.
The ground.
This is getting so close. This is getting closer and closer, split by split. I'm trying to sort of in my head predict when they might all like have a convergence.
It was
probably be Everett.
That Sin.
It might be, to be honest.
I'm trying to think because I haven't seen how their collectibles have been going, because we know like Koinu has to steal extra because of the no silence grenades, but the Beaconal section we're coming up to, as we've been kind of alluding to, we need about 15 throwables
this time?
In addition to filling Riku and Orin's overdrive. So depending on that, like, and their encounters too, because we can't see what kind of encounters they have coming up, like that's gonna potentially affect things and really shift up some of the teams here for the leads.
Yeah, exactly. And then they also have the option of stealing up to 3 extra throwables than the bare minimum, which just speeds you up a tiny bit on the guards fights. So I know that Koinu has, I think, was it Koinu that's got a Petrify steal as well? So,
yes.
So she might save a bit of time on using that on the bomb fight. I don't know if Camper and or Grayfox managed to find one to steal, but
I don't think so.
I don't recall seeing them steal for him, but there was, with all the encounters and stuff going on, I didn't catch it.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the runners go for the old strat though on the bombs of doing the triple steal rather than the Petrify, just for the safety of having the extra throwables, but we'll see what they do.
And now we're in a Beaconal Desert, so from the frosty Icelands to screaming hot sands.
So with the Petrify strat, does that mean that you don't have to... You keep your throwables because you don't take out the bombs like individually in the same way with the steals, or do those 7 bomb cores or whatever bomb cores you get like not matter? I think it's like 3.
Need some.
I think you can, with the Petrify grenade, you can use it on the dual horns after the bombs instead of using commodity overdrive.
So if you choose not to use it on the bombs, you can use it on one of those fights. I think that if you use the petrified grenade on the bombs, instead of stealing 3 from 3 each of the bombs once, you just steal from one of them and then throw the petrified grenade. So you get fewer bomb cores, but the extra bomb cores aren't strictly needed for completing the run, but it does mean you're slightly better off when you come to killing the Aeons in the final split, in terms of just having stuff to throw at them. The last thing you want to do is get that far and not have enough throwables to kill them. That would be quite tragic if that happens to one of the runners.
That's fair.
So, on Team Choco's screen, Tidus has just caught Kamari aimlessly walking up a hill that he keeps sliding down.
I always wondered if Kamari loved the desert because it's like a giant litter box for him.
Wow.
So traveling around Beacon now, what they're going to be looking for is they're going to be looking for sandwolves, zoos, alcones. I'm trying to think. I have no idea how to say that. And
the bird
possibly
things.
The bird. They're looking for wolf things, bird things, big bird things, and giant worm things.
Yeah.
There you go.
Anything but the horned dragon things.
Yeah. Or robots.
See it. The dog and the bird.
We're even looking for green spiky things.
Where's
Gone.
There's something I want to tell.
Yeah, no, I understand. And the wolves are going to be the most important because they have sleeping powder. Because they're going to need the sleeping powders to get through the guards battle after Evray. Because it puts them to sleep and allows them to minimize some of the damage they're going to take from turn order and speed stuff. Because they hit hard.
Although we need 15 throwables here, we actually also need a minimum amount of certain types. So, as WoadyB said, we need at least 5 sleeping powders, 1 for each of the guard fights, so we don't get our faces melted. And then we also need a couple of smoke bombs for the every fight. Ideally, we'll get some shadow gems from the sandworms for the guards fights, and then the rest of them are just whatever we can pick up.
I promise. Lead the way.
What you're saying is a flamethrower to the face is not normal?
I'm not saying it's not normal, I'm just saying it's not pleasant.
It was like a new age sun tanning technique. it's all the rage in Cancun.
They call it the Icarus gun.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Now that Koinu for Team Choco's got Riku, she'll start going for stills now. So
This'll be easy. I'll be right back.
I think she needs to do a party switch. Yeah.
Yeah, in that encounter with the Machina, the game has a pre-made party formation that you have to get out of. It's always Lulu, Tidus, and Riku.
That's really unfortunate.
Oh, no Chocobo feather.
Yeah, there's a 1 in 3 chance of the Cactuar just running away, unfortunately. This is good though. Zoo is a very good encounter to get.
Yeah, Zoo gives you 3 smoke bombs.
Leave it to me.
Yep, and 4 if you get the rare steal. And then if she escapes with Walker, she'll have an opportunity to steal more.
Ah, failed to steal. Maybe she's going for the run now.
Bird grows so
Yeah.
big. I'll be right back. I won't go so easy on you next time.
Yeah, as you can see here, Beacon L Desert's all about preparation, so we're gonna see some runners do everything they can do before they hit up home. This FF7 really happens to include FF10. Well, I heard from the internet that yeah, I heard FF10 is a prequel to FF7, right?
Camper getting Riku's overdrive here, which is nice.
Live and let live. Don't you run, Needles!
Oh, and a Cactar for Koinu. Get that
Ooh,
wing.
she got the Chocobo wing. That's not as useful as the feather.
Live and let live.
It's harder to use that one effectively.
Yeah, because it hastes everybody.
Yeah.
Or it's Hastega. Is it Hastega or Hastega?
Yeah,
it's Hastega.
The pronunciation, yeah.
I'm not sure on pronunciations. I leave that to others.
Oh my god, the rare steal on the worm, the stamina spring.
Oh no!
Oh no!
That is.
Oh yeah.
You hate to see it.
Just like that. So on screen, at least on my screen, Camper is pulling up a little bit ahead.
I'll be right back.
Not only is Koinu getting every rare steal imaginable, she's getting all of the useless rare steals. She's getting the hindrance rare steals. We may also see the runners go for a new skip which was found a couple of months ago by Serath.
I saw that.
It was discovered that we're able to skip the Sandragora blocking home, because if we stop in the right location, Riku will run forward towards home and push us through. And it turns out if we're not moving, we won't trigger the fight. So we're actually able to get her to push us through the encounter zone, and then we don't actually have to take the fight. So we'll see if one of the runners goes for that. Nope, looks like Camper's going for it.
Yeah, he got it.
Ah, nice.
No, he did. Oh.
Woo! Chandragora skip.
No,
Then
he went back for it.
He did, but he went back in.
I hope he doesn't think he comes out on the right side of it.
Yeah.
And Riku's stuck on the other side now.
Yeah, wait,
Yeah.
why did he go back for? Oh, I guess he has to do it normally now.
Live and let live.
I guess maybe with his tracker, he needed that. I don't know.
I don't know. Did he just make a mistake? I don't know what happened.
So I actually tested this once. If you run past and then initiate it from the other side, it still spits you out on the non-home side. Because I think it assumes that you can't get past it without fighting it. So yeah.
So you had to fight it then?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Because once Riku, and then Riku stays on the other side.
Oh no, Gene just, Camper just said he checked his encounter count late, so I think he took the encounter on purpose.
Ah, right.
So it was the encounter count.
Yeah, and I think it looked like Koinu had to run back to a different zone because the Sandra Grows zone, I've noticed, has a higher rate of like mech encounters.
Yeah, like so the ruin zone is actually the better zone to farm in, because as you said, there's in this zone that Koinu's now entered, there are mech encounters. In the ruin zone, there's only I think 5 different encounters possible. 2 of them include a zoo. 1 of them includes 3 wolves. 1 of them's a sandworm, and 1 of them's a cactuar. So we want to see all 5 of those encounters. So it doesn't matter what we get, we're getting something we need. Whereas in this zone, we've got a bunch of encounters we don't need, so it's just not as useful to farm.
But we are.
Grayfox just got a feather.
And Koinu got the skip as well. Very nicely executed.
But yeah, Team Mog is technically in the lead right now.
What?
And you can see the glitch with the cutscene storage skip, where all the characters just mesh into one. And Grayfox going for the skip. Oh
no! This happens. I've had this happen to me before. So because you're still moving, the random encounter can still trigger. So you just have to let it happen and just flee and don't do anything. I've had it happen to me, and it's thrown me for a loop too.
I had no idea that was the thing.
Yeah, it can happen.
So on the top left screen, we're seeing Camper do the variation of this fight where we steal from each of the bombs once. So we throw a smoke. We throw a smoke bomb and we throw a silence grenade. The silence grenade makes it so the Guado doesn't take any turns, and the smoke bomb makes it so that the bombs can't. Well, they have a 10% chance to hit us. So it's basically a completely safe fight at that point. And we're just able to steal from each of the bombs once, and those bomb cores will be very useful towards the end of the game. Oh, and also for the guards fights as well for the robots. Okay, looks like Koinu on the bottom left did go for the Petrify Grenade strat. So this will save her quite a bit of time on that fight over Camper, and I'm not sure if Grayfox for Team Tonberry will have the Petrify either.
I imagine it's because there was no silence grenade. But I guess you could have thrown another throwable.
Yeah, you can. That fight's still safe without the silence grenade. Because the Guado tends to just cast Reflect and Null Frost to protect the bombs, but it's just really slow if he's constantly casting abilities.
Oh, he's going for the Petrify game. Yeah.
Oh, yep, they both did it. So they'll both save a little bit of time on Camper with that one. But they will also have fewer throwables for later in the run, so it's an interesting balancing act.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. And now we're starting to see that the Guado are behind for all these attacks, and maybe Seymour may not be such a good guy after all.
No, he's still a good guy.
it's the Guado's fault, not him.
Exactly.
This place done for.
So this is where the stone breath that we got in Jose High Road will start to pay dividends because Kamari can just blast away these fights by turning them to stone, because none of these enemies are immune to it. So, and they also handily have abilities that he can copy, so that he can get the overdrive to use it.
Everyone worked hard.
So I think this is a strat that's pretty much universally used in every variation of this run, in every different category, just because it's the easiest way to get through home.
Yeah, every time Kamari can learn a new overdrive, his overdrive will automatically be filled to max, and then you can just reuse Stone Breath to clear through the encounters.
We'll see a lot of that later in another boss battle.
And here on Team Mog, we see the realization that something's wrong with the party, and they're keeping a secret with Titus. He wants to know.
Riku, the Summoner's Sanctum is where we keep the
But
summoners.
upcoming is one of the longer breaks in the run, so pretty sure all our runners are gonna yeah, all our runners are gonna go and get something to eat or
This
use bathroom.
this is definitely a very welcome break spot anytime you run the full version of this game without the cutscene remover.
Yeah, I think it's one of the last breaks too, right?
Everyone get ready to set your faces to sad.
My face is already on sad.
I'm always sad. That's my secret cap. I'm always sad. But yeah, now we know, we learn that the final summoning requires the sacrifice of the summoner. And this entire time...
I refuse to believe it!
No! Yeah, this entire time, Titus has been encouraging to get the final summoning, not knowing that it will kill Yuna at the end. In other words, Uni will die.
Wait there.
They died, protecting us. It's not much, but the least we can do is give them a proper sending.
Tell me why. Why were you hiding?
Was I the only one who didn't know?
The old bed sits.
Tell me why.
Sometimes it's like the voice acting in this game.
Why did I know it?
To protect the summoners.
I mean, I enjoyed James Arnold Taylor.
Stopping their pilgrimage.
The pilgrimages have to stop.
No, I mean, I love the voice acting, but it's funny how they have to cram so many words to match the mouth movements. So you'll say things like, he'll say like 20 words in the span of 3 seconds.
Uni will die, you know?
You
know, don't don't you?
Yeah, I guarantee everyone right now that none of the runners are in front of their gaming console. They're probably out doing something else.
Way to call them out!
Yeah, it's just the law of this game, dude.
No, they are going to get tissues because they're all crying. It's a very emotional moment for everybody involved.
If it was me, I'd be probably in the kitchen making a coffee if I was Grayfox.
Was I the only one?
Or some sort of caffeinated beverage.
Tell me why.
I think for me, I would be putting away the dirty dishes I had when I made food earlier in the run.
True.
It was just
and I used to also do laundry in this run, so I would like put my clothes in the washer, right? And then after like 2 hours, I would put them into the dryer because that would be the next break time or something.
Yeah, I got really good at one point of preparing some food before the run, like the day before or something, and then putting it in the microwave during one of the post Luca cutscenes, and then like getting it out at the next one, waiting for it to cool down, and then eating it during the Mihen High Road Agency cutscene.
Yeah, I heard that someone made like a steak during during one of the breaks or something like that.
But Waka, that's just totally wrong.
Oddmo rinses his empty beer cans.
Themselves, just so the rest of Spirit can be happy, right?
Yeah, I don't know what I would be doing. I've never done one of the full game runs to know what I would use my time for.
You would run another 5 minutes.
I think I know something that everyone uses the time for though.
A world without sin.
I think everybody goes to the bathroom in this section.
It's finally time.
Because you don't,
especially because you can skip the infamous 10-minute cutscene in this one. So you definitely need it here, probably.
Yeah, because like the last like actual break you get before this is not. It's like Guado Salam, which is a few hours earlier, or a couple of hours earlier.
And I've been telling Yuna.
This is I think what they call empty chair stream.
I told her all the things. We could. And all along, the whole time, I didn't know anything. But Yuna, she...
You know anything? You're not my real dad.
I always thought it was kind of cute to see WoW 4 acknowledge Titus's pain here.
Yeah.
I think in general this is a very well put together section of the story.
Yeah. Oh, and we get to reminisce the laughing scene. Remember that, guys?
Hey, watch.
I certainly remember that.
Woody, I think you missed out. You're gonna have to give us a little laugh here.
Oh God.
You sound sad.
What, did you all do the laugh on stream?
Want to scream?
I can't confirm or
I
deny.
really don't think that's gonna help this.
There's a VOD. I can go watch a VOD.
Oh, we did it big time.
You know what? It's embarrassing to say this myself.
I don't know how to mimic it.
Summoners and their
Chris even
guardians are kind of
Chris
like
even
spirits
went so far as to say that he would only do it if Seraph did it, and then Seraph just called him on his bluff.
I learned to practice smiling.
So Chris was forced to do
when
it.
I'm feeling sad, you know.
It was very momentous occasion to FF10 speedrunning.
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, so Camper top left for Team Mog. He just sorted his inventory, put Phoenix down into the first slot, and now he's continued on to the airship. So that's just going to set his inventory up nicely for the next boss fight, which is Evray.
Yeah, and you know, these runners have been close neck by neck, you know, neck and neck, neck and neck, and but this fight can change everything. I'm expecting all worst case scenarios coming.
Full of laughter.
Are you watching it back?
Shut up.
I hear it.
I can't let her die.
They're happy.
Very happy.
I'll find her.
Dad, you're asking too much.
I didn't quite catch that, Woody. Can you do it again?
Ooh, look, bun cake.
Answer me.
What do you do?
And I told her. I've got to tell her.
That's it. You're gonna tell her you're sorry. And then you just
I love how they sing it.
and make her fight Sheen, huh? You're all the same. Let the summoner die.
I speak fluent Albed.
No. No, no.
Boy, I'm gonna.
So you.
Of course not. Use it.
But yeah, now we get to see some happy little fireworks. Or we'll skip a bunch of cutscenes that have fireworks in them.
Yeah, fireworks. That's what they are.
Locus, so much tact, dude. So yeah, the fun thing about this scene in the airship is as soon as you leave the cockpit, you just turn around and go right back in, and it triggers in that scene. Yeah, I assume Square Enix, what they wanted you to do is kind of explore the ship, but you actually don't have to do that. You can just turn around and trigger the next scene and get right back out.
With one of the first.
Ocho no aga do.
You guys remember when we farmed Ochu for 30 minutes? What great times. We've grown as people and as a community.
I would argue that only one of us remembers that.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think it kind of came in after that, didn't I?
Well, we're on the airship. There's a pretty important boss battle coming up here that's got a very particular mechanic. But before that, gonna do a little bit of shopping. I think there's still a little more cutscening. Cutscening? That's not a word. Coming up when we regain control and start heading towards our infamous boss battle here, there's gonna be a number of things purchased from Rin to help us in some of these battles.
Yeah, I believe it's a couple armor pieces to increase our HP. I think it's the Seeker's Armlet and Seeker's Bracer, plus a couple weapons too.
Yeah, Shimmering Blade, which will equip, but then we'll also eventually modify it into a first strike weapon, and then a Devastator, which will also do the same for Riku as well.
Yeah, those empty slots and the customization ability we get is very useful throughout No Spirit Grid.
What's the matter?
Yeah, this is quite a nuanced and very tight fight. This every fight, but it's also probably one of the most, well, I would argue one of the most fun in the run to execute. So
yeah,
we'll try and explain what's going on as it's happening, but it's pretty fast paced and well, I mean, I guess we get 3 opportunities to go through it.
Yeah.
But,
If you blink, you'll miss it, guys.
Yeah, life. Every moves fast. You don't stop to look around every once in a while, you'll miss it.
Yeah, he's a wily one.
Fiends, there's nothing to do but
destroy the ship and all go down together.
No, but this is one of the more difficult fights in the game. We're definitely gonna safety save here because the way the game autosaves like right on the.
Yeah, and there's also a few. There's also a few really. It's quite low probability, but there's a few low probability outcomes that we can get that just kill the fight.
Yeah.
So it's always good to have that safety save there.
Yeah, because the big thing is, so everybody's got about like 32,000 HP, and whenever he gets down to a rough threshold, it has a chance to use haste, and if it uses haste too early, it's basically going to make the battle unwinnable. And so part of the like consideration with the actions the runners are going to take are going to be not only surviving, because like obviously you have to like avoid some of the, like you have to take less damage from poison breath, which is what the lunar curtains are for, and then blinding Evray to try and dodge the melee attacks that come from it, because once it gets to a range of around 11,460 and 11,967. That's when you can kind of go for like the winning combo, which is basically a Riku Kamari Riku turn order in order to win.
Yeah, so this fight's effectively split up into 3 phases. The first 2 phases are going to be pretty much the same. We're going to use a mix with Riku, and then we're going to attack with Kamari and Auron. And then we're basically going to use items with Riku to try and whittle Evray's health down. At the end of each phase, Evray's going to use Poison Breath, but we're going to use a Lunar Curtain on Auron so he can tank through it. So once we transition to the second phase, we will heal up Auron, res the party with Phoenix Downs, deal damage again, rinse, repeat, and then, as WoadyB said, once we get to that third phase, we want to be in the right damage window so we can go for that killing combo of using a powerful Riku mix plus self-destruct to kill Evray before his haste can kill us.
Yeah, and waiting for the poison breath phases, because it's going to give Riku overdrive each time. That's what allows us to do the cluster bomb mix the first on the first one, and then the tall boy killing blow on the second one.
Yeah, so we swap in Tidus here, use Phoenix Downs to res the 2 characters, and then Evray's gonna hit us with a petrification, which we have to heal off with a soft.
Yeah, if you're paying attention back in Thunder Plains, that's where we bought the 2 softs, actually.
This is an interesting approach.
For camper, or whose screen?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I'm looking at camper, sorry. Guess it works out.
Was it using the outbed potion with Riku?
Yeah, but after already softing her. I guess that makes sense. Just not seen it done that way before. So that's the second mix with Riku. On a camper screen, top left.
Yeah, so Camper's working towards getting to that threshold.
Looks like Koinu bottom left's just gone into the second phase.
Yeah. Got about Camper should be in the threshold soon. 12,400.
Yeah, he just
getting
checked.
close.
Yeah. Slowly working there. That should be it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Camper should be fine.
Yeah, so we're just going to do the same again. We bring Tidus in, we pick everyone up with Phoenix Downs.
The Mega Phoenix.
Yeah, I always like to use the Mega Phoenix here too if I've still got it. And now we need to use a smoke bomb because this Chaos grenade from the start is worn off. We soft off the petrification, and now so we're going to use one more smoke bomb, and then now he's going to haste, and this is where we go for the killing combo. So it should be a tall boy plus a self-destruct, which should kill.
Yep.
Nice, and that was a good every. It's pretty solid.
Good every.
Yep.
So one down, 2 more to go.
And everyone looks like they're in a good place. I don't think I noticed any mistakes.
I haven't seen what damage threshold Koinu's in, but I assume it's all good.
And we do our last storage tip cutscene in the game, I believe, here.
Looks like Koinu bottom left is just coming into the final part of phase 3. So
and Grayfox is close too.
Yeah, Grayfox looks like he's in a good damage range. So smoke bomb from Koinu, bottom left. We need another throwable from Riku.
I think Koinu's in trouble.
No, I think Koinu's fine. It should be attack and then breathe in, right? I think he attacks, then breathes in, and then you go for the killing combo. It should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of time, I guess, to process what to do here. Yeah. Nice, okay. Koinu got it and Grayfox got it roughly around the same time.
Pretty much identical.
So we all got through it?
We all got through, but now we gotta get through the Bavil guards, which is almost just as painful.
Yeah, the thing that the runners will need to be wary of during this section is not forgetting to reset and heal the party after every fight. It's a very easy mistake to make, probably the easiest mistake to make on this section, and it's going to force them to restart the entire section from the autosave. So it's key to avoid that one. Otherwise, we just use throwables, sleep the guards, and get through as fast as we can.
All the runners choosing to watch the cool cutscene versus the soap opera. I see.
Yeah, because with this buffering, you can only skip one of the 2 cutscenes, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you can skip one of the two, and they're roughly the same in terms of length. So you kind of pick and choose which one you want to watch. And then most people watch the cool airship cutscene versus the the kissing soap opera.
This scene was great until Final Fantasy 13 one-upped it with its falling through the sky scene in chapter 12 or whatever it was.
Hey man, this scene's still great. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's a great scene, but I really like that 13 scene where they all go back to Cocoon or Pandora or whatever the name of the place was. I haven't played that game in forever. I forgot the names.
Stay right there, Seymour!
But yeah, the thing about FF10 and as a run is like, since it's not ATB, you can kind of take your time and think of what your next actions will be. So that's what makes it very beginner friendly, and that's why the every fights, you know, I can see Koinu kind of just like, wait, like let me think this through. Don't have to rush it.
Yeah, exactly. Everything in terms of the turn order is mostly deterministic, other than the initial RNG on initial turn order. So yeah, you do have the ability to sit there and think, for a second, like what the state of the fight is and what you need to do next.
It's always better to spend a few seconds thinking rather than rushing in and having to do a reset or something.
Well, we see Grayfox here going for the shooting star on the robot. That's one way to get rid of the robots quite effectively. Does require you to obviously have the overdrive on Orin here, which isn't guaranteed, but nice little time save, not having to deal all the damage you need to kill one of those things.
Yeah, this is where all the collectibles they had been kind of collecting have come to fruition at this point.
Yeah, all that beacon now prep was for this scenario right here. That's why that silence grenade steal was super key in the first Seymour battle. It just makes the difference sometimes.
Yeah, it just makes your time in beacon now a lot smoother. Means you don't have to force encounters as much to get all the throwables you need, because we basically need all those throwables just for the Evray fight and for these Gars fights.
Yeah, FF10 speedrunning is very a giant domino effect. Like you do one thing and it affects something 2 hours down, you know, and it's kind of like that. That's like the entire theme of it, just throughout the entire run. You do something to affect something else later.
We're going to a wedding. Yay.
Oh yeah, good guy Seymour's about to get married, guys.
This is the wedding I always wanted to be invited to.
Yeah.
Go to the chapel and I'm gonna get
even all the
married.
fairies from Zelda are cheering Seymour on.
Remember, cut the ones that matter.
I know.
But now we're gonna miss the kissing scene here, because we have the storage skip from earlier.
Are we really missing it though?
You're right.
Nope.
kill them, and they all die. In here we have Riku's secret mix ability, Flash Grenade. Flashbang.
It's pretty effective mix.
So we see Yuna about to jump off the ledge here.
What do you reckon? Can she fly?
I don't know. Let's. I think we're about to see it right here.
You would play at marriage just for a chance.
I think she
to
can
send
fall
me?
with style.
Your
Yeah.
resolve is admirable. All the more
I mean, if you're gonna fall with Star, right?
It's the only way.
Yuna tells Tias to believe.
You gotta fall straight down and salute the ground.
Yeah.
Do you not?
And yeah, she falls off and she's dead. That's it. We don't get to see what happens to her. Cover your eyes. It's over.
We did get a storage a skip storage from campus in the top left there.
Yeah.
Not that we can use that anywhere.
Yeah. GG. Let's call time here. Yuna's gone. Yeah, there's a running joke that in the scene that you're supposed to watch, she summons Valfor, but there's a running joke that if you summon Ixion instead, it messed up.
What's a mock?
I suppose.
That's not what I need.
I reckon Ixion could take the landing, honestly. He looks like he's got some pretty meaty legs.
Some thick thighs. Funny thing here, you can take the platform down. When I played this casually, I ran all the way down.
Yeah, I did the same thing. I was like, is it? Yeah, and then when I saw the speedrun, I was like, huh, didn't realize that was a thing.
Let's go.
In here, we're going into the final cloister trials. And, well, I mean, I guess technically Xanarchy is the final one, but this one's rough. It's not bad on its own, but after a full run and you're kind of mentally exhausted, this one is not a very fun time for runners.
I think this is kind of a Marmite trial because I don't know, I personally quite like this. I find it to be like a nice break.
Oh really? I'm the opposite. I despise this trial.
I have gotten better. So my mic was muted, but I also in my speed run I also ran down the stairs. I was trying to share, but no, this I have feelings about this trial, but I've gotten better at it thanks to the tutorial video.
It helps a lot that you can hold confirm instead of mashing it. I think most people when they play casually, you get the instinct to mash it, but you actually just hold the confirm button. So either X on PlayStation or A on Xbox, and it makes the trial a lot easier. And most people don't know that.
I quite like this because it's normally when you're doing a run with the cutscenes, it's a nice break between doing lots of mashing on the wedding scene and then doing lots of mashing to skip the text for the next scene after this. I mean, that's not so much a problem anymore with Turbo, but that used to be the reason why I really like this section.
Yeah, it's these glyphs right here in this row that Team Mog is
That's what throws
on.
most people off.
Yeah, you instinctively would just want to mash, but you can actually just hold confirm when you get past this first glyph, and you'll always get the second glyph.
Well, only if it's facing to the right. So if you notice, the
Yeah.
arrow so the arrow's either going to face forward or to the right. When you first enter, like when you're coming down the slope onto that glyph, it's rotating. The moment it crosses this, like, I don't know how to describe it with words, but it crosses this like threshold. You wait till the second cycle, and then you push the button so it lines up.
Yeah, you have to wait like a cycle, I suppose. Yeah, and then I'll guarantee it. And then the cool thing here is that when you come back out on the way down, you can just hold confirm, and you'll always get on the proper cycle the next time around.
This is also the only trial that requires you to, I don't know if it was touched on in previous trials before I got here, but all the trials have a destruction sphere. It's kind of like a side puzzle thing you can do, which also is how you're able to get anima towards the end of the game. All the trials are redoable except for this one. And so you actually have to do the destruction sphere to complete this trial. Remember, we just finished the trial beforehand.
Yeah, they kind of force the destruction sphere on you by design, because you're never actually able to come back here. So it would actually be impossible to get the anima summon if you missed it. I think that's one of the few things in the game though that's missable, that they actually like would be missable, that they force on you, because there's a lot of stuff that's like missable. Especially in home, there's a few like Albed primers that are missable, and there's just never an option to get them back if you miss them.
Yeah, this game encourages multiple playthroughs because you can also carry over your Albed primer knowledge between save files, so you can rewatch the entire game knowing the Albed language. But that's not allowed in speedruns because that's considered New Game Plus. Because if you have Albed primers, you get like an item, I believe.
Yeah, you get 99 of an item called I think Underdog Secret.
Yeah.
I think you can mix 2 of them to make make a character. I think it do like 9999 damage. I think it's like a mini trio effect.
Yeah, and banned on speedruns.
I think it would be quite powerful if you could have that as soon as you get Riku.
So I double checked this. So there's a couple. Apparently, you can use it in a couple mixes. You can get like Final Elixir, Final Phoenix, Trio of 9999, Eccentric, and Super Mighty G.
Oh, it does actually do the trio. That's cool.
Yeah, it can be used for trio.
Yeah, it's a reason why sometimes people are like, oh, why don't you play with the Albed primers on? Can't do it.
I guess it also gives you double overdrive. I think if you just use it on its own. If I'm reading this right.
Oh, is that as a customize?
I think so, yeah. I think that's what it's customizes for.
So it looks like Camper's just about to get our 5th Aeon on the top left, and we'll be able to see what he decides to name it.
What? They join with their human soul.
Yeah, and 80% Bahamut is the go-to Aeon. Not so much here in No Spear Grid.
Good old Baja Blast. It's not just the Taco Bell.
Do you like Baja Blast? What's your opinions?
I like it. I get down with it. I enjoy it.
I'm not that much of a fan, to be honest.
I guess the question is Baja Blast or Sweet Lightning?
Oh man.
Discuss, chat.
I'm a voltage guy actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I expected.
How about that code red, right? And we're getting Baja Mate with campers. Bahamut.
Bahamut.
Officers to those on trial.
In here, if you look on a Coin stream, you see that little chest. That's the chest we're talking about for. Oh, she stepped on the switch. The chest you need to get anima. The game just gives it to you. It forces you to get it.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it's good that it does that, I guess.
Tell this court what possessed you to participate in such violence.
The real traitor. He killed.
Turns out there's some very strong opinions about soft drinks.
Yeah, I didn't realize. Oh, man, I forgot. We were supposed to be on Team Fanta the entire time. Let's leave Mountain Dew out of this, actually. But in terms of story beats, just to get back into FF10, the game that we're watching, guys.
There's a story.
Wait, we're watching a game.
Yeah. Sorry. Let's cut out the soda talk and talk about FF10 for a sec. Yuna here is on trial, and then we see one of the big twists in the game that Yevon has a bunch of unsent people. So behind the scenes, they've been manipulating the public perception the entire time.
Sounds like real governments.
Yeah. Gosh. Let's go back to soda, dude.
Where is Yuna supposed to send them? Is she sending them to Pittsburgh?
She sent him to Taco Bell to get some Baja Blast.
All the people who have opposed sin, their battles, their sacrifices, were they all in
What have we got then?
We got 7. Final Fantasy Series Relay 7.
What?
Oh, it's as if that was the theme. And then Grayfox is going for.
I think it was.
Oh, Pride of Woo. Okay.
Pride of Woo.
That's not where I thought he was going with that.
Those who...
I would have named Bahamut Joey.
Joey?
I don't know why. Just
he seems like a Joey.
Slowy Joey.
I thought you were making a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. Because Joey has the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Oh yeah, that was more meta than I could have came up with.
What?
Kunai with chain.
Why?
You've activated my trap card.
Summoners challenge the Guardians, give the faith are the souls of Spira. Only sin is
Uni girl.
Come out.
Sentence.
Yeah, as,
So, yeah.
Really now.
as Steve
Go
was
on.
saying, this is the point in the story where the characters start to realize that the teachings of Yevon aren't quite what they were cracked up to be.
You can see Wonka's world shatter in front of his eyes.
Yeah, his whole worldview just gets destroyed, piece by piece throughout the story, I think.
And the party here is now split up into two, I guess, quote-unquote prisons. We have the swinging party, who stick together, and then the non-swimmers who are in the via peripheral.
Unfortunately for everyone involved, they put the swimmers in the water part, and the non-swimmers on land.
Yeah, if they did it the other way around, it would have been an easy. GG, easy boys.
Got him.
Could you imagine? If they just did that.
However, the summoner you
We'll be treated to the best song in the game here, Sue.
Oh, you are very correct with that.
No one thrown.
You're very correct with that statement.
Sir.
I don't know if it's such a hot take, but I do like the arranged version of Via Perifico too. It has
Get
a
out.
lot. Yeah.
What's that, Steve? You got to go to bed now. Okay.
I'm out of
Wait, I like arranged soundtrack, guys.
I'm gone. Oh man, I saw somebody. I lurk in a lot of FF10 speedrun streams, and it was a newer runner playing with the arranged music, and I was like, ooh, ooh.
I love running.
I was so confused by it. Like, I actually had never listened to the arranged music because I heard so many bad things about it. So I'm like, why does the battle music sound this way? And I realize now why.
Yeah. When I ran the game and I would run arrange every once in a while, I can just see people yell at me.
So we're gonna see Camper for Team Morg going down the corridor towards Isaru. But before he gets there, he's gonna need to charge up overdrives for Valor, Shiva, and Yuna in preparation for that fight. And we have to kill these encounters anyway, so it kind of works out pretty effective to just charge overdrives and kill them at the same time. Charging Yuna's can be touch and go. It looked like I didn't see Camper do the water ward customize onto Yuna's ring, so I'm guessing he doesn't have the materials to do that, so that can make it a bit more RNG than you'd otherwise like. But we'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, we gotta prep for the Pokemon battle coming up.
So that's Balafal's overdrive done.
Gotta do Shiva and Yuna.
Yeah, so now not having the water ward, the waterer will kill Yuna each time it hits her, so Camper's gonna have to keep Auron topped up and just wait for Yuna to get hit enough times to fill her overdrive. And this is where the game can really troll you and just keep hitting the person you don't want it to hit.
Yeah, those water rests can be really tricky.
That's 2. I think it'll be 1 more and then it'll be done.
Yeah, it should be 1 more.
Cool. I think you can just go for the shooting star now and charge Shiva in another fight. Might be the less RNG way to do this.
Yeah, plus he's running out of Phoenix Downs. He's down to 8. That is, I was gonna say that was some impressive.
All right, Steve, it's your time to shine.
Oh, watch out, boys! Move aside.
Go, Steve!
Help us!
Steve. That was that water trolling was next level. I wish I had that because, well, actually no, I don't because that was painful. And then Camper should be done. If he gets one more encounter, he'll probably shooting star the last one.
Yep, looks like he got a 2 encounter via precautions, which is very good.
And we're gonna see Shiva really shine here in the East Tower fight.
Yeah, this is definitely Shiva's MVP moment. She single-handedly will just swat Isara aside, piece by piece.
It's not.
Yeah, I see someone in chat asking. Bahamut is the one that naturally gets break damage limit in the game. With the other Aeons, you have to have some prereqs to get it. I believe it's the legendary weapons or the celestial weapons.
Yeah, I think each of the Aeons might be linked to a different character's fully upgraded celestial weapon, or something like that.
We get some shooting star action with Coin stream.
Yep, it's always a very good way to kill a third fight if you get it. And it looks like Team Tonberry are not far behind, just doing the Shiva charge now. Saru's summoning Bahamut, but I think Shiva should be, sorry, Steve should be more than capable of dealing with with such a threat.
I jumped my Steve back a little bit because I thought I was in trouble when I heard my name. Let's go, Steve. I have to automatically root for Team Mog now.
We got commentary bias.
Oh, sorry. I mean, let's go, Team Tonberry.
And Shiva on Bahamut or Spathy. Spathy is how you say it. Basically, just keeps using Blizzara about 5 times, and then does the snap, the cold snap to take it down. Because thankfully Bahamut just stands there for 5 turns before using its overdrive.
Yeah, good guy Bahamut laying us wail on him for a little bit.
Yeah, so what's actually really satisfying about that fight is Shiva's got exactly 48 MP, which is exactly enough MP to use Blizzara 6 times, which is the exact amount of times we need to use it for the 3 fights. So it's actually really satisfying that we just managed to perfectly utilize our MP to do the right amount of damage.
All right.
Sorry, go on, Steve.
Honestly, in a Team Mog screen, we're going up to probably, arguably, the toughest boss fight in the game.
So tough. It's even worse than Evray.
Yeah. So the strats in here, pretty insane, actually.
It's like Everay's bigger, beefier brother.
Yeah. He was a super zombie.
What's worse than an Evray? An aquatic Evray.
Yeah.
Or I guess an undead Evray would make more sense.
So all that prep work that we did for Everay the first time around, you're gonna see it here again. So you look at Team Mog here, you just throw 2 elixirs and you're done.
It's like a Death Star level weakness.
Yeah, a lot of people in the I guess Squaresoft wants you to unlock these gates, right? And then you kind of like you get chased and you try to swim away, but because every Altana here is a zombie, you can actually just throw 2 Phoenix Downs or 2 elixirs and you'll just kill it immediately.
Yeah,
and you get this nice silent nothingness on the way out.
The funny thing is, the first time I did this game casually, many years ago, I didn't even realize he was zombied. But I was going to Phoenix down one of my characters and I pressed the wrong button and I accidentally Phoenix downed him. And I was like, oh no, and then it did like 8,000 damage and I was like, wait, what? And then I did it again and he died and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So I kind of discovered that by accident when I first played this game.
Yeah. If you have elixirs, you can use elixirs and it's a faster animation. I believe it's better for Team Mog here because they're probably running out of Phoenix Downs from the earlier.
Like 7 left, I want to say.
Yeah, it's pretty monk-ass. You don't want to run the Phoenix Downs in the middle of a run.
I almost ran out of potions in mine. That was cute.
We were so...
Oh look, they're all back together. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Hey, it's all about the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, Oh, it's just Seymour, our best friend. Wait a minute, what's wrong with the guy next to him? Oh, he's just taking a nap.
Yes.
Oh.
A nap.
No.
No, Kino.
No, he's being a floor tank. He's being a floor tank.
Enoch is just knocked out. He had a little too much.
He was and great, trembling at unseen, chased by his fears, never knowing rest. You see, now he has.
Look, Keenock is just being a floor tank, y'all. We are assuming the worst.
Yeah, sleep eternal. Wait a minute. Death is a sweet slumber.
Swept away.
Guys, I think Seymour might be bad.
Yes. So if all life were to, do you?
Steve, I won't hear any of that nonsense.
Come with me to Zanarkand.
This slander that's coming out of my mouth.
With death on our side, we will save Spira. And for this, I will take from you your strength, Yuna, your life, and become the next Sin. I will destroy Spira. I will save it.
You're totally nuts!
Oh, Kamari, what are you doing, dude?
Unpleasant. Very well. I will give you your death. You seem to want it so.
I love how it's supposed to be this serious moment, but like when I just look at it, it looks like Kamari's Spears model just clipped through Seymour.
So somebody somebody in Ask chatted about, but somebody in chat asked about how tight money is in this route. I mean, at this point, the only thing left to buy is a haste charge, which you need about 90,225 gil for.
Yeah, so I mean, gil can be a bit tight early in the run, especially if you don't get good get good equipment drops that are worth more money early on to sell. Then you can definitely run into issues with buying Sentry at Mushroom Rock, which I think we saw Camper have that issue during his run, having to sell some high potions just to get over the line. But once we get past that point in the run, money becomes a lot easier, a lot less tight. And as WoadyB said, the only real thing we need to buy now is that haste charge, and we'll get a bunch of items not too long that we'll sell some of, and that'll give us all the funds we need to get there.
Yeah, Gil is very much an early game trouble versus a late game trouble. Because we have all these cool equipments we got from all the bosses.
And now the gang are running off to save Kamari.
Old Kamari.
Something that's really sort of I think is kind of cool. It's a really subtle detail, but when you after that cutscene plays, it reorders the party in the order that they ran to help Kamarian.
Did I know that?
It's like it always puts Tidus Walker and
Yuna?
Yeah, Tidus Walker and Yuna in the party, I think, because Tidus and Yuna run off together and then Walker chases them.
I did not notice that actually.
So one thing that you notice is going out on camper screen is that, just like we've done before, and you're going to see a lot of this for kind of like the rest of the run at this point, but we need overdrives, and so we needed Riku and Yuna's overdrive for the upcoming battle. And so while running along the bridge, the idea is that you have the two of them die by escaping with Tidus, so that way they can gain their overdrive.
In response to Scythe Marshall, yeah, that was perfectly fine what Camper did. As WoadyB said, you escape with one character, and as long as you escape with a single character, you can't game over.
And so with the Nodus battle, as you recall earlier, we were hoping to get Cactars to steal Chocobo feathers from. It's because we want to Chocobo feather Yuna if we have 2 or more feathers going into this battle, essentially. And so that way Yuna can go faster and be able to get off this energy blast with Valifor much sooner.
Yeah, so there's an alternate strat to this fight, where we can poison Seymour and then just defend until he ticks out on poison ticks. but that's really slow because he only ticks when he takes a turn. This is much faster if we have the ability to give Yuna haste with a Chocobo Feather, because then we get enough turns to actually summon both Valifor and Shiva. So it's a lot faster, but it does require you to get that extra steel, which isn't guaranteed.
Yeah, because if they had less than 2 Chocobo Feathers, they would have had to customize Null Frost, SOS Null Frost on Yuna and Riku's equipment items.
And that's Seymour Natus down for Team Mog. And I think all three runners got at least 2 Chocobo Feathers, if my counting was correct. So I think they'll all. I think they'll all be doing the main strat.
And now, time for everyone's favorite scene.
We will have to.
The credits?
Of course.
It's a pretty good scene, to be fair. So it looks like Team Choco, Koinu, is going to be taking on Seymour Natus next.
I thought that everyone would help me.
We'll see if she does indeed
all
have
my
the
friends
Chocobo
together
Feathers.
beside
I didn't see her do the customize, so I'm assuming she does.
I've been trying so
Yeah, I know she has. I know she got one in Thunder Plains, I believe, and probably got one in Daring Beacon now. So I'm positive we're good.
Maybe.
Oh, she's actually got 3
You're
plus a
trying to-
Chocobo win.
Oh.
So
told
she's all good.
Everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Well, so then... You know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just, you know, all those things I said. Like, let's go get Sin, or about Xanarkand. I didn't know what would happen to you, Yuna. I guess... I hope it didn't make you sad. Forgive me.
I wasn't sad. I was happy.
And it looks like Koinu is gonna put Seymour Natus to bed as well.
Yuna!
Next to Keenock, because he gave him eternal sleep.
Just don't do it.
The pilgrimage?
Yeah. That's right. Forget all about Sin. About being a summoner. Forget all of that.
Did Grayfox grand summon before
You know,
summoning?
Live a normal life. Come on now, Yuna. What do you say?
I didn't catch
I think
that.
I think he did. Oh, this could be bad.
Maybe I will.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Grayfox used Grand Summon on Shiva before.
Wouldn't everyone be surprised?
Yeah. Except Riku. She'd be with you. Lulu and Waka wouldn't hold out
Unless it
long.
was part of his
Kamari
plan.
would say yes too, I know. But Sir Orin...
I'll try to understand,
if
Yuna.
that's
It's the
if
least
that's
I
a
can do
plan
for
to
No,
get overdrives, it's a spicy plan, that's for sure.
I'm curious to see if Grayfox is on track to get no encounter armor.
What'll I do if I give up my pilgrimage?
Hey, Xanarkin. Let's go to Xanarkin. Not the one in Spira, the one I'm from. Yeah, we can all fly there.
That was interesting. All right.
Everyone can go. Then we'll have a big party at my place.
Man, do you think we'll get a no encounter armor in this race?
Apes would
This
play?
is gonna be spicy. We do.
It'd be pretty exciting if we do.
In a stadium all lit up at night? I'd cheer and cheer till I couldn't cheer anymore.
Grayfox totally planned, I swear. I don't know.
Right.
Well, what about
Alright, it's straight from the horse's mouth. No, don't have to worry about it, guys.
Have fun.
In the middle of the night?
No problem. Xanarkin never sleeps. Let's go to the sea. Before the sunrise. The city lights go out one by one. The stars fade. Then the horizon glows, almost like it's on fire. It's kinda rose-colored, right? First in the sea, then it spreads to the sky, then to the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter.
I'm gonna say that wasn't planned by Grayfox, because
it's really
I'm not sure.
Pretty.
I'm not sure that's a viable strat. Because if Yuna kept getting flared, she'd have never got a turn.
Someday.
And then the mortive body would have healed him up to full, so kind of leaning towards he completely solved that problem on the fly.
I can't. I just can't.
Hey, sometimes, you gotta do what you gotta do. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. That to get through that was pretty impressive. I was looking at it like, this is over. Look,
We all were, to
autosave.
be honest. We're like, alright, well, Grayfox is about to reset.
In my head, I was like, load the autosave, and Grayfox is just like, nope, I got this.
I'll continue. I must. If I give up now, I could do anything I wanted to. And yet, even if I was with you,
So after
I could never
after
forget.
these few cutscenes, we'll be going on to the Calmlands, which is where quite a lot happens, and we kind of enter the end game of the run then. So the first thing we'll do once we get there is we'll go talk to the Chocobo trainer and get ourselves a Chocobo. And then it'll be off to Remium Temple to do some Chocobo races, which anybody who's seen the older trio route of the any percent speedrun of this game, they'll be familiar with those sites.
Always
Seen it, man. I've lived it. I remember those
Been there,
days.
done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah. No, but yeah,
You should head back to camp first.
gotta raise our chocobos here. You could do a little bit chocobo mini game action. We have to do a chocobo. We have to prove that we can ride a chocobo first, then do a race. And I believe it to get 0 chests or something. And then
You
the
have to
3
get
chests.
You have to get 0 and then 3.
which is pretty standard. I think in Nemesis you have to also do 5, which is like the tough one.
Yeah, I think you need to do that to get the triple stars or whatever it's called.
Yeah, not to mention the actual Chocobo race against the trainer too, which is a nightmare to do.
Yeah, it's not exactly a bundle of joy at times. I think the worst thing with the 5 chest route for the Chocobo races is that even when you know the optimal route, it's still very difficult to execute, and you can still sometimes get unlucky and just get beaten even when you did nothing wrong.
Sir Orin?
Yeah, the timing's pretty tight, and
Waka?
that Chocobo knows how to move when you're
Lulu.
trying to get 5 chests.
Kamari? Riku? Everyone
We're
also
also going to
believe-
be.
Oh.
I was
Go
going
ahead.
to say also, like, while running through Comlands, if they get any wasp encounters, they're going to be stealing poison fangs to use at the end of the run.
And
Enough. You need your rest.
yes. Good night.
We use the poison fangs for the Aeons right before the final split. But we are got what, like 3 hours left maybe? We're pretty close.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting there. Not too much. Well, there is quite a lot left, but we got through the greatest portion of it.
Yeah, we've had our mostly. I mean, we'll still summon Aeons, but soon it's going to be Titus, Riku, and Lulu's time to shine for a lot of these battles.
Yeah, we make very good use of Lulu's Fury ability for the rest of this run, in combination with Riku's trio of 999 mix. It's probably the only good use of what is otherwise a pretty poor overdrive in Lulu's Fury.
Yeah, no spear grid. Lulu really shines in endgame. In any percent, Lulu barely gets anything done. You pretty much abandon her when after.
Excuse me. She is a sphere grid helper for Yuna. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, she's like there, and then we just move her somewhere else.
She's just Yuna's cheerleader in any percent.
Yeah, so if you're a big Lulu fan and want to run the game, no spear grid is the way to go.
I guess.
After we get done with some Chocobo shenanigans, though, we might see some no encounter stuff coming up. Who knows? We'll see when it actually goes for it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if any of the others go for it. I think I know who is most likely to go for it, but I'll keep quiet for now.
Yeah, I think we all hedging our bets on this this runner.
Yep. If you know, you know.
Watch it be the other one.
Obviously, no pressure on said runner because doing the nips and no sphere grid is a tad harder than any percent.
It's just a tiny bit.
Yeah,
tiny
no
bit.
pressure, but all the pressure if you're listening in. In fact, your placement in the community. is at stake.
Oh, don't do that.
I'm the one to say that.
Don't do that, Steve.
Steve's been demoted from the rank of MVP.
yeah, Steve, you're just the V. You're just the P.
I happily take my demotion. But
when I learned this run, this really threw me off. I was like, wait, I'm supposed to go this way and then go back this way and do these chocobo races. What?
Oh yeah, because you don't ever go to Reunion Temple normally.
Yeah, so we want to, before we get, so Camper on the top left screen is currently walking towards the northwest of the Calmlands to talk to the Chocobo trainer. Before he gets there, ideally he'll want to charge up overdrives for Lulu, Riku, and I think Kamari. So we'll see, and we'll see him trying to steal as many poison fangs as he can get whilst doing that.
I'm looking over the schedule here for the rest of the marathon. A lot of love for the PC Pixel remasters, I see. I was wondering if they would get any love this marathon.
Yep. Not only did we show them some love, but Square Enix showed them some love too with them patches. Which I'll let those games talk about.
Yeah, that's not our problem.
How old is this game? 2012, 15, or whatever.
Yeah. Let the FF4 people talk about that stuff. Every the Final Fantasy community have always been divided by their own games. We don't like anybody else outside from it.
Wait, but I've run multiple Final Fantasy games. What does that mean for me?
Oh, no way. You doubling that? You two-timer?
More like three-timer.
Oh.
Alright, so Camper
Chocobo
is
time.
now going to train his Chocobo. So we actually only have to do the first of the mini games to actually be able to ride a Chocobo. So this one is relatively simple, and there's a trick that most people use with if you run the Chocobo into the side, it actually won't run past the balloons, so you can actually kind of control its movement by virtue of the fact that you're pushing it into the wall, which it can't go past. So this one is actually relatively easy to complete, and then now that he's done that, he'll quit out and then he'll be able to ride the Chocobo onto Remium Temple.
Alright, and Camper heads to Remium Temple, I think is how it's pronounced.
Yep, and then at the same time, Grayfox and Koino are both making their way across the Calmlands, doing the exact same thing that Camper just did. They're both trying to get as many poison fangs from wasps as they can, whilst also getting Riku, Lulu, and Kamari overdrives filled up.
Yeah, we do the chocobo training in the beginning here because we need a chocobo to access Remian Temple. There's these little chocobo feathers that mark like a point where you can use a chocobo to jump to a different area, and the only way to get here is to jump with a chocobo. And now we're gonna race. It's gonna be like Fast and the Furious.
So one thing that I'm gonna blame my age of having played this casually and the fact that when I speedrun a game I just follow the notes and I don't question a ton. Why do we want 0 chests? Can someone explain that? Because you don't get you get the Wings of Discovery on 3 chests.
Yeah,
the first prize is oh sorry, go on.
No, go on.
It.
You got it, Steve.
No, you go.
Alright, so the first prize is always the Cloudy Mirror. So we have to get that before we can actually get one of the useful prizes. So we just run straight to the middle, no chests, because it's just the fastest to run straight to the middle. And then once we've got that Cloudy Mirror, we can then get the multiple chest prizes.
Gotcha. Okay, it makes sense now because I thought about that the other day. I was like, we get a celestial mirror. I guess I didn't realize it was the first prize.
One thing we didn't really mention about the chocobo race is that you can't touch any of the colored poles here, otherwise it counts against you and you have to do it over again, I believe.
Yeah, so the poles effectively count as like -1, I think. So if you get 3 chests and you get 1 pole, I think it'll give you the prize for 2 chests.
And the riding a chocobo, the hitbox is kind of large, so it could be kind of easy to touch a pole by accident, even though it doesn't look like you touched it. But yeah, we got our Wings of Discovery, and now we can go trio quad 9 here.
Yep, so Camper's now done with the chocobo races, nice and easy. Sorts his menu and then brings the Phoenix Downs and the Wings to Discovery to the top so that they've both got easy access. And now we're done with the Calmlands, so we move on.
Team Chocobo about to do their chocobo races pretty soon here. So we'll see how Koinu does with the race. It's not super difficult once you give it a few times. The pathing's pretty easy. You just kind of have to watch out for the poles.
Yeah, the 3 chest race is you got quite a lot of headroom to get there within enough time to beat the chocobo. It's only really when you start to push on to the 4 and 5 chest races that, and especially with the 5, that the time becomes a bit tighter. So should see some hopefully nice, relatively quick chocobo races here. Now Camper's heading into the Defender X fight, so this is the first time we will showcase the trio
We have
mix,
nothing to.
and it'll pretty much become the mainstay of how we do the rest of the fights for the rest of the run now.
Lord Seymour is coming. I warn you.
Interested to see if Camper's got a spiral cut ready to use. It's always nice if you can get one off at the start of this fight, because then you've got a chance for the Defender X to hit Tidus with his 1 turn, and then you can effectively get a nice free overdrive fill and overdrive use.
He does.
Oh, he does, excellent. Now we'll see if he wins the 1 in 3 and Tidus gets hit.
Nope.
Ah, unfortunate. So now he's going to switch weapon with Lulu just to fix the turn order, make sure she gets a nice quick turn. After Riku switches in, Trio of 999. So now each of Lulu's damaging abilities are going to do 9,999. So now we use Thunder Fury, We need at least 7 to kill the Defender X, and that's that fight done.
We choose Thunder because it's the fastest animation of all the spells. And it's actually quite difficult to get those rotations done, because it's not like one gets you a rotation. As you rank up as you rotate more, it takes more rotations to get another number up. If that makes sense. And no,
I thought
no
Camper
one
was going. I thought Camper was going for it. He ran towards and then he faked this out.
Yeah, he did not go for it. So no encounter attempt for Camper.
Unless he's gonna do Beer and Yankee first.
No, I don't think we'd go back, would he?
Sometimes with tracking, yeah. I mean, in any percent, maybe. I'm not sure about like NSG tracking for no encounter, but for tracking no encounter armor in any percent, sometimes if you need equipment drops, let's say you've got like 2 weapon drops until you get your next armor drop, so you might go fight Beer Yankee first, or Biron Yankee, or was it Chris and Loftus?
Brian and Jenkins.
Brian Jenkins. You go fight them first, so you get those 2 equipment drops, because then that might push the armor drop to the first ghost in some cases.
Yeah, so as we said, we'll see if any of the runners go for no encounters, but I wouldn't be surprised if they don't.
Gagazet is Ronso land, sacred mountain of
yeah, because random seed, right?
Random seed, no sphere grid is a bit more difficult. There's a lot more factors you have to account for, like the number of steals you do in Calmlands, which affect the drop chances you're going to get. It just doesn't leave you a lot of time to do the planning you need to do to get the drops, but I think Grayfox has done it before. So
Grayfox, huh?
Yeah, I'd say he's the most likely to do it out of the 3 of them, but we'll see. Koinu might also be going for it.
Yeah, he's definitely got the most like active experience with like successfully getting it in NSG runs.
A summoner and her guardians.
Yeah.
It'll be really interesting to see how much time a no encounter will make up in comparison in the race, because we've never seen that before.
Not a maester.
Yep, and there's also the potential for, which is something Grayfox has done in the past, to use the magic jars inside the cave. If you go in there to do Tidus's overdrives and charge them up, because they do a self-destruct attack when you attack them. So you can use a spiral cut on them and then get counter-attacked, and then it refills your overdrive, and then you go again. So if you've got quite a few of those magic jar enemies in a row, you can very quickly charge up those spiral cuts you need to get slice and dice. So it'll be interesting to see.
Koinu got her 7 rotations, and we'll see if she's going for the no encounter.
Was slice and dice talked about in the whole like overdrive stuff early?
Yeah,
but I think it's been a while since we talked about it. So if you want to go for it, then go for it.
Yeah, sure. Well, Beer and Yankee will be happening shortly after the Beer and Yankee battle. What's going to happen there is, as they're climbing Mount Gagazat, they're going to need to not only collect some overdrives for a few characters, but they also need to learn Slice and Dice with Tidus, and that requires using 10, I believe it's 10 spiral cuts to learn Slice and Dice. And so the goal would be to basically use as many as you can, and then ideally farm them, but depending on your encounters, the time you spend will vary battle to battle.
Grayfox just used a Spiral Cut and then got Tita's hit, so that's a free overdrive charge. That's very nice.
Yeah, with True Card 9, anything that does multiple hits is a very good move. So Spiral Cut. Slice and Dice, Lulu's Fury Overdrive, or throwing a gem. Super good stuff.
And we're going to see a safety save out here from Camper, because there is a 1 in 64 chance that he gets 2 Friend Spheres. And unfortunately, if he gets that double rare drop off of the Ronso brothers, then the run cannot continue. Because we need at least 1 return sphere to customize First Strike. So
it's funny that how it was in the old days too, but in any person nowadays, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. No sphere grid in the end game is quite similar in a way to the old trio routes, but obviously we don't have the benefits of having a nice lot of agility from the sphere grid.
I'm convinced the 3 runners decided to fake us out by all running to the cave and not actually going into the cave, because they all did the same thing.
No, you actually have to run there to trigger the cutscene anyway.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's the shortest path to trigger that cutscene, which you have to watch.
When you just let the cat out of the bag, looks like they are not going for it.
Yeah, Grayfox said in chat that he would have needed 5 drops for a no encounter armor, so it's not happening, which is pretty understandable.
Well, guys, I guess we're gonna get even more encounters on the way out.
So with the Beer and Yankee, if you're watching this battle, essentially what we're doing here is we're constantly using Lancet with Kamari, and then using Seed Cannon on Biran, because they're Ronso, so they have a bunch of abilities we can steal. So that's why every time we lance at them, Kamari learns a new ability and fills up his LB gauge, overdrive gauge. Wrong Final Fantasy.
LB, how dare you? Yeah, and Biran and Yankee are scaled to Kamari's stats, so that's why this fight, if you say never use Kamari in a casual playthrough, you don't have to worry about these guys doing so much damage to Kamari. So that's a pretty neat contingency thing that Square decided to program in.
Yeah, it's good, considering there's always the chance that somebody just doesn't like Kamari and they don't use them. Kind of like Selfie in Final Fantasy VIII.
It could also go the other way though. Like if Kamari has a lot of stats, the Ronso brothers can have some very insane HP pools.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
It can take a long time to kill them. So it kind of goes both ways.
I think most people casually never use Kamari.
Yeah, I think that's probably very true. I certainly didn't.
Yeah, mainly because character-wise, I think there are a lot more appealing characters, and then he's in a weird placement in the spear grid.
Yeah, he's also if you're it's very hard to know what to do with him, so you kind of just avoid him because you're like, I just don't know what to do with you. That's what I felt when I played through casually.
Yeah.
I think it's the blue magic thing. Blue magic is always kind of a weird, weird thing in some of these games, depending on how they're implemented.
Yeah, it helps that it doesn't help that everybody else in the party kind of has their own specialty. Waka is a heavy hitter that can hit flying enemies, and then we have the black mage, thief, and then there's a white mage, and On's a status down, I guess, person. And Kamari doesn't really have any specialty.
You do that really well, Steve.
It's years of practice. I remember I did that one time, and then someone was like, "Whoa, that sounds just like Sid."
I do a pretty good Otherworld impersonation.
Oh, let me hear it.
Well, we'll wait till BFA.
I
Oh,
can't wait till
jeez.
BFA now.
I don't know if I'll be awake, man. I'm gonna see if I can try to tough it out, though. I'm having a great time here.
It's just 2 more hours of your night, Steve. You'll be fine. Tomorrow's
Is it
Saturday.
what if like we have the runners just stand still for 1 hour?
I think that would just make things awkward. I think you can tough it out, Steve.
I feel like that would make things awkward for the Final Fantasy IV runners.
The runners are just like, all right. I'm gonna try to tough it out, guys. Plus, I thought we were expecting Croftus to come in, but I guess that's not happening.
We'll play it by ear.
Croftus. We can't even use the joke anymore that we set up.
So, looks like Grayfox is now on his Bjorn and Yankee fight for Team Tonberry, and Camper in the upper left has started his ascent of Gagazet. So we want to achieve 3 main things on Gagazet. The first one is we need to get Tidus the Slice and Dice Overdrive. So this requires us to use his Spiral Cut until we've used 10 total overdrives throughout the entire run, at which point we'll learn Slice and Dice. The second thing is we'll then need an overdrive on each of Lulu, Riku and Tidus to use for the next boss battle. And we will also talk to Once, and we'll sell some of our items and purchase a haste charge, which will give Riku SOS haste for the rest of the run, which is very helpful for a lot of the fights.
Ooh, and a fourth thing, we need 5 fire gems.
Oh, you are correct. We also need 5 fire gems.
Also, it's been brought to my attention, we are nixing the C names, and we are all switching to W names, so this is now Wambo, Wimson, and WoadyB commentary.
Alright, well,
Okay,
that's
cool.
it. I'll call it here. No, I'm not all about that, dude.
Living up to the Wambo name there.
Yeah. You got me. I didn't even think about that.
We need a Whamburger with some French fries. It's a Whamburger with some French fries.
Can I be CrimsonInferno? No one else down for that.
Well, this is your problem. You have your overdrive set to Wombo.
Oh no, dude. East? I thought you meant West.
No, chat was right. This is 7 hours in, and I haven't even been here the whole time. I'm blaming me having to do a 3-hour run earlier. It's part of it.
No.
In fairness, if you came off the back of your FF12 run and then started this and went the whole way through, that would have been a hell of a slog.
You know, the funny part is if I had the ability to do that, like if I didn't have other things to do, I had considered it. I had considered that being a possibility. just pull me out of Runner's hideout. Like, what's up, everybody? I'm not gonna be commentating.
Woody in it for the long haul.
I like pass out around this point.
I don't know why they keep fighting in Starcrawl. Weemore is a good guy.
Yeah, what's wrong? Yeah, poor Weemore.
Are we the bad guys?
Well, you know what they say: you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Or in Seymour's case, you die and become the villain. No, you're already the villain. I'm second guessing myself here.
Greetings.
We have met.
No. I have to. You've met him, I think. Wait! My brother at the temple. He doesn't regret it, though. Don't worry.
But
yeah, in terms of the encounter part is interesting here for building overdrive. So there's a number of encounters, just like every area you can get, and the preferred encounter is you really want to get the encounter with the three robots, the three Machina robots, where it's like the two I call them the clappers, and then the one little guy, and the slapper. And the slapper, the clapper and slapper. So you steal from the slapper and it like kills it, because you don't really want him hitting you. Because if the clappers clap you, you basically get a full gauge of overdrive. And so if your encounters are good there, then you're able to get through it a lot faster. But if you get these other encounters you see on the screen, like the plants and the Bashuras, the problem with that encounter is the plants will kill you, but the damage output just doesn't really build a ton of overdrive. And the Basuras have a chance to psych up, which is just annoying as anything. And as I was talking, looks like Camper's grind is over. And so now he just needs to get overdrive with Titus one more time for the upcoming fight.
Before we talk the overdrive thing, Camper did do a shop menu once. That's where we get the haste charge for Riku. You saw that we sold 6 wings of discovery. So another thing about the wings is that it has a high resale value, and whatever amount that we don't have, we sell some equipment that we don't really need. We'll see it here coming up for Team Tonberry and Team Choco, I believe, pretty soon here.
Yeah, and what we're going to see now is that Camper will heal everyone except from Riku. And the reason that we do this is because if Riku starts the battle in crit HP, then she's going to start with the SOS haste ability. So she'll have haste for the entire fight. And we'll use this for pretty much the rest of the fights in the run, just to get extra turns on her where we need them. Oh, did we pay attention to which ones of them got which numbers of returns?
You know, it's funny. I literally just said that, but my mic was muted. So it's amazing that it's like you heard me without actually hearing me. Yeah, I was wondering because I was going to point out that for this upcoming battle, if they only got one return sphere, there's like a 25% chance they'll fail.
Yeah, so I'm just looking. Based on that fight, I think Grayfox only has one return because Lulu didn't have first strike. Yeah, it looks like Grayfox is working on one, and we'll be able to see in a second when Koinu gets an encounter what she's working with. She's just getting her haste charge.
It'll all come together.
Should have enough now. Yep, there we go.
Camper, I think, got 2 return. I saw him do both.
Just now?
Koinu also got 2 return.
Okay.
So Grayfox is at a slight disadvantage.
Oh man.
So yeah, there's about a 25% chance that you will just get bad RNG and not be able to kill Flux if you've only got one return. And that's just because it depends on who he kills, because Lulu doesn't get a first strike turn, so it's a bit touch and go.
Now is your time.
Not.
Yeah, I believe the best outcome is for Titus to die.
Yeah, so Titus dying first is the best outcome, because you'll normally lose 2 of your party members, and you want one of Riku or Lulu to stay alive, ideally. If Titus is the one of the 3 that survives, then you can't complete it. Or rather, I think you can complete it, but it's very unlikely at that point.
This is a coin you got slice and dice.
I don't understand you.
Allow Kimari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a boy who lives, sorrow, come to die, to destroy, to heal.
Seymour, I thought you were good, dude. I thought Seymour was good, man.
With your help.
Shock and awe.
Come with. Once I have become the next.
But Grayfox's stream will be the one to watch when we get into Flux, since he has that 25% chance.
Yeah, fortunately, if he does die, the autosave is just before the fight, but unfortunately he will have to watch the cutscene again. So it's about 2 to 3 minutes per death, which isn't great. But he'll get it first time, I'm sure.
Yeah, first try. If you just get it first try, you're fine. If you, that's how it always works. Right? If you want world record, you just get it.
So we start off with a silence grenade here because it causes Flux to be unable to cast any of his spells. Just makes the fight really safe. And now we want to see as many hits as we can on Flux. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. So you got 3 there. We're looking for the numbers on top. The numbers below, slightly lower down, are for the mortar body. So we need 4 or more here. 1, 2. Yep, that's dead. Nice and easy for camper.
Nice. Goodbye, mortar body.
Look at all those useful levels Camper just got.
He will be. If he be.
And here is where we debate everybody and start gritting.
You know.
Sins. My old man.
You hit.
Sin is my old man.
Oh no, he let the secret out.
My old man became Sin. I don't know how or why he did it. I felt him inside. And when I did,
Wait a minute, hold up.
I knew it was true.
Sin is Jet?
My old man's spirit is suffering. Sorry.
Even knowing that Sin is your father. Still,
Alright, let's see some
I must.
Let's see some good luck from Grayfox's direction.
I know.
I
think my old...
We're going to need everyone in chat to channel their energy to Grayfox.
You sure this ain't... Then... I'm getting a little... Why?
We'll learn.
Alright, so slightly different strat for the one return strat. We use a Poison Fang. The reason for this is the silence doesn't help us as much. And the Poison Fang gives us extra damage over time. So it just helps us improve the odds a little bit. So now we're going to be looking for hopefully a high number of hits here. I think that's 1, 2... can't actually tell from this angle. Oh, I think that might have been 5.
Hey, I think he's good, man.
Yeah, I think he just got 5.
Yeah, it looked like most more up there.
If it's the top number if it was the top number you wanted, he got 5 on top.
Yeah, I think he just got a really good roll. So I think he's he might even get some overdrive back here now. Oh, that's really good.
Titus got the hit. Woo!
That's really good. He actually might not need to use Fury.
Oh, he just checked. He checked this.
He should just be able to fire jam.
Yeah, I think he pulled in Kamaru to check.
Yeah.
It was smoke bomb.
Oh yeah, that's one way to do it as well, actually, because then the mortar absorption will kill. Yep, that's very clever, actually.
What a clean fight!
Big fan of that.
Solid.
Oh, Koinu only got 2 hits with Slice and Dice.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh, and she went for the Poison Fang as well. Oh, she didn't get the Silence Grenade stills, did she?
Well, yeah, I remember it was a far playing Shadow.
Oh, but he ticked out to the poison.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. All right, everyone passed Flux. That's really good to see. Everyone first timing Flux, because that's the heart in your mouth moment of the run, really. Especially for Grayfox there. So really great to see all of them through.
I don't have time. Yo, it's not that. Huh? Long.
Yeah.
Yes. Pavel's Machina assured the summoner Xanon. That's why we.
What?
The remaining summon.
So on campus screen, we Tidus is just learning about his origins, and it will very soon be revealed to him that he is in fact a dream of the faith.
Yes. You.
Yeah, so that's the big giant plot twist of this game, is that instead of you're led to believe that you're sent years in the future, right? But in actuality, you have not been time traveling at all, but you were fake the entire time. And have been living concurrently with Spira.
It's actually quite a heavy thing to learn when you're playing this game casually as well.
So
we've been dreaming.
Gets very emotional at this point in the game, I think.
Both you and your father sin the.
What are you?
You two are.
Yeah, so many plot twists. I mean, this must be plot twist the game.
You.
I'm just really impressed with how close all 3 runners are at the moment.
Yeah, it's been super tight, man. Anybody can still take it.
Hey!
You. What?
nothing. You called?
It's anyone's game. Especially because nobody got known counter armor. Don't worry, the real deciding factor will be the walk-up minigame.
Ooh. Yeah. Hopefully.
Maybe I'm just bitter.
First try, incoming.
It's normally first try or double-digit tries, I find.
Yeah.
It just after the first attempt, it never seems to want to actually hit the mark. I swear, it just won't. It just refuses. So once again, we're gonna try and use encounters that like the behemoth that Camp's fighting now, that do larger amounts of damage to charge our overdrives. We need overdrives on Riku and Tidus at the very minimum, but also we'll need to charge up Lulu at some point, and also Yuna. So we don't need Lulu before Sanctuary Keeper though, so I guess Camper won't get that now. But now we need to go into the underwater section and do the Trials of Gagazet.
Looks like we got...
If anything should happen, if it gets dangerous, be careful.
Yeah, I'm seeing chat. Yeah, that's the beauty of First Strike as an ability. You don't have to worry about anything killing you because you'll always take your turn first.
Yeah, it's a really powerful weapon customization, and pretty much the only reason that no Spear Grid is even runnable. Because without First Strike, none of these, I don't think a lot of these endgame bosses would not be beatable, because they're all too fast and do too much
furious
damage. Yeah.
Yeah, family. Oh, here we go. Tough minigame coming up. First try.
Let's go. Easy.
There's actually a visual cue that you can use to get your timing right. And that's what most runners aim for. They look at that visual cue and then go for it.
Yeah, I've seen a few different visual cues used by different people, but as long as you've got something that works for you, you should be able to get it every time.
Yeah, I gotta relearn that visual cue, because I don't know. I had like a bunch of runs where I got a first try, and then all of a sudden I stopped.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Sarah, about the inconsistent turn orders if you didn't have First Strike.
Man, the neck and neck of Choco and Ton, of Charlie and Tom, are wild.
Yeah, it's a matter of like maybe 15 seconds in it.
Yeah. And there's load times and all that jazz too.
Oh, Grayfox very unlucky not getting the full overdrive there. It's a damage roll to get Ochu to fill up Riku. So now Camper for T-Mog is on the second of the two Trials of Gagazet. This one is somewhat simpler. We have to match the characters with the holes in the wall. Fortunately, they put colours on the holes that match the same colours that the characters use throughout the game for things like the sphere grid. And also the holes are different sizes, so it's quite easy to work out what goes where with that one.
I always thought it'd be funny if like Waka goes in the same hole as Tidus while he's occupying it. He's just like, "What, dude? What are you doing?"
Looks like Grayfox
Your
is
own
just
hole.
Grayfox is just swimming up to the or walking up to the Blitzball mini game now. So we'll see if he also gets it first time. Easy mode.
GG easy. First try. First try every try.
Now they're just showing off.
Yeah, these speedrunners, come on, guys. They're all robots.
Imagine having skill, man.
What skill?
As much.
I just push buttons.
And that's 3 out of 3 first time. Let's go.
I'd be lying if I didn't say I was a little jealous.
Are we sure we're not watching the task?
I don't know, we could be.
The runners are fast asleep in their beds right now.
They're playing with their minds.
Us commentators got the change.
Camper remembering to put the first strike back on Riku. That's very important. If you forget to do that, this Sanctuary Keeper fight becomes very spicy. I say this. I say this from experience. I've done that myself, and you have to summon a bunch of Aeons to tank some attacks until the turn order lines up, so you can actually kill it.
Oof.
But
this battle has the hardest strat of the entire run.
Yep. Mixed trio, slice and dice.
Profit.
Maximum skill. You watch. He's got to hit this bar in the middle. Oh, he's done it. Amazing.
And down goes the hold on. I'll come back with my joke in a moment.
You just got to craft it a little bit.
I don't know, man. He hit that bar way too fast as a human.
No need.
I know. Soon means that there's not much time left.
Riku.
Fine. I'll think on the way.
Hey.
Alright, so Grayfox is
almost there, aren't we?
just finishing up the second trial, and it looks like Koinu is
You remind me of
just
myself.
about to start it. So
Before,
it's still very
when we
close
arrived,
between the two of
you
them.
will fight. I thought my mind, but when I stood,
Legendary
legendary guardian, I was just a boy about your age, actually. I wanted to change the world too, but I changed nothing. That is my story.
I think Walker's like 20. No, he's like Aren't they all like super young?
Yeah, yeah. Walker's in his
Walker,
20s.
Walker's like
Actually,
20. Walker's like 23 or something, I think.
Yeah, it's Oron that's in his 30s.
Yeah, or Oren's the one that's 35, but he looks way older.
Yeah, you know how it is in the Japanese game. Everybody looks super young, and then once you hit 30, you're immediately really old. Like, I believe Lulu's also in her early 20s, but she looks like she's in her late 20s, I guess.
Yeah, and Tidus and Yuna are both 17, and Riku's like 15, I think.
Yeah. I think Tidus is 19 and Yuna's 17.
No, I think they're both 17 because I think the original plot for this game was like something to do with them like dying when they're 17 or something.
Oh wow. Okay, maybe never mind then.
You're a true friend, and I thank you, but
Yeah, Lulu's in her 20s, which
I must go.
yeah, you know, anime stuff. They always make anybody who's over 20 look a lot older than they are.
Yep. So Grayfox equipping the first strike. And,
There's gotta be some kind of way we can save you, Yuna.
Koinu also equipping the first strike. So on the top right screen, we're going to see Grayfox now fighting Sanctuary Keeper. See if he can hit the skill shot.
Thank you, Riku. Thank you.
Alright, I give up. Joke failed.
Don't say that, Yuni. It's not over yet.
Tell Sid. Thank you.
What a god, he hit the skill shot.
No. You can tell him yourself.
Sanctuary Keeper also drops return spears, I believe, so now Grayfox can
We're gonna see each other
customize Lulu's weapon.
And Koinu also got the skill shot. They're all just too good at this game.
I'm telling you, it's a task that we're watching, yes. But Grayfox won't be able to make up the menu that he missed out on Gagazette.
When my father it was you. I am truly having you as a guardian. Perhaps that's.
And now we get to watch Yuna's emotional farewell video, which
do you remember?
Tidus gets a private viewing of.
Everyone was, but when my father. Now, I couldn't sleep. I stood on the bridge, standing there. Then, you said you were at first, until I realized you weren't you. When I told you, you said you would, that it, I think, because that, and you just, I cried. When you tried to go, I held on to you, and you listened, Kimari. And I'll never forget we always, that's why and when you refused, I've always, you know, I could tell you were like, I think, I love watching you play Blitzball.
I believe, not a lot of people notice, but this video that Yuna shot, you can pan left and right with the camera, right?
Really?
I did not know that.
Oh, yeah, you can actually pan left and right in the camera before it zooms into Yuna.
That's pretty cool.
You are.
Is that that might be like the only camera control you ever have in the game then?
Oh yeah, I think you're right actually. I don't know why they let you in, but you can.
We haven't even known each other that long, but it's funny. So this is what it feels like. It's a much more wonderful feeling than anything I had ever imagined. Wonderful. But it hurts sometimes. I wonder. I just want to say thank you for everything. Maybe that's why it hurts. When I think about us never being together.
Yeah, I think this what it shows in the video is this is what Yuna is doing when she's up on the the cliff at the Mihen agency before Tidus interrupts. So it's kind of interesting that you kind of see this
What you up to?
earlier in the game, but obviously you have no idea what it is at the time. I think that's it's kind of cool the way it's works like that.
Guys, you know what I think we should do though? I think we should
start again.
I like this run so much. Yeah, we should just reset this run.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've lost too much time. They didn't get no encounter armor. It's probably should start over.
GG, go again.
Yeah, so I think Camper here, I think he's gonna reset the run.
Yeah, quick soft reset and then go again.
Yeah, so we're gonna start over from the beginning here. Yep, here we go. Reset. Alright, guys.
What an absolute animal.
Yeah, he was ahead a little bit, but just was not happy with his progress. So I guess
he's almost 9 hours into the run, but he's like, nope, I'm gonna go again. I'm doubling down on this run.
Yeah. Oh, I think the other runners might be doing the same thing. I think they're in agreement.
This is my story.
No flea this time. see you guys in 24 hours for the finale.
Listen to my story.
Imagine how long that run would be. Oh my god, you want to talk about swaying leads right there. Whew.
Debating everybody from the management team in.
Listen to my story. Again.
Hey,
Yeah.
there was more, right? I mean, like that time.
Oh no, hey, we didn't reset. We're still in the game.
I think.
Yes?
I think that we should stop.
No, this is actually the real start of the game.
Maybe. For now.
Everything before this was the prologue.
Oh yeah. The backstory.
Yeah, Tidus just spent 8 hours giving us the backstory, so that he can
You
tell
all
us
not watched anime?
Let's go.
how it ends. So it's going to be a lot of the same here now. We need to charge a few overdrives, and we want to do that as efficiently as possible. And then we'll leave Riku in crit HP for the next fight.
Critical health.
Good thing we got first strike, because that's a lot of ambushes.
Yeah, yeah, it is. But yeah, Titus, Riku, and Lulu need their overdrive, and ideally, you want to use a Bahamut encounter or a Defender Z encounter, because those are going to do the most damage. You also, if it hasn't been done by now, in Comlands, Yuna needs her overdrive for BFA.
Yeah, so the runners will need to get Yuna at some point. It's normally just a case of getting it whenever's convenient. A lot of the times you'll see runners end up just getting it inside Sin anyway, because they don't get a good opportunity. But Camper's just... Oh, he's not even going for the Behemoth. He's... Perhaps he knows that there's a Defender Z, which is the better choice.
What a madman.
Or a Visionary.
Or a Mad Visionary.
Journey.
I am the summoner.
Your eye. You have... Lady, you... Go to...
Yeah. If it might benefit, it is the highest. Use my life. What?
Oh.
She said Lady Yokun, didn't she? Wait, she guarded High Summoner Yokun?
This dome is filled with fireflies. It's like one gigantic sphere. People's thoughts remain here forever.
So now we're heading into the Blitzball Stadium that we saw very in the beginning of the game. Or what was the Blitzball Stadium. And we learned that the members of prior pilgrimages are seen here, so you can see like the guardians and the past high summoners and what happened in when they came in. And we do get a Defender Z here, so pretty fast overdrive charge for Camper.
Yeah, that was really nice. We'll also need to see one for Lulu. So I imagine we'll get that one soon. And there's another Defender Z, so that's very nice. Want to escape with Auron and Tida, so Lulu gets hit. Whoa, who are these three handsome gentlemen?
You knew. Yes, but Auron, but I have come. I will defeat Sin. Please.
It's High Summer, Alaska.
But I thought he was dead.
I remember playing FF10 for the first time, and I wasn't really familiar with Final Fantasy games. So I thought that the story of Braska, Jet, and Auron was from a previous Final Fantasy game, because this was number 10, so it had to have happened beforehand.
I see.
Yeah, so it must have happened in like an FF8 or something.
You can ask for.
I very much would like a game where you play through as those three.
Yeah, I would too, actually. It'd be kind of sad ending, though.
So now Camper is moving on to the Xanakin trials, also known as Tetris. So in this trial we're presented with a number of different floor puzzles, and we have to stand on the correct tiles that match the pattern on the wall.
So what they do here is they bust out the Brady Game strategy guide and follow the path. The forbidden text. Game facts notes, yeah. And you knew it was a good guide it had with the ASCII art or whatever. But yeah, if you look at a Camper's screen, he moves. We even have the route planned out for which blocks you need to step on first on the floor. So everything is we have a little cheat sheet.
You just follow the picture.
Yeah, follow the picture.
Do the dot to dot.
It's the most optimal way to do it. And I guess this is a good time to plug in the FF10 Discord, otherwise known as the Blitzball Haters Club. If you're interested in running this game, the FF10 Discord and
the Blitzball Haters Club headquarters,
yeah, is available for the public. Just go and give it a look. And there's also a general Final Fantasy Discord, and there's also a lot of Discord servers with the other Final Fantasies as well. So not just 10, but if you're looking into doing a speedrun, the community is always willing to help out new runners. So Doesn't matter if it's 10 or if it's the upcoming 4 or even Lightning Returns.
Looks like Koinu for Team Choco's got all of her overdrives done, and also just spotted that she's got Yuna's done as well. So she's probably set up for most of the rest of the game now, which is pretty good. Grayfox is just about starting the trials, as well as Koinu, and Camper is just coming to the end of it. And with that, we'll see our next boss in Sanctuary Keeper.
No,
Sanctuary Keeper, Spectral Keeper. Yeah. So this is a very interesting fight. This is well, I'll explain it as it's happening. But oh, what's oh, he's taking the autosave instead of using the save sphere. Nice. But the problem with that is that the autosave just got overwritten. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, so what we do in this fight is we start by doing our trio. We're gonna swap weapon with Lulu to make sure so we do light curtain on Auron because we need him to have higher defense. Auron defends to give him even more defense. Lulu switches weapon just to fix her turn. We give trio, and now interestingly we could kill the Spectral Keeper with 6 Thunder Fury, but we're going to do exactly 5. And the reason for this is that 5 is one short of killing him, but it will cause him to counterattack, which refills Riku and Lulu's overdrives. And because we gave Auron a lot of defense, he actually survives the attacks, and then we finish off with Auron. So this is a very efficient way to get the kill and also get the overdrives back. It's a pretty fast fight, but it's pretty cool the way it works out. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. You can find these little tricks to kind of charge your overdrive so you can prep for the next fight without having to go out and kind of farm it.
Yeah, the only caveat to that fight is that there's a very small chance that Lulu can evade that attack and she won't get charged. And if that does happen, then the only way, because we need her overdrive for the Unalesca fight, the only solution is to run outside, back out to the dome and charge her overdrive. So let's hope that doesn't happen to any of the runners, but let's just be aware that that can happen.
This isn't a...
That step, it is what you see, Lord God.
You mean...
But Lady Unalesca, the Summoner and the final Aeon will join powers. Go to her now. Inside, the lady awaits.
You... Auron.
Yeah.
Why didn't...
If I had told you the truth, would that really have stopped you from coming?
I'm not...
Kimahri knows. Kimahri goes first. Yuna is safe. Kimahri protect.
Yeah, so the no sphere grid run is completing the game without using the sphere grid at all to increase our stats or gain any new abilities. The only ability that we do get for the purposes of the speed run is Flee, and that's because it's absolutely painful to attempt to speed run this without it.
will be yours. Now,
because each escape without flee has a 25% chance of failing, and we have 3 of those in each battle.
There must be a bond.
So random encounters become an absolute
If that bond is
pain.
1,000 years ago, I chose my husband Zeon as my faith.
Yeah, and no spirit. That's been the challenge run since. Man, gosh, like since the game came out, I guess. I know it's been there for a while, at least.
Yeah, it's been there for pretty much for as long as I can remember.
Yeah, can you beat the game without actually using the level up system that the game provides? So this is probably the equivalent of like a level 1 run, I suppose, for other Final Fantasies.
My dream is back.
Yeah.
I wanted to make that.
So we're going to see Grayfox do the exact same fight that Camper just did. So hopefully we see Lulu get charged on this one and no rare dodges.
Getting any younger? Checked? What? Sorry. Braskus, guard him well. Well.
Lord Bra, what do you... Sin, it comes back. The cycle will
But there's always a... It's worth... I understand. I'll find a... Trust me, I'll think of something.
Man, Team Ton and Team Choco are
neck
and neck.
Yep. Tonberry, they just got Lulu's overdrive. We'll just see if Koinu on Team Choco manages to not get unlucky as well.
We'll break it.
Yep. None of them got unlucky. Excellent.
That still won't change anything, you know?
Oron will very shortly
and then what? That won't break the cycle.
attack from his berserk stance.
Listen, you want to
And there we
defeat
go.
Sin and keep Yuna alive. You don't want Sin to come
On
back.
Camper's
That is just not gonna happen, brother,
screen,
you know?
which is top left, we're in the cutscene with Yunalesca, and this is the part where you have to mash with multiple buttons so you can skip the dialogue. This is where that sort of 3-minute time save comes in, just by mashing.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. There's the flashback with Jekt, Oron, and Braska here. You actually can't skip it just by mashing normally, but for some reason by mashing with an alternate button it works. Don't think anyone knows why that works, but it saves quite a bit of time.
It'll go the way I
Yeah,
want
just
it.
one of those weird
Or I'll end
quirks
it
of
here.
FF10.
Wait. You say it's your story, but it's my story
Although
too, you know?
I think at this point in the dialogue they might have already gone past that point.
To let my fate just carry me away, following the same path my whole life through. But I know I can't. What I do with no regrets.
Alright, best speech incoming for from Oron.
Have you chosen the one to become your faith? Who will it be?
Might I ask something first?
Just
Will
gonna
Sin
do
come
this for
back,
everyone.
or should I use the final summoning to defeat it?
Sin is eternal. Every Aeon that defeats it becomes Sin in its place. And thus is Sin reborn.
So that's why Jack became Sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spira's destiny. It is never ending.
Everybody get your copy passes ready for the right time.
But if we atone for our crimes, sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
Only
Will
at the right
humanity ever
time.
attain such purity?
This cannot be! The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement! It's been our only hope all these years!
Hope is comforting. It allows us to accept fate, however tragic it might be.
Hold, guys, hold.
Where is the sense in all this? Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jekt believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose
Still a good minute or two, I think. But on the other two screens now, you'll see that they're both going through the Jekt, Braska, Anoran dialogue. So you'll see there that the text lines are being instantly skipped. That's by way of that double button mashing we were talking about.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. Now choose. Who will be your faith? Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No, I would have gladly died.
Not yet,
I live
Quetz.
for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them, but no more.
Just hold the line for now.
Summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No, your father sacrificed, so they...
Wrong. My father wanted to make Spiro's sorrow go away, not just cover it up with lies.
Sorrow cannot...
My father, I loved him, so I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor, you would... Well, I will free you. It is better for you. Let me...
Alright, here we go.
Alright, we're about 15-20 seconds away.
Now! This is it! Now's the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there we go, guys.
There we go.
Well, I'm fighting.
We got one more.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
You can always run.
Ah. I'd never forgive myself. No way. Not if I ran away now. Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
Let's go.
Yeah, even in death, yeah. We're here to the end of the run.
Alright, so a quick rundown on this fight. So we're gonna open with a Riku using a light curtain on herself. This is a bit of safety in case she gets crit by Yunalesca. Couple of weapon swaps, and then we're gonna mix trio. You've seen this rodeo before. So now we get Tidus and Lulu out of the party, so they aren't in the way of attacks, because we'll need them a bit later. And now Riku's going to hit for 9999 because of the trio. And this triggers phase 2. And at this point we basically rotate our characters back in one at a time to deal with the phases one at a time.
Yeah, we do slice and dice, and then Lulu will wrap up phase 3. We only need 7 hits for Lulu to beat Unaleska.
Yeah, I do enjoy that each phase of Unaleska is like taken care of by Lulu, Riku, and Titus.
Camper actually got the regen on Walker, which is actually useful here because if he did fail and only get 6 Furies, he'd actually be able to attack with Walker for the finish.
We're also looking for a zombie strike weapon, I believe. Yeah.
Yep, we are indeed. So if we see any weapon dropped here, 50-50 chance, then it's guaranteed to be Zombie Strike, and that'll be very helpful for you, Yevon, when we get to the end of the game.
Alright, fingers crossed to see you.
We're fingers crossed for a weapon.
No, I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them.
It's a nice textbook Unaleska battle there.
Summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No, your father sacrificed so they would.
Wrong. My father.
No, that's unfortunate.
Bless the ring.
But we do get a second opportunity to get one later. So not all is lost yet.
Sorrow cannot be.
My father. I loved him.
Now, the time is now.
So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow.
What time is it now?
The time is now.
But someday, I will conquer it.
Even in death, y'all.
False hope.
Can't see me. The time is now.
I will free you. It is better for you. Let me.
Now, this is it. Now is the time to choose.
So we'll be seeing Grayfox and Koinu do the exact same fight that we've just seen Camper do. We'll be looking out for if either of them get a zombie strike weapon as well. See if we can get 2 out of 3 at least.
Even in death, yeah.
Death, yeah.
Give me a break.
You can always run.
I'd never forgive myself. No way.
It wouldn't be so as funny if we didn't say yeah.
Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Alright, so with Grayfox here, we're doing the same strats in the mixed trio of Quad 9 here. And then we're gonna use Riku to bust out a fire item, and then slice and dice with Titus, and then finish up with Lulu Thunder Fury. But with Camper, we can do a little bit more. The last of the exposition here. We're gonna go do some story beats before we go and fight the final area here, which is Sin.
Gonna go see the old man.
Yeah. Who is old Maester Mika at a ripe 35 years old. I always thought that cutscene was pretty cool, where Tidus looks at Sin and Sin's turning back, knowing what just happened. And then instead of just swatting down that airship, it just lets him pass. Alright, Grayfox about to wrap it up here. We're gonna see if he gets a zombie strike weapon. Oh, going for the 8. What a monster.
I gotta say that rotation on that is just whoo.
Yeah, it's even more difficult, I believe, in HD versus PS2 as well. So going for 8, it's not that no easy task. Let's see, keep an eye out. We'll see Yuna's Yunaleska's parting words here.
And Koinu just wrapped up as well.
So now we get to see both of them. Fingers crossed, if one of them gets it, it's gonna be pretty pog. Blessed arm guard for Grayfox, so he did not get it.
Damn.
Can Team Choco get this?
If I and with,
then we'll find.
Fool. Even if there was you, Yevon. You. Spira has been wrong.
Oh, we get a
Alright,
shimmering
1
blade
out of
for
3.
Orin. That is a zombie strike weapon.
Destroy Sin, so it won't come back. And without the final Aeon.
We're able to do this, as chat's asking, by very skilled routing and runners.
We use hacks.
Yeah, it's basically a combination of the most powerful effects in the game to allow us to do enough damage and get enough turns to do what we need to do, as well as WoadyB said, some very clever routing by many people who put time into it before to work out the optimal turn orders to actually make this work.
Yeah, it's the beauty of having a 20-year-old game. It's been around for a while.
You've been watching over me since then.
Don't say it's 20 years old, man.
What's a...
Hey, Steve, you're old.
It's difficult to explain.
It's I look in the mirror and I just
cry. You just cry, right? I cry. Yeah. You cry. I cry.
But it is really thanks to the speedrunning community and all the effort they put in. Because I remember when Spirit Grade was just a runner named Kami Neko who just kind of wanted to do it, and then throughout the years, people have improved on it, and man, FF10's come a long way since then.
Thank you. Were always.
Yep.
And yet, still somehow we have to play Blitzball.
Yep, no one's found a way around that yet.
Yeah. The day when Blitzball skip is found is the day the entire community rejoices.
Oh my god. I can't even imagine. Didn't we all have to just learn Blitz loss?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Blitzloss will be faster.
we also don't have to play Blitzball. I'll take that trade-off.
Yeah, I guess I would too. Who am I lying to? Yeah,
Okay, so-
no sphere grid is basically just, it's not a flex, but it is like a low percent.
Yeah. So Camp has now gone to the back to the Calmlands, to the agency. So at the agency there's a tutorial podium. We can use this to fight a Bashura. We can't game over from losing this fight, but it gives us a very efficient way of getting our overdrives done. So Camp has just been able to get all 3 overdrives built that we want to build in one fight. This is actually something that was theorized about and sort of introduced probably only a couple of months ago. I think it was Grayfox's idea originally, so quite a nice little optimization over how we used to charge the overdrives there.
Yeah, the old route was to travel to the Omega Ruins and do it there.
Yeah, which it's a little bit slower because you have to watch a cutscene when you first go in there, and there's also some encounters that can't charge you because they either don't do damage or they don't do or they just do a very small amount of damage. So
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? Because I did the Omega Ruins when that was the norm. So now I know. When I never run this category ever again.
yeah, it's a very nice little way to charge those overdrives. Just gives us a very efficient way to get it done, and it also means we can charge all three at a time rather than having to stick to charging 2 and escaping with 1 character. So it's very efficient.
Now this is the part of the run where I call running back and forth on the airship.
Why do you call it that, WoadyB?
Because it's all we do is run back and forth on the airship. Going from trigger to trigger until we fight a giant fin.
A giant whale.
A giant whale. A dad. We fight our dad. Sin is jacked.
Wait, what?
Whoa, dude. Spoiler alert.
This is my first playthrough, dude.
From 5 hours ago.
What are you... All this time but beyond the I'm sorry.
You... About... Yuna.
So,
Yevon.
The teachings...
No answer. Must know.
Both...
Micah know.
That's it!
Yeah, the only drawback with the combat simulation stuff is that the Basura, or Bashura, sometimes will just sit there and psych up over and over again, and it's a huge time loss the more he does it.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, I mean, I think both methods have, like, the chance to go really wrong, but
yeah.
I feel like the Bashura is the least likely to irritate you and go really badly wrong.
That's why he was...
Plus, at least with the simulation, you can't game over from it, so...
Yeah, exactly.
If we attack Sin... However, if he...
Yeah.
Might be.
Yeah. It's worth a try.
Way up, that our baby here.
So here in the story, Ryu's trying to tell Shlendi here that we're gonna try to sing the hymn of the faith to pacify sin, so we can actually have a fighting chance.
Yep. So looks like Grayfox is going to get his overdrives.
She's no traitor. Mr.
Yep.
Mike.
She says. I guess Coin already done with that, or maybe she didn't do it yet.
Oh, Yevon. Why, yes,
I don't believe so. I did not see the simulation from Cornu yet.
Okay, maybe she does it after High Bridge. I think you could do it either way around.
That's great, but
please wait. Hey.
On campus screen, they are now playing the hymn of the faith out of speakers on the airship that are so loud, people hundreds of feet below them can hear it and sing along.
The whole world.
The whole world hears the booming speakers of this airship.
You have obtained the final Aeon from
Kind of picture it as this game's version of a spirit bomb. I don't know if that just makes me really nerdy sounding for those who get that reference or not.
Fools. You've taken.
hey, maybe that's not.
The Grand.
Spira. You haven't. I have.
It.
Who is?
Lady Yuna.
Wait.
He who crafts.
Alright, so we're getting ready to go up against Sin now. So Camper is going to walk up to the outside of the ship, and then we'll go fight our dear old dad.
I would say this battle, when I first did this run, it was interesting. The strat for these two fights. I never thought I would be told you have to count how many times you cast the Lancet in the battle.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting mechanic with the way the AI of the enemy works. They only attack after they've been hit a certain number of times or been dealt a certain amount of damage. Otherwise, they just stand still. So we'll see this when the fight actually starts. But when we do the Finn fights, we have to use our overdrives that we've just charged up, but we also need our overdrives in all three fights. So we actually wait to get attacked, and then use the attacks as an opportunity to charge our overdrives, which is quite interesting.
When you promise.
Yeah, because our party members have such low HP, we charge overdrive extremely fast with one hit.
Yeah, so we basically, since the problem with the Sin battle is to cause damage to the Finn, you have to use ranged attacks. So what's essentially going to happen, you'll see in the first battle at least, is we're going to start with like Wings of Discovery, and then Oren's just going to defend the whole fight. So Oren does nothing, and then Kamari is going to lance it 7 times because it's a ranged attack. And then once Sin wipes everybody, then we'll be able to kill it with Lulu's Thunder Fury, or at least weaken it and then finish it off.
So,
if they do,
that's you can count on me.
Yep, so we're just in the preamble to the fight now, so the fight will be starting very soon.
The final showdown.
We are also oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say there was remarks about trying this run in chat. I can, as somebody who literally did their first run of this category, I have done normal any percent runs, so it's not my first 10 in general, but this category I did one run Wednesday. I completed it just fine. It's a wonderful guide. Anyone can learn.
Yeah, and if you want to learn, the resources are out there. I checked the FF10 Discord and the FF Discord in general. If you don't want to run 10 but want to run any of the other Final Fantasies, the community is out there to help.
Oh, this is interesting. This is obviously this is a new strat for this fight that I haven't seen before. Using Waka as well as Kamari, and then I guess the plan is to swap Waka back in for Auron. Or rather, yeah.
I guess interesting. I guess
now we're
using Waka to get some of the hits in.
Yeah, so it just speeds it up instead of using only Kamari. I like it. It's nice.
Camper busting out the secret strats.
The final show.
Yep, so that swipe that filled most of Kamari's overdrive, and completely filled Riku's. So
Yevon's hiding.
nice and easy. And we're ready to move on to the next fight.
Right. How's that?
Now, what's interesting with the right fin battle, while the strat is for the most part the same, Lulu doesn't have her overdrive this time around. So we actually end up using Kamari to deal most of the damage, because trio of quad 9s makes Lancet also do quad 9 damage. So you'll see here in a little bit, Kamari's going to start using Lancet, and it's just going to take away that quad 9 every time.
Hey, how you plan on getting inside?
If we can't get through the map.
And then with this battle, it's fairly important that Kamari ideally gets hit, because we need his overdrive going into the final set of battles at the end.
I won't tell you.
Yeah, and then once again, on the turn where we deal the 5th point of damage, Riku needs to swap weapon instead of defend, because if she's defending, she won't take enough damage to get full overdrive. So you'll see him swapping weapon here now instead of defending. And then the 5th Lancet. And then Riku and Kamari are going to die, both charge their overdrive. Auron will go out to Lulu. And because Lulu got the trio at the start of the fight, she still does 9999, and so she could just thunder for the finish.
It's really nice on how this fight kind of wraps up neatly.
I think it's like 2 thunders.
Yes.
I think 2 is the standard.
Yep, 2 thunders and it's done. And now we move on to Sin Core.
And this will be our
You don't need
other opportunity to get a zombie weapon, I believe.
Yep, so the first enemy you will kill in the next fight, Sinspawn Janae's, which looks very similar to Sinspawn Jano, which we fought in Killiko at the start of the run, and has all the tentacles. If that one drops a weapon, it will be a zombie strike weapon. So we'll be looking for the first weapon, the first equipment dropped out of the two to be a weapon, ideally. If not, then the runner will customize a Riku weapon with First Strike and Zombie Touch. But Zombie Touch is only 50% chance to apply, so you can get unlucky and it just not apply. And my PB in this run actually has 4 fails, and I lost 3 minutes at the end of the run.
Oof.
So you really want to see a weapon here now for both Camper and Grayfox.
Damn you.
Hey, I saw.
So for this fight, we mix the 2 Wings of Discovery. Tidus will use Slice and Dice to destroy Sinjanias, and then for the core, we're just going to throw a trusty Fire Gem. And then, fingers crossed, we'll get a Zombie Strike weapon for Camper here.
Yeah, because right now only Koinu has the Zombie Strike weapon.
Yep, so Koinu's fine, and now we want to see if Grayfox and or Camper get a Zombie Strike, or if they'll be going with Zombie Touch.
Let's see on the spoil screen here. No, he does not.
Nope. Blessed Arm Guard. So he's got 2 zombie proof.
Wait, but what was the impasse? No, I think
that's
there was.
That's a slow touch. That's a slow
Yeah,
strike.
that's a slow weapon.
Okay.
That's the first one you're looking for. So you're gonna be a blessed weapon or a zombie weapon. Sorry, a blessed armor or a zombie weapon. So
Gotcha.
now Camper here
So
is gonna have to go to Rin
Yep.
and buy 70 holy waters and then customize zombie touch.
And we see Grayfox just finishing up the left fin fight. And Koinu's getting pretty close to finishing up.
And Camper's gonna have to go and do one more round of overdrive building with the simulation.
Yep. We need overdrives, I think, on... I think it's Kamari... No, not Kamari.
Titus Riku Lulu.
It's a Titus Riku Lulu, is it?
Got it. Couldn't have done it without you. All right. Everyone look sharp. Time to hit the other side.
Easy for you to say.
And now a short little conversation where Yuna starts to kind of work out what's going on.
You're not planning something, are you, Tidus? No. Okay.
But she knows he's a bad liar, right? So...
Thing about this cutscene is once Riku starts speaking, you can start mashing through it. Otherwise, this is unskippable dialogue, I believe.
Yeah, there's so many cutscenes in this game where it's either like you can skip like the first half of it or the second half of it, or you can just skip random lines in the middle of it. So knowing where you need to skip is kind of a skill in itself.
It takes literally a few runs, and then you start to notice, like, oh yeah, I can mash here just fine. Well, I guess we have turbo now, so we don't have to worry about that. But
yeah, it's not really a problem so much anymore. But
it's very interesting.
As somebody who's terrible at mashing, I don't have the genetics for it. I'm very thankful.
Genetics.
I'm an awful masher. Awful.
Looking on Team Tonberry here, we are going right into the core fight here. Let's fingers crossed that Grayfox can get his weapon here. Otherwise, he will also have to go to Rin and customize zombie weapon.
Without cutscenes, it depends on the category. For this category, it's a bit over 4 hours. For the any percent, it's closer to 3. It's about 3:05 is the current record.
Sorry, yeah, I put the any percent. 3:05. Who has that world record?
I don't know, some madman.
Some madman named CrimsonInferno.
Yeah, a local man, if you will.
No, the local man is the NSG world record holder.
Alright, so Camper's about to fly to the Calmlands. I didn't see if he shopped with Rin yet. I think he might do that when he gets back on the...
Probably when he's going towards Overdrive Sin.
Yeah.
And then looks like Grayfox just beat the core here. So let's take a look at the
so we'll
oil screen.
see if he gets a zombie strike.
Oh, does not. Alright, so they both have to do zombie touch customization here.
Camper also has to do another Bashira for Overdrive.
Or not. He appears to be leaving.
You don't technically need Tidus's right now.
I guess that's true.
I guess he didn't need to bother doing it right now.
If you're looking at Camper's stream right now, it is. He has now bought the holy waters and is going to customize what he needs here.
Interesting. He put it on Waka's Thunderball.
Yeah, don't you normally do it on Riku, or?
Maybe Waka because it has a faster attack? I mean, who knows?
I know.
But yeah, normally you would do it on Riku's Claw.
No, we have to beat the guy inside Sin.
I guess technically the by doing it on Waka, you can instantly switch to him. So it's actually a pretty good idea.
Waka does have a fast attack too.
The amount of actual small optimizations to the run over the past couple of months is actually been kind of insane with all the people practicing for the relay.
Looks like Grayfox has to sell more stuff to afford it.
And we're fighting Overdrive Sin on Team Mog here. And this is just another standard fare of mixing two wings and then using Lulu's Thunder, Fury, and spamming Lancet until we get close, and then we're gonna use a Fire Gem to finish off. So
yeah,
not
so
tough at all.
the sort of gimmick with this fight is that Overdrive Sin never actually attacks you. He just continually charges an overdrive bar, and then if he gets to full and it's his turn, then he casts an ability. I think it's called like Giga Graviton or Mega Graviton or something, and it just ends the fight instantly, instant death.
And we're now in the final area. Well, I guess second to final area, technically. Of FF10.
I was gonna say, it does look like Grayfox did also the same thing Camper did, and bought All Rounder, and then proceeded to put Zombie Touch on it.
Yeah, I think it's just a new strat. It seems like it is a better way to do it.
We might be able to beat it without the final summon.
I've just not seen it before.
These guys making strats for relays.
What if Yevon jumps again?
How dare they not tell us, commentators?
I know, right? Blasphemy.
Yeah.
There's just been,
look like fools.
There's just been so many small optimizations over the last couple of months. It's been hard to keep up with it all.
Hey, Crimson, you want to tell us about throwing money at pagodas?
When we get there.
The Faith said
it's too early.
It's pointless.
Too early.
The dream will disappear.
Don't worry.
It's too soon, man.
I can tell you about the masterful strat of Hasting Extractor.
Wait, did you
yes.
change on those figures?
I've seen a couple of people do that, and
this was any percent. I mistargeted and I put haste on the extractor. It was over before I could blink.
Go away, will you?
It was over before you could blink.
We are heading up to the final Seymour fight, and it is quite arguably one of the best battle themes in Final Fantasy history.
Oh my god, we actually get to hear it. I just thought about that. CSR, you don't get to hear it. Yeah!
A rare treat.
A rare treat. But yeah, basically we're just running through the final area. Along the way, we need to make sure we charge Titus, Lulu, Riku, and Yuna, if she's not done, Overdrive, to prepare for... Well, one, we need the first three, Titus, Lulu, Riku, for Seymour. Yuna's for BFA, but then we're going to need to charge those three again for BFA.
Yeah, although I think the current strat for Omnis is to switch weapon on Tidus at the start of the Omnis fight, and then get an 8 Fury, and then finish off with a Lancet, and that way you preserve the Tidus Overdrive, which is quite a nice little small optimization. I used to do the same thing with just attacking with Tidus instead of doing the Lancet, but that has like a 3% chance to miss, so the Lancet is just the safe way to do it.
Yeah, I've only seen the intentionally fail slice and dice because you only 3 hits is plenty version of it.
Yeah, so we don't do that anymore, I don't think. Let's see what Camper does. Not this guy again!
Yeah, I think Seymour's bad, dude.
It always kind of feels like 10 took a page out of like 9 with the boss stuff, where it was like, Seymour's the villain, the one you fight, but then like he's not the final boss. Like Kuja wasn't the final boss.
Yeah, it was like 10 needed to have some sort of antagonist for the journey because you can't really make a giant whale an antagonist throughout the journey because it's always.
It kind of was for a little while there in the beginning.
Yeah, it was, but it'd be kind of weird to be walking down the street and just like, oh, here I am.
Alright, yep, so he got the 8 Furies and now he lance it, and that does the small amount of damage that is required to tip it over the edge. And because after those 8 Furies, he literally has 8 HP left.
I didn't know that. So you're saying if you can get 8 hits with Thunder Fury, all you need is a Lancet to win?
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting. Anyone else think the graph is starting to look like a fish again?
You're absolutely right. But maybe that's the lack of sleep that's talking to.
Maybe. What are you talking about? I'm wide awake. It's
Dude,
only
man,
it's only 2:20 in the morning here.
FF10 is almost
only
over my
2:20. How nice
yeah.
of you.
Last in EU time.
What is it? 7 a.m.
7:20, right?
You chose this for yourself.
So we'll see you when you run WAF. Is that the next time we'll hear from you?
Probably.
Just gonna sleep until your run.
Yeah, for people who don't know, our very own Crisman, the commentator here, is also a World of FF runner in the race. So cheer him on. And WoadyB was our 12 runner.
Yeah, but my time has already come. We were the second run.
Yeah. You're yesterday's news.
Exactly.
Managed to PB in your race though, which was pretty sick.
Yeah, these low end PBs, man. This one wasn't at least sub 10 seconds. Thank God.
And for people who are saying for the next game, FF4 is, I believe, next.
Yes, FF4 will probably. I'm trying to think how much time is left on. Because I can't remember how long these final cutscenes are. I mean, we still got the final battle is like a
so
6-minute process anyway.
We've got about 4 minutes. We've got about 4.5 minutes before BFA, 4.5 minutes after. I'd say we've got at least 25 minutes left.
20 minutes? Yeah, 20 minutes.
25 minutes, I think, is roughly what we got left.
But we'll be here until everybody finishes, and then the FF4 crew will take it over. So.
Oh my God! The leaping swing missed. Wild.
We are heading to one of the last brutal mini games of FF10.
Yes, this is quite the mini game. We are trying to speedrun it.
Nucleus.
Yeah. After 10 plus hours, the last thing you want to do is concentrate.
Live and let live.
But,
yes, the game just throws a bit of a wrench at you at the end and goes, I need you to pick up some items, but I also need you to dodge these other things that are going to spawn randomly underneath your feet.
Yeah, I heard you like Easter egg hunting.
At the end of your 10-hour run.
Yeah. You want to do something that's high intensity for the last 10 minutes of your run. But, so the goal here is to get these little crystals. And we want to get 10 of them while dodging these icicles.
I just think like honestly, this gets the award for the most random game mechanic just thrown at you with no context.
Yeah. It's in HD. It's not so bad, but on PS2, this Crystal's minigames is it's the worst because one, you play on the 4:3 aspect ratio, and then on top of that, Titus's hitbox is giant. So, oh no, he got hit. So if a little cheating strat here is that if you interact with Crystal and then don't let go of the text box, you can completely ignore the stabbing effect of it. But I think he might have got a little greedy there and tried to get there and out of time.
He also has to be careful with getting out of the battle because the crystals are still there in invisible format.
Yeah, the model deloads even, but the hitbox is still active.
Yeah.
So it's
if you move too fast, it can happen.
It's but now we're right into the final boss here. I guess quote unquote final boss, but it was a solid Crystals minigame.
Yeah.
And,
I'd be happy with that after a 10-hour run.
From within.
And bottom left here, Koinu going to Seymour, and I believe now you guys get to listen to this bopper of music. This is man, this is Ton and Choco neck and neck, man.
Oh man, does this mean that I'm gonna have to do my impersonation of BFA's of Otherworld's theme here in a moment?
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I thought that's why you're still here, Steve.
Oh, that is why I'm here. Going for the 8 Thunder Fury strat here.
Yep, so we can see Koinu also saving Tidus' overdrive, so just need to charge Riku and Lulu. And that should make life a lot easier because then you can do them both in one fight, whereas otherwise if you need to charge Tidus you need 2 fights. And you only get about 5 or 6 encounters to find a decent fight that can charge them, so it's really nice only having to charge 2 as opposed to 3. And we're going to see Grayfox going for the same, I believe.
And he gets it, nice. So we're all... These optimizations, man.
Yeah, man, they're really small, but they really add up.
So... But even after I
Oh man, Tidus just told his dad he hates him.
sorrow will prevail.
Yeah.
We're going to be hearing an absolute banger soon.
From the game and from WoadyB.
I can't wait to hear the bass in WoadyB's voice.
Oh god. Yeah, I don't know if you've ever caught the end of. I usually do it in my runs. Maybe just never caught that part of the.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Crimson and I are about to cry tears of joy from hearing the angelic voice of WoadyB.
Oh yeah.
Live and let live.
Alright, so on campus screen, Jet is about to transform into his other self. He's quite literally going to hulk up.
And then some.
And then some.
You think we'll see a jet beam?
Ooh.
Oh, no, wait, that doesn't have to be. I'm sorry.
Don't,
Wrong
yeah.
category. Wrong category. You no. We don't want to get hit in this case. That's bad. Or I mean, could you get jet beam on with the Shiva?
Okay, so unironically, if you actually fail the 7 Fury requirement on Lulu, you'd probably actually want eject beam because it's single target, so you'd then probably get another turn with someone else to actually finish him off. So yeah, you probably still want eject because the other option is the swipe, which kills you all. So you probably still want the jet beam.
So I gotta do the song.
Here we go. Let me hear it. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. You oversold it, dude. That's a... Wow.
Oh, man.
Worth it. Worth it.
I think I'm gonna hit the bed now, guys.
Man. But yeah, on this BFA fight, this fight is incredibly precise in terms of turn order.
Is.
I've actually tried to mess about with this, and it turns out anything you do, it doesn't work. This only works in the exact way in the exact way it's scripted.
That's the beauty of FF10. It's basically a scripted game. So yeah, basically the script order is this. I'm going to walk you through it as much as I can as you watch Camper. So first we talked to Dad. Then we had to switch Yuna for Riku, use a Chocobo Feather on Titus, switch Orin back to Yuna, have her switch weapons to affect turn order, Riku switch weapons to affect turn order, then have Yuna swap in for Lulu, switch weapons for turn order, then we bust out our Wings of Discovery, talk to Dad again, switch Lulu for Kamari, Lancet, and then we slice in and we dice in.
Oh yeah, here we go. I mean,
alright, so we're about to see the final appearance of our MVP.
Live and let live.
Yeah, and then in the final...
Get ready to take it away, Steve.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about?
So the final set of turns are switch Riku for Yuna, Grand Summon so Shiva can Diamond Dust. Then we bring Riku back in so Kamari becomes Riku, Fire Gem, and then Titus into Lulu for the Thunder Fury to bring it all home.
But even after being Broska's final Aeon, there's more. We're not done yet.
Nope, we've got a little bit more to do. We've got to say goodbye to our best friends.
And that's Kamari.
No, we don't.
And that's
we say bye
BFA
to
for
Kamari
Camper.
Curry. Yeah, woo!
I know.
We're basically he's guaranteed to finish now.
He still has to kill the Aeons, but
right, but
yeah, there's still also a zombie touch as well.
Oh,
But,
yes.
So
don't
like, this game, it's not guaranteed. We can still see some shakeups here if he has really bad luck.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I can attest to the fact that you can lose like upwards of 3 minutes if you get really bad luck.
So just because Team Mog's ahead, that doesn't mean it's a guaranteed safe yet.
Well,
The
I
only
meant
one
more
that's
for,
guaranteed
like-
is Koinu.
Well, I meant more for. Well, I am Sin. What is it? You can't die on the Aeons though. You have auto revive.
Unless
yeah, but if you
remember that,
if you don't, thing is though, if you don't have the damage to outheal the healing they get from the Upagodas, then it kind of becomes a soft log where you
Yeah, it's
can't
true.
die, but you can't actually progress the fights. But I don't think any of our runners will have that issue.
That's true.
I hate you.
I know. You know what you have to
And Koinu and Grayfox for Tonberry and Choco. They're just coming into the BFA fight. They're just in the preceding cutscene. So you guys will actually be able to hear the real version of Otherworld in a few minutes.
That was the real version. What are you talking about? What we just heard? In fact, I think we need an encore performance.
You know, I didn't even think about that. That the audio was from Camper's stream, so which isn't playing on stream.
Yeah, I absolutely knew that was gonna happen. I did not say anything about it.
So whose audio is on stream? It's Koinu's, right?
It's Team Chocobos.
Okay.
Well then.
But this race has been very close.
Wild.
Yeah, this race got close in the mid game, and then it's just stayed really close for the whole way.
It is insane how close it is. I figured. I mean, like, Team Mog has pulled it away a little bit, but I imagine the gap will be a lot larger than this. I believe last year the gap was pretty large, but these runners are exceptional, so I give these guys a follow.
I mean, there's some wild stuff that happened last relay, but we'll see because of all the patches to the PR games, and you know you've got FF4 is a rougher run, 13 is always a thing. You've got, of course, 7 and 9. They both have their moments of insanity. So
FF10 may be almost over,
5.
but the race between the three teams are just beginning. This is only day 1.
I mean, step count in 5. So yeah.
So we've got the BFA fight just about to start for Koinu on the bottom left, and on the top left we've got Camper going into the Contest of Aeons fights. So he's going to have to summon each of the Aeons one by one and kill them once they've been possessed by Yu Yevon.
This is where those poison fangs that we try to get back in Calmlands come into play. I was not expecting that.
Not expecting the repeat performance.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and explain the possessed Aeons.
No. I think I need to stay quiet. Well, yeah, we're just using the throwable. Gosh.
Sorry, where were we on the commentary?
So
I don't even know anymore.
We've got BFA going on for Tonberry and Choco, and for Mog we've got Valor down on the Contest of Aeons, and we're currently on Ifrit.
I think we need to fast forward to FF4.
Not long left on Camper's run now.
Nope, just throwing a lot of poison fangs. Though with Ifrit and Ixion, poison fang may not kill them, so you have to have another throwable for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a damage roll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a damage roll. But I think each of the runners has more than enough throwables to get them through.
We still gotta get over the zombie touch threshold, but I think that's it, yeah.
So how bad is the zombie touch threshold? My run had a zombie strike weapon.
I mean, it just depends how unlucky you are. You can get really unlucky and miss multiple times on the 50%, or you can get it first time. So it's just another RNG element and at the last.
So knowing marathon luck, it will be 5 times before he gets it.
Hey, don't say that.
You're right.
I mean, it would be wild if it takes Camper that long that the other runners catch up that much.
And they all finish at the same time?
I can't see that happening, but
yeah, that'd be insane.
So the relay just died on Koinu's screen.
What?
No, the Aeon's called relay.
Oh god. Oh my god, I blame sleep deprivation. Wait, what? So, are you saying that means Steve died on Camper's stream?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Do I need to leave the commentary right now?
Don't worry, Steve.
I don't know if you can commentate as a member of the undead, then I say more power to you.
Don't worry, Steve. We'll Phoenix down you just like Cloud did Aerith.
All right.
Well,
so
I'm looking at a camper stream right
just...
now, and I see myself on the screen.
Wow. Koinu's just finished up with BFA, and Grayfox won't be far behind. And Camper's on the 4th of the 5 Aeons.
And looks like Jack just killed Jack.
So for the final of the 5 Aeons on Bahamut, we throw a single throwable at him, and then Kamari will perform his last duty as Guardian.
It sounds so sacrificial.
Wow, his last duty. Well guys, now that we're close to the end, I just want to say it's been an honor commentating with y'all.
Yeah, this has been a really close set of runs and really great commentate on.
You're crying.
Yeah, it's been pretty wild. Also felt very honored to be asked to commentate.
Save it for later.
Being one of the newer members of the community.
Right. We've got a job to do.
Also, shout outs to our local man ChrisTenarium for holding out the early game for us.
That's right.
Yep.
You are my
Shout out to
son,
Chris.
After all.
And a shout out to the management crew.
To have you as my...
Yeah, it's been a wonderful relay so far. 3 games in, only more shenanigans are upon us.
No. Yuna.
So now that the final Aeon is dead, we just need to defeat you, Yevon. So Mog, Team Mog has probably got about 2 to 3 minutes left, depending on how lucky Camper gets.
Yeah, because the thing with this final boss, which is very interesting, is that because the boss is not immune to zombie status. We basically aim to inflict it with zombie, and then we use a Phoenix down to basically instantly kill it. Because every time you hit it, it heals for damage, so obviously it makes it unkillable to some degree. And so that's just one of the strats used, at least in the speedrun sense, to win. There's like, in any percent, there's slower versions where you let it demi over and over again, or use gravity over and over again until it's basically like one melee hit away, and then you win.
Yeah,
but it has like 999,999 HP.
Yeah, so this is just the most reliable, consistent way to do it, and fastest.
Alright, fingers crossed that Waka can pull off this attack. It is a 50-50 here.
To the remark about so we do go for Wings of Discovery, but only in this category now. So we don't do it in any percent anymore.
So this is
he got it. He got it
fairly shortly.
Oh, he got a first try. Nice.
All right.
And that's pretty much
it for Team Mog.
That's it for Team Mog. Yeah.
Go Team Mog.
Congratulations, Camper.
Congrats.
And now we've got Koinu just coming into the contest of Aeons, and Grayfox won't be far behind.
And now we're switching to FF4 on Team Mog stream.
Yeah, Team Mog should be switching to FF4. You'll hear from the wonderful commentators once we get through the FF10 runs.
So while we're still here, I want to say good luck to the FF4 commentators and runners.
There's a rogue mouse.
The mouse is there for RNG minute. If there's something that you don't understand, it's for RNG minute. That's how these FF games work, guys.
Yeah, so the way these contest of Aeon fights are working is we are throwing poison fangs, and for Valifor and Shiva, they're going to kill in one. For Ixion and Ifrit, they are a damage roll, and if they don't hit, then we're just going to throw another item at them. And then for Bahamut, we throw an item, and then Kamari self-destructs. So not too much longer on these two runs.
What's interesting from the other perspective, for anyone in chat who doesn't know about the any percent version of this battle, what we do is, so normally in any percent we rely a lot on like Bahamut at one point to like one-shot most enemies, but because we can't use them here, we instead decide to throw money. So we actually have Yuna learn the spare change ability, and we throw money at the Aeons to kill them.
Yeah, some might say it's pay to win. But I'm glad they did no Spear Grid this year.
Yeah,
I think it's been a really good and interesting run.
Yeah, I was surprised when it was announced that it was going to be no Spear Grid. Which means next year we gotta go for Nemesis percent, right?
Oh boy, I've just seen the time camper did in the Discord, and he absolutely crushed this run.
Oh, what a good run, Fat PB.
Continuing the PB train.
Wow.
but I don't think they can accept it.
That's a 9-minute PB. No, they could.
No, he didn't local record, so
he didn't local record it.
That's true.
So he wouldn't have the recorded load remover.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I guess it's a little. Yeah, that's true. It would be harder for something like this. I know. Oh man, it was 15. I think Final Fantasy 15. A couple of years ago, somebody set a world record during the relay that was submitted to the boards for. I think that was like
wow! Actually, that's such a feels bad moment. I believe we just saw a world record for camper. Is that world record? Let me take a look at this.
It's pretty close if it's not.
It is a world record. That was world record that we just witnessed on stream, guys. GG's the camper.
Yeah, it beats world record by almost 30 seconds. It's like 28 or something.
Can we not have a small exception for the boy? It was world record.
No, Steve.
You're right.
I mean, I'd be willing to accept it, but I'm not a mod on the board, so.
Well, I did not think that we would get a world record in the relay, so that is very impressive.
Yeah,
major shout out.
That is an incredible run.
It was pretty wild. It was pretty wild.
No wonder he pulled out so much time. Kamara getting the crit on Bahamut with the self-destruct. And it's actually way more likely for this self-destruct crit than the GUI one, because Bahamut has 1 luck here. So we actually have a decent crit chance. So Koinu is now transferring into the final cutscene before the final boss. So this should be again roughly 2 minutes until Team Choco is done. So we're going to be done in the next sort of 3 to 4 minutes with all the 10 runners. So just before we disappear and the FF4 guys take over, I just want to say thanks to all the 10 runners, the 10 commentators, and good luck to all of the 4 runners and 4 commentators for the run coming up.
Okay.
Huh? Yeah, same here. I also just want to throw one last shout out to the Final Fantasy speedrun communities and their discords. If you ever decide to, if this run inspires you to pick up FF10 or any of the Final Fantasy games, all the speedrunners in the community are willing to help newbies out. So go enjoy the FF Discord and find. And if you want to run 10, find the Blitzball haters club.
I forget we call it the Blitzballers haters club.
I'm saying goodbye.
All right, Team Choco, be ready.
I know it's selfish, but this is my story.
And Koinu has a Oron weapon here, so it's guaranteed to get the zombie strike. I mean, there is a small chance to miss, but that's a different thing.
White numbers, that's what you want to see. Fiends down.
Team Choco
go.
Oh, and we also get a PB from Koinu, who was the Team Choco representative. GG's.
Nice.
Everybody's PBing. Grayfox here, top right, still has one last hurdle, which is his zombie touch weapon, so we'll see how many attacks he'll take. Nice, he got it. Okay. GG's all around.
GG's all
Team
around.
Tonberry go.
Yes, go Team Tonberry. GG's everyone. I guess that's pretty much it for our time.
Yep, GG's everyone. One final thank you from myself, and I think we'll hand over to the FF4 guys now.
Good luck at the 4 team.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you all. It's been a blast. We'll see you. Come run our game. We'll help.